Hello everybody, good evening and welcome to OTL Racing here on Twitch for the main event. We are here for 6 hours of Monza. They are literally just finishing free practice, so we will be getting straight into the race in just a few minutes. Apologies for being a few minutes later to get started. As always, technical gremlins decide to pop up, say 20 minutes before the race, but that's always our luck, isn't it, really? But yeah, really looking forward to this afternoon, and I am joined as well by Mr. Aid the Ace, Aidan Bro. See, I've remembered how to say your surname correctly. Good afternoon.
Hello everybody, and hello to you as well, Matt.
Yes.
It's a pleasure to be sort of commentating on this one. It's going to be action-packed 6 hours, I think.
Yeah, it's we all know let's be honest, we all know that the first lap is the one we're all a little bit nervous about, especially for turn one. But there's 50 cars on track. They're all going to be knowing exactly how that usually goes, so hopefully they'll all be on their best behaviour. But yeah, fingers crossed, I'm sure we'll all be fine. Yeah, I know you would have liked to have been taking part yourself, unfortunately not quite able to. I haven't commentated with you for a very long time, so it's nice to be back in the commentary box with you. But there's quite a mix of cars here today. I'm on board with Spears and the Ferrari at the moment. He'll definitely be one of the front runners. Well, let's go on board with, let's see if he's out on circuit. We've got Valentin Barrier with Jaroslav Honzik and Mr. Jardio himself. They will be sat on pole, set a cracking lap time last week. But what do you think in terms of cars, Aid, round here at Monza? What do you think is going to be strongest, or do you think it's going to be pretty level between quite a few?
I mean, with the calibre of driver in the field, I think any car could potentially win this race. We've got plenty of guys using the Ferrari. I think there's 12 actually on the grid, so plenty of Ferrari Italian power around the Temple of Speed. But I feel like the Mercedes cars will always be up there. I think there's a handful of those in the field. Surprisingly, not many Porsches, so that's nice to see for a change. Yeah, in some of these endurance races.
I think with that balance of performance recently, you so many. So I'm getting a bit put off by so many follows coming through. Cheers all in advance, by the way. I'll get back to those after the race has started, I promise. But yeah, I think with that recent balance of performance, it's just been abandoned completely. I mean, it's still not that. It's not got really any slower. They've brought it a little bit back towards the average pace. The slower cars have got a little bit quicker. Quicker cars have got a little bit slower. But yeah, everyone's decided that they don't fancy driving it anymore. I think, if I just double check, we do have some Porsches in this, but it might be on the very. I think it's one. So yeah, would expect beforehand, if this had been 6 weeks ago, you're expecting maybe 10, 15. Yeah, but just the one Porsche today, which is a bit of a shame. Would have been nice to see the Porsche involved. I think that is the aptly named Don't Bin It Racing, so that's car number 123. So yeah, hopefully they keep that Porsche on circuit. But let's go up front. So we've got Honzik starting the race. So Valentin set a superb time last week in that Super Pole shootout. We're starting with a nice dry circuit. There is a chance of rain. It's a pretty low possibility of rain. So yeah, fingers crossed we'll be okay. Knowing I like that means the last hour and a half will be wet. But it's nice to see they're getting a dry start. I mean, that top order, like you say, Aid, is absolutely packed as well. You've got 4 Ferraris? Yeah, 4 Ferraris in the top 7, so that's clearly strong. I think that's the car most seem to have abandoned the Porsche for. We've got, so as you see, an AMG at the top, 2 Lambos in the top 4 as well. But then you've got a Lexus, a Bentley as well, 8th and 9th. So it's a fairly decent mix. We've got a couple of McLarens, a couple of Beamers on circuit. It'll be interesting to see, for example, someone like Darren King starting in 22nd. So Jan Willem van Ommen. Oh, cracky, that's a close-up if ever you've seen one. Yeah, Jan Willem van Ommen not having his best time of it last week in qualifying. I think he had to jump in quite late. And unfortunately, I don't think he'd done much time in the BMW before. So we got it round, we got a time in. But yeah, 22nd was all he can do. So I'll be interested to see how Darren fares at the start. But I think we all know that 2 seconds, I just had one come up on PC. I really don't think it's about to crash. Carry on. Hopefully yeah, everything nice and clean at the start. Turn 1, I mean, we all know, as I said earlier, it's a little bit of a risky turn 1 for an endurance race, 50 cars, but they should all know really how to settle in, take their time, don't break at your usual breaking point. That one very much isn't the case. Everyone, hi in the chat, by the way. So we are keeping up to date with the chat. We'll get you involved, but yeah, had to jump in quite late, get a lot of stuff sorted last minute. A few usual technical gremlins, like I say, always the way. But yeah, thanks for all those follows as well in the build-up while we were talking. Just under 2 minutes to go now. Now I suspect really Honzik. I mean, you have to favour if he can get a good start and get away nice and early. They're going to be pretty hard to live with.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's nice to see quite a few other Italian manufacturers in the field as well. Plenty of Lamborghinis in the top 17 positions as well. But that Mercedes is bound to be strong around here. Everyone knows how fast the Mercedes is, but it will have to manage its fuel throughout the race because it does have to burn through a lot more fuel than some of the other cars. So either they will be pitting earlier than other teams around them, or potentially going into a bit of fuel-saving mode. So I think we'll try and probably see him dart away at the beginning, try and pull a bit of a gap, and then probably start managing fuel quite early on to make the most of those stint times, so it pays them back later in the race.
Yeah, no, it's fairly level, the stint times here, so they can't go much past the hour each. Just means that you're levelling off the cars, say, with the enormous fuel tanks, to try and level out the field a little bit. But I mean, Honzik drove with Darren King actually in our first endurance event back in July at 4 hours of Silverstone, and yeah, they dominated. They were absolutely superb, pretty much perfect driving. If they can do that at Monza with all the blue flag situations they'll have over the next 6 hours, fair play to them. That is, that's not a feat that's going to be easy to achieve, but no, that's why they all do these endurance races. They want to try their best and see, hopefully, that and get round with it as clean as possible. I'm sure there's always going to be the odd squeaky bum moment, but fingers crossed for them, they'll all get around nice and cleanly. So, just about to get ready away from the start. And there we go, so he'll lead them away. And it's going to be... so you don't see Monza done all that often in endurance team events. Hopefully we're not going to find out why in 3 or 4 minutes' time. But it's a wonderful classic track. So many classic corners. Not really many corners around here, but they're all pretty fun. Especially you've got your favourites like Ascari and Parabolica right towards the end of the lap, where you will see quite a few mistakes made, I'm sure, around Ascari. It's a corner that some just seem to struggle more with. But you're not going to see too many of the top drivers, I think, struggle along there. So we've got 50 drivers, so I think it's 120 plus... Sorry, 50 cars, 120 plus drivers with us this afternoon, so for the next 6 hours. So hopefully you can settle in with me. So I will catch up with the chat a little bit shortly. Just need to get into the swing of things. So we've got, in case anyone asks as well, because it's fairly inevitable within the first 5-10 minutes, someone goes, is that actually Dan Camish? Yes, it is. So yeah, the BTCC driver Dan Camish is taking part and looking pretty strong, up in 12th. Just narrowly missed out on the Super Pole shootout last week. But he'll be hoping for a top 10 finish for sure. Definitely got decent pace. It's there's quite a few teams here, especially different mix of drivers, different pace. And you'll have took part in many races like that at Aid, where you might have one driver whose pace is top 5, and then maybe another driver is maybe just a bit slower than the top 10. And it can be. It's not always about who's the quickest drivers. It can be about how you manage that pace and consistency, and just keeping your nose clean.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think a lot of the teams do have that sort of two or even just one really fast driver, what you class as an alien driver, and then the second driver not being so on par with them, but still quick in their own right. So consistency around Monza can be quite difficult, even though there isn't many corners. There's plenty of sausage curbs and high curbing around the place, and obviously it's an old school circuit as well. So the grass and gravel is very close by. So it'll be there to catch any drivers out. But the calibre of teams in this, just to name a few, you've got Team Ford Zella, you've got Jardier Community Racing, you've got Sidemax Motorworks as well. There's plenty in the field that could go and run away with the race and take the victory at the end of the 6 hours.
Yeah, we had, I think it was top 26 cars last week, just within a second of pole in the first qualifying session. Obviously, the Super Pole times went a little bit quicker. They could take a bit more risk. But top 26 within a second. I think 1.2 seconds covered about the first 33 cars, which was just insane. So it shows there's definitely a good pace all throughout the grid. So these are the front runners we're on board with at the moment. Let's go a little bit further back. Let's go, 10th. Place is James Pilbeam, the BVRE Simsport. So they would have fancied being further forward. Isaac Fairweather looked good. last week. Looked like he should have been maybe nearer the front, and just couldn't quite nail the time in the Super Pole itself. And here we go. So they're all starting to line up now, getting 2 by 2. A little bit of ghosting going on in the background. So yeah, there's a good reason we have that turned on. Everyone runs with that, thankfully. So hopefully they'll all sort out their order, get into the right position. So we'll try and follow as many cars as we can through the start. Not going to be the easiest to cover everything, so we might miss the odd bit here or there. But yeah, fingers crossed we catch as much of the action as possible. So it's actually Valentin starting at the start of the race. So yeah, it does sometimes sort itself out after. I'm not sure if it's Honzik or Valentin. I think it's Valentin starting. We'll find out as he crosses the line. Just fall flat all round right. It's pretty much Lepson. I mean, there's a few corners you can do that. Some less so. Chicane's not so much. You can do it. You just won't. You'll probably get a track cut. But it's quite a quick way round. Yeah, so it is Valentin. So yeah, fully deserves a good start last week. Good qualifying last week. Gets away off the line. So Valentin Barrier gets away off the start. Sousa been a little bit of trouble there. He's going to be under pressure from Coombs just behind. Sean Arnold getting a great start, looking to put pressure on Alexander Karsten in second, but Barrier will be in first coming down to turn 1. So let's see how clean turn 1 gets. 50 cars all going to try and find their way through. Let's go slightly further back. A little bit of a car park going on here. There'll be a few pumps going on. Our car does get turned around, so it's one of the MSL racing teams, so they're going to have to get going very, very early on. We'll catch you up with who that was in a second. There's a couple of MSL teams in here today. Let's get back up the front now. Look at that. Great start from Valentin already. A good few car lengths. So once it sorts itself out from Alexander Karsten. The 2 Lambos just in behind, so they're going strong. Like I said, the Ferrari and Lambo's doing very well today. Lots of Italian cars on this Italian track. A lot of people deciding to go with the patriotic number today. We've got a yellow flag out at the moment. So do we have someone in the pits already?
Yeah, I feel like there was a bit of an accident further back on the start-finish straight. I was going to actually mention it. There's a few guys already in the pit lane. There's a few that were collected at turn 1. I think 2 of the black and green machines were turned around. But I think there was actually calls for a restart in the chat, as well as
there usually is. There usually is.
Control probably having a little look at it, because
they've gone for it. Fair enough. Yeah, it depends. You don't like to restart, but it's a weird thing. It's like it's quite a pro-am mixed sort of standard grid. It's Monza. It didn't look too bad. Let's be honest. It wasn't horrendous there, but I think depending on how many get caught up, you want to give everyone a chance. It's a 6-hour race. We're here to enjoy ourselves, have fun. Hello D-Stat, by the way. Cheers for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. Yeah, we're here to enjoy ourselves. So, yeah, we don't want to just be like, tough, that's what it'd be like in real life, because it isn't real life. We don't get paid to do this. They're not real life racing drivers. We're here. They've given their time. It's 6 hours of a Saturday afternoon.
I think what happened there was just the sheer amount of cars charging down to turn 1. I've seen it once or twice back when the GT World Challenge was blank pan a few years ago at the 3 hours a month. So there was carnage at the start down towards turn 1 before they'd even travelled 500-600 meters from the line. So it's not unheard of. Start line crashes at Monza on the first lap. Especially with these big wide GT cars, especially like this one here. We're looking at the BMW being an absolute monster of a machine. It's a lot bigger than the Ferraris around it, as you can see, and even the Jaguar just back of shot, and the big V12 Aston as well. So not a lot of room for these drivers to negotiate, especially when some might be getting better starts than others, some might be being more cautious than others. You get that concertina effect, especially into a 90-degree slow first gear right-handed hairpin. Chicane. Yeah, no, it's I said it's an awkward one. There won't be. I'm sure that if something goes on the second time round, I'm pretty sure that'll be a tough luck kind of deal with it. Unfortunately, again, but you want to give people a chance. It looked like everyone was doing their best to get around properly there, but obviously slightly further back. You only need one driver to make a mistake, and it can go a bit Pete Tong a bit fast. Cheers, Quintero, for the Prime sub. Yeah, absolutely, Silty. Good to see you as well, man. But yeah, definitely taking Prime sub still. Absolutely, 100%. We're unashamed in that. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Hopefully, again, clean start at the front. We saw not bad the first time round. So yeah, a bit unlucky that there was an issue further back. Hopefully nothing, not dirty, but hopefully nothing too negligent. Normally just people making genuine mistakes. Cheers for the follows again. Much appreciated. Yes, it is 6 hours. It's just a 6 hours lapse. And yeah, this isn't this second ATC endurance event. So our first was a 4 hour at Silverstone back at the start of July. Superb race, great fun.
Jaroslav Honzik and Darren King winning that with a superb drive. But yeah, going to be a bit tougher today. 6 hours, Monza. We've already seen, obviously, the one restart. They'll be getting a bit of a slap on the wrist as well from the race control, I'm sure. Making sure they are told, look, just if necessary, if you have to effectively stop, because the cars in front are basically going that slow, it's a bit of a traffic jam effect with turn 1, and then they can all filter out. So yeah, fingers crossed it will be a little bit cleaner next time around. But yeah, we aren't going to keep restarting. So they'll be told, and yeah, hopefully they can keep it a bit cleaner this time. So it's a bit unfortunate to see a few drivers in the pits that early. You don't want to see races ruined right at the start. I said they've took the effort to practice and qualify and get setups all set up. Hello, Mike. Thanks for the follow as well. So yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed, second time round, everything will be a little bit cleaner. So just over a minute to go now.
So just to quickly go back to that first start, I feel like it was the 482 Ferrari starting in third place that was actually backwards at the first chicane. Not entirely sure what happened or who collected who. And then I also think it was the car that was down in 16th place, also the sister car,
yeah,
the number 12 MSL Racing Ferrari. That was the other team car backwards as well, before the exit of the first chicane, and the 482 backwards on the exit of the first chicane. So not a good start for those two. They're going to be very grateful to be easily able to just reset and refocus and go again, and hopefully have a cleaner getaway, and hopefully everyone will have a nice clean getaway this time, and we can get racing properly for the first time.
Yeah, no, it's sometimes it's a little bit with the territory of Monza. You don't want it to happen, but like I said, we also don't want to sit there and go, well, tough in real racing they wouldn't restart. It's like, well, we're not real life racing drivers. We've got, as I said, we have quite a mix, of driver ability all throughout the grid, a bit like we do in our leagues. We're quite a pro-am sort of community with the leagues and the events we put on. So you do have to put up with that a little bit, maybe. There will be a mix of abilities. So it just has to be respect from one car to the next. Just making sure they are being kind to each other. They don't want to. Obviously, no one's going out to ruin anyone's race. I think there was just a little taps. I don't think there was anything madly negligent, like I said. I think it was the word at the first start. But yeah, it is Monza. It's turn 1. Often you can see people say, "Oh, turn 1's gonna be a bit of a nightmare," and then actually it's often turn 2. What the second chicane. You think, right, we've got through there cleanly, but there's still plenty of places to have a few problems around Monza, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious. Everyone always will say, no matter whether it be a 1 hour or a 6 hour, 12 hour race around here, everyone is always scared of turn 1 just because it can be curtains there straight away. But there's plenty of other places that can catch you out on many circuits as well. So all of these drivers, whether they be pro-am or am, will have enough experience to negotiate their way through the first few laps and just not be too aggressive and greedy at the beginning. It's hard. It's easy for us to say in the commentary box. I know when I'm driving, I want to make up as many places as I can on lap 1 because that's when everyone's bunched up. That's when everyone's taking it easy. But there's a reason behind it, and that's so everyone survives and can just have a nice, fun day's racing, which is what everyone wants at the first and foremost thing, really.
Yeah.
And after that, results obviously. For the top guys especially, or where it's almost bragging rights for them. So those are the guys that are going to be pushing a bit more aggressively. And I think the guys further back will now be a bit more cautious going down to turn 1.
Yeah, no, hopefully so. So I don't think there's anything maybe negligent. It's just easy. You get a little tap at the wrong moment, and then the car behind you taps you, and then the car behind them taps that, and it can very easily end up with a few cars turned the wrong way. Yeah, so it didn't look horrendous at the start, but then very quickly, obviously, a few cars in the pit. So, yeah, the main thing was that if we were going to restart, it was restarted quickly. So I think, they didn't even get down to turn 3, I don't think. So we're not going to wait a lap and a half, and then quickly restart it. So, yeah, we're not the sort of place that likes to do that. So in our league races, that's it's good for the last couple of seasons. I don't think there has been one. But this is slightly different. You've got 6 hours, the whole of your Saturday. We're not going to be that horrible to you and go well tough, like I said. So yeah, a little bit of leeway, and then fingers crossed they'll take that into consideration for the second attempt. And yeah, hopefully it'll go well. But no, great to see you as well, Silty. Awesome to see you. Yeah, said yeah, Prime subs absolutely the order of the day if people have got them, of course. I'm still rubbish at mentioning that kind of thing, so nothing's changed there. Don't you panic. Don't you panic. But yeah, cheers for all the follows so far. So do appreciate it. There's been plenty of them coming in, and yeah, I will catch up with the chat as the race is going on. A bit hectic at the start. That's a very odd camera angle. Just about can see the cars coming down the straight. That's a lovely shot. That you see the look at that Stars and Stripes flagged number 812. Ferrari back in 5th. So the weaving's not going to be doing the whole deal. It's not going to be really getting that car's tyres warmed up as much as he'd like. So it's a mid-afternoon start here. Fairly cool track temperature though, 22 Celsius. Slight crosswind. Very, very minimal, just cloudy weather for the start of this race. So they are all lined up pretty much good to go again for turn 1, take 2. So let's see how this goes. So yeah, fingers crossed for everyone this time. And Valentin, you see the blue car on your left. So it's a little bit behind Carsten at the moment. So has he put himself in a slightly dangerous position? Is he going to be able to get back into first before the game tells him to hold his speed limit? I think he's okay. Seen a few drivers get that wrong so far. And he comes up to the line. So we are go again. So attempt number 2. Hopefully all clean come down to turn 1 this time round. So a better start for the cars slightly behind. Sean Arnold's maybe not getting quite the advantage he'd have liked. Vitor Souza in 3rd down to 4th already. So that Lambo having him down to turn 1 yet again. Oh, and there is a spin further back. Yep, so again on the straight. So who was that? That looked like a Sidemax car, but I'm not quite sure. I have to see. We're probably going to get some drivers complaining about that pretty early on as well.
Go back and have a little look at it. It looks like there's still plenty of cars not been able to make their way through that. So I think that might have to be second and final restart, and I think the drivers will be getting another briefing from what we saw from another accident here.
Ian Hall turning it around. So he was one of the cars in the pits the first time round. So you have to wait for the order on the left to sort itself out. So a few cars have definitely got caught up behind that, at least slowed down. We'll have to wait for the standings, as I said, to sort themselves out. So we'll see what happens there. I don't know whether race control will kick them all. Don't worry, it does get tempting. It 100% gets tempting. So it's racing. These things happen. So there's 6 hours to get going. Hopefully whoever has got caught up in something early on there is not going to end up with lots of damage. I think Zachary Royal might have got caught up, so he was one of the cars. Yeah, that's a scratched up looking Sidemax Motorworks, number 96. So yeah, not a great start for them. So they're going to have to put their foot down and just try and get consistency here. Hopefully they haven't got too much damage and don't have to pit early on. That'll be the bummer if anyone has to pit early. I think we have got one car just about to catch it here. So the AMG Nicholas Urato, the N20 team, in the pit, so they've not gone quite as well they'd like at the start. Let's go back to the front now. Look at that. So Carsten, first lap coming round, Parabolica for the first time. So they did get a warning. If obviously race controller said if there's a crash, there's a crash. It's that, you know, just be careful, and some people haven't heeded that warning. So there will be penalties. Race control will be looking at incidents at the start. Anyone who's caused an incident there through poor driving is most likely going to be getting a stop-go penalty of 30 seconds. So yeah, they will be heavily penalised for it. But Carsten with a cracking first lap. So the 2S Endurance Team red car, the 255 Lambo in the lead, coming through onto lap number 2. Still fairly close at the front. You see a big train of cars that's still behind. But these front three made a little bit of a gap for themselves already.
Yeah, these guys are pulling away. Jardier community racing team driven by Valentin Barriet is going to be wanting to get that lead back as soon as possible from Carsten in the Lamborghini. I'm sure we've got Sean Arnold just in behind as well, and a bit of contact further back, and there's going to be carnage I think again here, because people are going to have to take avoiding action. The Ferrari does the right thing and gets off the racing line, but he's going to be sat there stationary for a long time as the 812. He's going to have to wait and pick his moment to get back going. He's going to spin it around on the grass to make sure to not hamper any other driver involved, but very unfortunate there. There was a bit of contact on the way in. He lost it, went round the rear ended on him, and he was parked in the middle of the road. But all in all, to be fair, from the top sort of 25 cars, I think, other than that moment just there, I think mostly it was quite clean. It was further back the issue was at the start. So I think we are just going to carry on with the whole 6 hours and no restart necessary, because at the end of the day, some real-life teams go to race events. They make one corner after 5 or 6 practice sessions, and that's their day done. So unfortunately, that's the way racing goes sometimes. I think a few cars are going to be having to pit for damage early on.
Yeah, no, I think we've already got 5 in the pit. So we've got Zachary Royal, who we were on board with. Giarato was already in the pits. Ian Hall, so two starts out of 2. He's had to be sat in the pits early doors. We've got Robin Houston and Brandon Walker as well, the 4-1 team in the number 6 cars. So yeah, they're in the pits early days. Like you said, you can restart. We restarted once. Unfortunately, start 1 might have been probably a little bit cleaner than start number 2 ended up being. But yeah, we can't sit here restarting all day. Third might have been, there might have been another crash and third restart, another one on the fourth. You know, you do have to draw a line somewhere. So you give them 1 restart, but beyond that, it's just tough, unfortunately. So they don't all go to plan. That is why the good endurance races are the good ones. So you see one of the cars come out of the pits, and that's the Side Max Motorworks team. But yeah, that's why the good races are the good races. They can't all go swimmingly to plan. Or he goes for a bit of a move late doors there, but yeah, it makes the move. The car saw him coming, I think, so he moves up position early on. Actually, one of the large benefactors at the start there, Simon Murphy. So this is quite an impressive start from them. They started in 50th position. So they've clearly taken advantage of whatever went on the first straight down to turn number 1. And yeah, already up to 31st, so they didn't get to qualify last week. They took the place of a team that pulled out after qualifying. So yeah, they're getting in and still racing. So fair play to them. They didn't mind too much. Let's go and have a quick look, though, further forward again. So as Barry have got up back into the lead, so you can see, oh, look at that. So unfortunately, stop-go penalty for Darren King. So Darren King up to 10th, but clearly might have been involved with an incident early on. So has been very unlucky. Stop-go 30-second penalty. So they'll be serving that fairly shortly, so that will drop them back quite a few positions right at the start. But again, no, he's got so much pace. You hope that he's going to push forward pretty quickly and gain a few more spots back without too much trouble. As I said, there's such a long time left. As Carsten goes wide there, that's going to leave Sean Arnold a gap right round the inside of Parabolica. So Lambo on Lambo, he'll move through into P2, get into the slipstream of barrier right up ahead. Coming on to lap number 3. So not too many penalties other than that one we can see on the board at the moment. But, yeah, we'll try and keep up to date with those as they come in. So there's plenty of time left. 6 hours. Carsten looking up the inside again. Arnold leaving him room. They'll go 2 wide around the first chicane. Arnold gets that place back. So those 2 Lambos already having a good fight. Got Vitor Sousa just behind them in 4th position. Just 2.5 seconds further back. Niels van der Koekeldt. The other Side Max Motorworks car, number 99, sitting there in 5th at the moment. A little bit of space between him and the other cars. Even though it's only 3 or 4 laps in, it's already got 2 seconds in front and 2 seconds behind, so a bit of clear space. The other Side Max Motorworks car, Killian Ryan, and just ahead of the Fordzilla car of Harry Spears, 6th and 7th. Thought Spears going a little bit wide, or a little bit of a touch. Oh, Fairweather goes round. Oh, it's a nasty place to go round, and that car behind just couldn't avoid him. And I think that car's spun back on track as well. Was that Darren King again? Is he not having the luck? Yeah, he's not had the best first 6.5 minutes for sure. So yeah, just sometimes luck is not forthcoming your way. I've seen plenty of races where it'll go well for them, and then yeah, sometimes it just goes a bit pear-shaped, not too much through too much of your own fault. Obviously, that stop-go penalty was deemed at fault for something slightly earlier on. Obviously, we didn't catch that, but yeah, it is what it is. So he'll have to serve that fairly shortly. But still, quite a few close battles at the front, nice and early on. But yeah, that Lambo looking pretty strong.
Yeah, the Lamborghini going well at the moment. I'm just having a quick look back at some of the first lap incidents, and the incident that just happened again with Darren King just there. So at the beginning, it looked like the BMW got a really good launch in the second phase of the getaway, as another car's been given a drive-through penalty as well. The Ferrari 482 car. In 4th place currently, he's been given a drive-through penalty now as well. Yep. But it looked like the beginning, the start crash incident was actually caused by Darren King. There was four wide action coming down into turn 1, and a little bit of contact sent the number 11 Mercedes hard left, which also collected the red V12 Aston that we saw in the pits earlier on. I think it was Zachary, was it?
Yeah.
Zachary Royal in the red Aston Martin, so he was involved obviously through no fault of his own, and that's where the the stop-go 30 for Darren King has come into effect, which I think he's just now taken early on. But then the second incident just there that we saw the last couple of moments of would look to be an orange Ferrari involved and one of the blue and orange Mercedes as well, and it was just a bit of a bunching effect into the second chicane.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer. Like I said, you always hope that you're going to sit here 20 minutes into the start of the race, but everyone's clean, no one's touched anyone, everything's superb, let's carry, you know, that's an ideal world. Unfortunately, that we've all been racing long enough to know that unfortunately never really happens, especially at somewhere like Monza. Considering, you know, how many drivers there are, and like I said, quite a mixed grid in terms of ability-wise, even though it was quite a close qualifying. There's only so much you can do. You just have to, like I said, you give them the restart, you give them the one opportunity. It's a bit unfortunate, like I said, you know, Dan King's not a dirty driver. I've seen him race plenty. He's done quite a few OTL races as well, and no, he's a great racer. It's just, yeah, sometimes you make mistakes in terms of judgment, or it just doesn't quite go your way. Sometimes you brake a little bit later, you know, it just happens. Yeah, unfortunately, they took that penalty early on. So now it still says drive-through on my screen. So they've either had a second penalty for 2 incidents, which will be an annoying start for them, to say the least. Tusa's setting his, will be serving his drive-through now, so he's just come through. You can see it was slightly to the side of our picture there. So he'll be dropping a few spots down. Bob Sedgley at the moment now in 13th, behind Bowler in 12th spot, coming down to turn 1. Maybe look up the inside. No, he'll just slot in behind.
Yeah, so the 30-second stop go being cleared was what we saw. It wasn't actually Darren serving that penalty, so it's been reduced from a 30-second stop go to just a drive-through penalty, which Sousa in the 482 Ferrari has just taken that, so he's now looking to have rejoined in 8th, or he's going to come probably outside the top 10. I would imagine he's dropping down the order on the left of the timing screen, as you can see. Yeah, he's fell well down out of the top 10, nearly out of the side of the top 20. He is outside the top 20 now, so drive-through serve though, he can crack on with the rest of his race. 5 hours and 49 minutes to go, still plenty of time. Let's see what he can do from there.
Evening, I'm used to saying evening for my streams. Afternoon, yeah, Numi, hello, good to see you. Yeah, so I do have to say it's a good livery. Even if you are biased, you are allowed to say it's nice. I understand that, but it's a lovely looking thing. So these MSL racing liveries as well. Very fetching, very easy to spot from a commentator's point of view as well, so I truly appreciate that. So let's go back up front. Let's see what the gaps are towards the front then. So Carson has got away from Arnold a little bit here. You can see actually 1.2 second a gap between the two Lambos, and it's closing on the back of Valentin. So Valentin showed some great pace last week. Only just got pole by 800ths in the Super Bowl shootout, and holding the lead at the moment by 3/10. Sean Arnold not too far back, still within a couple of seconds at the start, but again everyone else is just going to be trying to keep as clean as possible early doors. And not the easiest thing around Monza, especially if you do want to have a go at the drivers in front. Carson having to compromise his corner a little bit. That's going to let Sean Arnold catch up. We've got Van der Kerkhout back in 4th. I think they have got a back marker just ahead. But yes, it's not too bad a start, to be honest. You know, 50 cars, you're going to probably get something at the start. It's probably the endurance event from us that's most likely to have penalties handed out early doors. You know, it is Monza. Unfortunately, they're all going to try and go 2 wide, 3 wide round corners where you just can't fit that many cars. And unfortunately, yeah, you can only do so many restarts. But yeah, the penalties will be coming. It's 6 hours. You know, there's going to be penalties for many cars. You know, OTL ourselves, we've had teams in other events and we've had penalties aplenty. Sometimes that's just how it goes. I know I'm sure Aids had penalties aplenty in endurance events before. It's luckily you can sit and chill for the next 6 hours rather than screaming at your race, Aids. So I'm sure you'll probably quite enjoy it from this point of view. But it just happens, doesn't it? It's not always, you know, it's not dirty driving. It's not overly ambitious moves. Sometimes it's just misjudgments and just little mistakes that you make in the moment.
Yeah, exactly. No one ever means to take out another car from especially a long endurance race like this. Or it's never normally a malicious act or anything like that. It is just genuine racing incidents normally. But if they're deemed by the stewards to be either a bit too aggressive or a bit more one-sided than the other, not a 50-50, then that's when you start seeing the penalties dished out. So Darren King does only have 1 lap left, to get his drive-through in now, because I've actually got all 3. I've got Sean Arnold's stream, I've got Dal's stream, I've got Jardier's stream to see how Valentin's getting on, which he has actually dropped to 3rd now. just interestingly, I'm not sure how that's happened, but he's now down into 3rd place. He's obviously made a mistake somewhere, and he's behind Sean Arnold, and Karsten now resumes in the lead. But they've got to watch out for these guys in 4th, 5th and 6th. I mean, you've got the likes of Van der Kokel, you've got Ryan Meenan, Harry Spears, and Charlie Crossland as well, who are all going to be there come the end of the race, as long as they can get through these first couple of hours cleanly, because that's what it's all about, really. You've got to get through the first couple of hours and see where you are, see where your competition is, and just get a feel for the race in the first few hours, and not obviously put yourself out of contention, a bit like what we've seen early on now with Darren King's team, the Team Fordzilla ACR car with himself and Van Omen as well, because he's just coming into the pit lane now to serve his drive-through.
Yeah, now I mean, they've got the pace, like I said earlier. They have the pace to push on through. They'll know that they've got that pace. They've been in races before where they have a bit of a nightmare at the start, but then you drive a bit angry for the next, say, 20 minutes, half an hour, maybe more than that. But once you've chilled down and hopefully been able to get the focus back, ideally, you start making those spots back bit by bit. Let your raw pace do the talking. So it's a circuit that people will make mistakes on their own. You're going to see people have incidents at Scari. Probably not too much in Parabolica where we are now, but you'll see incidents at the second chicane, probably a Scari. So people are going to have their own moments, not involved with other cars. And it's just you've got to try and keep your own nose clean, take advantage of that as and when those opportunities come. Let's go back a little bit further. Let's go and watch the Fight 4. Let's go and watch Victor Galland in 12th. So just a few tenths behind Tim Crisfar in 11th in the Lexus. So just come around Parabolica now, and they've got Whitlock not far behind. So there's still some close battles slightly further back. We were on board with Sedgley just a few minutes ago. And then we've got a few cars quite close behind them as well. So you've got Joe LaCour, Hold My Squash Racing. So this is made up of some fairly long-time OTL members, a few admins in this team as well. Hold My Squash Racing due to was Hold My Beer Racing, but I pointed out one of the drivers was not of legal drinking age, so quicker change to that. You can see the squirrel on the logo on the side as well. That's for Ashman, who is the other driver in that car. So I think he's coming up to a lap car, I think. So a little flash to let him know he's there. Fair play, gets out of the way very nicely. So well done by that car. Now they've got Dan Camish, it's the black and orange car just behind. So we'll want to get past that purple lapped car as well shortly, I'm sure. Blue flags coming out. So a few of those that had to pit early doors.
So we'll just give you a bit of an update. So Valentin made a mistake at Ascari. He was on the second part of Ascari, took a little bit too much curb, and that nearly spot him off into the wall on the right. He gathered it up, managed to keep it on the road just about, but lost a hell of a lot of speed through that corner on the exit. So that's where Karsten and Sean managed to get past him. And then also, just as we cut away from that second place battle between Barrier and Arnold, Arnold actually made a mistake into turn 1, went sailing on through, nearly collected Karsten on the way through, and luckily managed to rejoin. There's now actually been a pass for this move into Parabolica, as we've just cut to it now, and the Lamborghini of Sean Arnold is now going to try and re-attack the Mercedes back into turn 1, and this is going to all the time be helping Karsten escape down the road with these two side by side. They're not going to want to be having contact here this early in the race, but Karsten now with a nice healthy lead of a couple of seconds. Doesn't sound like much in this long of a race, but it is when you're against these caliber drivers. Yeah,
you don't want to be letting them get away early. You suddenly get we've seen drivers like Killian Ryman does it quite often in our league races, our GT3 league, where if you give him a little bit of empty room in front at the start, he will just disappear off into it. You have to try and at least keep him defending early doors. And if these two fight for a bit too long, Karsten will just say thank you very much, and before they know it, he'll be 10-15 seconds up the road. So they do need to just be a little bit careful. I mean, Sean Arnold not going for anything too risky this lap, so he was, I think, just slotted in for the time being. He's just going to take it easy. He said you see these two Sidemax Motorworks cars in 4th and 5th at the moment. Captain Starling, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. So just getting into the swing of things now. So first 18 minutes gone, still 5 hours and 42 seconds remaining. Almost such a large amount of time, it doesn't feel quite right. I'm sure I'll be feeling it in 5 hours 40 minutes. But looking forward to it at the moment. You can see the headlights of these cars on already, so the gloomy weather, you do get a little bit of a shine off the road from those headlights, but they shouldn't be needing them, thankfully. So the weather forecast at the moment still just for cloud, so we'll keep our eye on that. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see rain, but it's not been factored in as definite to happen. There is a chance. It's a low percentage chance, but yeah, it is only low. So yeah, we'll see. Some will be hoping for a little bit of rain. If they're that mad, then fair play, but whatever gives us some good racing, hopefully nice clean racing, then we don't really mind. But let's go find a fight slightly further back. Let's go on board again. So with Gallan, as you can see, he's fighting with Whitlock. Still got those just behind him. Crossfire not too far back either. So 11th, 12th and 13th, pretty close. So Joe LaCour we were on board with a couple of minutes ago, down in 14th. So you can see just a little bit further back. Dan Cameron's dropped off that fight just a little bit. But we'll go and let's go and have a look at Vitor Sousa. So we were on board with him earlier, so he was already up to 21st, so he's trying to make spots, going for a move down into turn number 1. That's the move made on that BMW, who again, I may point out, I'm fairly certain I'm correct here, that car definitely started at the back. So that car didn't qualify, started in 50th, and yeah, up to 22nd already. And that is what you do in an endurance race. You keep yourself clean at the start. You try and avoid everyone else's incidents. You just drive a consistent race. You don't have to do quality hot laps. You don't have to do those kind of speeds. You just get round nice and cleanly for the first 20 minutes, half an hour. And yeah, 28 places gained. I'd say that's quite a good first 20 minutes for him. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they can do. They're not exactly any slouches either. Let's just have a quick look at the chat. That car don't have to buy correct lapping cars to make them move. To be honest, it's going to be common sense. If you, I mean, Shelby will have covered that in the driver briefing. So it's just going to be, just be sensible effectively. You're not going to expect the blue flag car to just hop out the way straight into the gravel. It's just, got to be patient. Yeah, it's just common sense. It's really, rather than dive bombs up the inside of them or anything, just a bit of patience. So a bit of cooperation from both sides, ideally. Ideally on the straights. There are a couple of long ones here, so yeah, you might just have to lose a bit of time when you're catching them, but it's going to be the same for everybody. They're all going to have to catch those cars that are getting up to the blue flag situations. And yeah, so just a little bit of patience, that's what I think we'll need. So let's see another fight we can go on board with slightly further back. So where is Darren King at the moment? 27th. They're already looking to make up some positions. He's got Zycomanzo just behind him. I think he's looking up to go up the inside of Amygdalas, and he does so up to 26th now. So like I said, making those spots up nice and early. I think there's been an there. Go on, carry on.
Another bit of an issue for Darren a couple of laps ago that I saw as well. He was actually behind the purple Bentley you've just seen him pass, and one of the Ferraris as well. I think it was 29th placed Burek, the 31 Ferrari. They had a bit of a coming together into Lesmo 1, and unfortunately Darren had nowhere to go and ended up being sort of collected in it and maybe gained a little bit more damage again. So a bad day goes from bad to worse for Darren at the moment, but hopefully things will now start looking on the up. As we've just seen, he has made another pass cleanly this time with no issues getting through, so he's only a few seconds behind the guys. He'll be hoping to get it back into the top 20 as soon as possible and eyes forward from there. Yeah, I mean, it's what we often have said, like I said, there's an OTL, we had a team in the RCI Bathurst race, and we were, you can have 3 or 4 hours really clean and you think, oh, this is perfect, but generally you get your incidents, they happen at some point during the race. So he might have the worst first 30 minutes and then have an amazing 5.5 hour drive from that point on. All the drivers might do a sterling job and they might just get a bit more luck. So sometimes it's, like you said, it's just a bit of perseverance. Sometimes you just have to get your head down, not worry about it too much, think, right, okay, really annoyed. You can be annoyed, there's nothing wrong with being angry at the start with yourself, other drivers, the stewards even, that's just going to be natural. But then, hopefully, as things progress during the race, it all comes a bit back to you, and those positions start coming back to you slowly but surely. So on board at the moment with Peter Grayling. You can see Daniel Smith, or Dan Smith, so that's Mr. Aerosmudge actually, from you might have seen him in Discord. So he's 36th, so he's not too far off where he started. Again, was only 1.2 seconds off of pole at the start of the race. Grayling has to go into the wall there. I think that looked like he has missed his braking point, and to avoid
disappearing up the exhaust of the car in front. He's had to avoid it onto the grass, which, to be fair, at least he's done that. He's got out of the way, but yeah, a little bit more damage for him there. So yeah, not the greatest start for the race for them. Jay Rayfield, thank you very much for the follow. That's much appreciated. Let's go back up front note for now. Let's go and see how those leaders are doing. Carsten, that lead nearly 2 seconds. You can see the pink and blue car. So that was in the top 10 at the start. Unfortunately, down now in, let's find them in the order. They're down in 39th, I believe. So that's James Pilbeam and Isaac Fairweather doing a good job, as he pointed out, though. Not in the car, even though I said his name earlier. He's not in that car, just as I associate in that name with that livery. But yeah, Pilbeam unfortunately had a bit of a moment earlier on. I think it might have been on their own. Yeah, so they're a bit further back. Another car that's just going to have to knuckle down. And yeah, they'll hopefully have a better race from here on in. And as I said, it generally comes back to you. It can get worse and worse. Hopefully that isn't the case for them. But yeah, fingers crossed. The race improves from here. 5.5 hours still to go, so plenty of time to bring it back. So you can see a drive-through for Rhys Williams in 21st, car number 2. So yeah, they'll be dropping a little bit further back. So a few penalties being handed out, as is the way, as they should be. You know, making sure that indiscretions are penalised. Nothing personal, just what you have to do when things happen like that. But hopefully they'll take it gracefully. And yeah, keep going, and yeah, hopefully still have a positive race. So let's go on board with, let's pick someone else. Let's pick someone else a little bit more in the middle pack. Let's go and see how Dan Camish is doing, actually. They haven't gone on board with him yet. So Lamborghini in 17th. He's kept himself fairly clean so far, roughly in the position where he started. Bernardine is just in front. I don't think to see too many scrapes on that Lambo. Got Honda of Tesoro, and then Scott Vincent and Vitor Souza just behind in the top 20. We've got Murphy as well. The Dalkin community car we were on board with a little bit earlier on. I said still just getting into the swing of things nice and slowly. So it's a 5.5 hour race, and like you said, Aid, it's so in the nature of drivers to generally just push quite hard at the start. Even if it's a half an hour race or an hour race, you still could be. It's just ingrained in you to go hard at the start, but it's trying to just remind yourself, isn't it, that it is about consistency. It's not about trying to get loads of overtakes done earlier on or catching people immediately. It's actually just settling into a rhythm, settling into a groove, especially if you've got drivers that say double stinting at the start of the race.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to get yourself in a bit of a groove, like you say, and get yourself into the race, as they say. As you see, Camish looking to make a move on the Honda NSX ahead. That is actually an AM car. I think that's the leading AM, actually, up in 16th place, and the second place AM is all the way down in 23rd. So really good driving from the Honda at the moment. I think he's actually going to let Dan Camish go here, knowing that that's not his fight. So good driving from the Honda to see and pick his battle early on in the race. But yeah, you've got to maintain that advantage of that mentality of being able to go forwards and obviously attack and push as much as you dare, but at the same time you don't want to be throwing the race away so early on either. So you have got to find that fine line of balance in an endurance race. But the races do end up being sort of 1 hour sprint races, especially when you've got a stint time of 60 minutes. They effectively come at you thick and fast. These hours fly by, and you almost treat them as like 1 hour sprint races. So everyone has that same sort of mentality of get through this hour, onto the next one, get through the next hour, onto the next one, and so on. So that's how we, my team, tend to approach things. And it worked quite well in the SimGrid 24 hours, doing that kind of thing. But a 24-hour race is, again, a completely different kettle of fish, completely to a 6-hour race. But the same sort of thing applies to just make sure you're there at the end to be able to fight for it, as the number 2 BMW has been given a drive-through penalty as well in 21st place.
Yeah, no, I think that was causing a collision with the nicely named Hard and Long Motorsport. So yeah, that's as I said, you give a 30-odd-year-old man a chance to name something. Yeah, they use it as an opportunity. So yeah, you'll see his team name as well in our GT3 league. GT3 league, that's Andrew Pike. If you're given the opportunity, you get names like that. But yeah, they were unfortunately in a collision earlier on, and yeah, Rhys Williams has been penalised for that. Let's go back up front. Let's go and see how Barrier is doing. So you can see Arnold. Let's go and have a look. So where is Sean Arnold? So he's getting caught a little bit in this traffic jam with the back markers. So they're in an awkward position. They'll be, I'm sure Arnold will be asking nice and politely shortly to get out of my way. But again, they'll wait till they're maybe on a straight down to Parabolica. See if he gets maybe a drive, an opportunity to drive past him beforehand. So that car in front of him is no slouch. He said it qualified in the top 10 and just hasn't had the luck at the start. So yeah, it's not necessarily a car that's massively off it in pace. It would have been in and around a similar position on the road. Just unfortunately, it's a lap down. But that can still come back, even losing laps. They can still come back to you as the race progresses. So yeah, hopefully. Yeah, Willie, I just seen looking in the chat. Yeah, Willie, that's roughly. I mean, he would call his teams out if he could get away with it. I'm sure. Luckily, he doesn't because I would change it. But yeah, it's quite funny, but yeah, terribly immature. But I wouldn't expect anything less. So yeah, no, it's not a surprise. But yeah, so Arnold, yeah, he's a little bit of a flash of the lights there. So he's asking for that car to get out of the way. So Pilbeam really. He's got a little bit of a stretcher wave down into turn number 1, but yeah, Arnold's going to be getting very, very frustrated here, so he's going to have to be careful if he's just getting a load of blue flags and isn't letting them past. I know it was asked in the chat earlier on. Again, just a little bit of common sense. So if depends how long he's been behind him for now. You would hope that if he's getting close to the back of Pilbeam, that he'd move over and let him through. But yeah, we'll have to see. I'm sure if not, they'll be complaining to the stewards and the race control will. Maybe have a look at that. They won't want someone to just be blue flagged lap upon lap. You do have to eventually take the warning the flags are giving you. You can see Van der Kerkel and Ryan Meaden right in behind him as well. So he's dropped away from that fight at the front. So Alexander Carson's had a great start to the race. Great first half an hour. 4.4 second lead now from himself back to Valentin Barrier. We might just see Valentin popping into the back of the picture. There we go. Just before we pan and foot too far away. But yeah, they're still close enough. You still fairly early on, and you can see already due to the instance at the start, it's like battered up Beamer in front of Ian Hall, I believe. So there are a few. There's still going to be a few hurdles to get past. There's going to be some smart racing still, understanding that those cars in front might have a little bit of damage if they had issues at the start, even if they've gone in and repaired a little bit. Some might have just had minor damage and not repaired, and yeah, you still got to be mindful that you are faster than them. Their car might be a little bit damaged. Just be understanding, give them a respect, and then yeah, just maybe compromise your own corner a little bit, just to make sure you get through cleanly, and then you can go from there. Don't want to be pushing too hard to get past back markers. You can see actually, I think that car in front might even have been indicating that. So I wasn't sure if that was just giving him an insight that he was going to get out of the way. I think it is actually. If so. If he is actually indicating to tell him he's moving over, then yeah, fair play. That's exactly what you want if you're the faster car. Just you're left in no doubt that car is getting out of your way. So good stuff there from and it's another team name drawn up by a 12-year-old, I think, Project Weedis. So yeah, you can't miss that car. It's written all down the side of it. But yeah, not the worst start.
Yeah, so Sean has now managed to get his way past, and there's actually been a change for position for 4th and 5th place for Ryan Meaden and Van der Kerkel. I think Ryan Meaden might have actually got him back. I'm not entirely sure. No, he hasn't. The Lexus is through, and I think that was all done under blue flags from, I think it was Pilbeam and... actually, no, they haven't come across Pilbeam yet. I think it might have been Daniel Smith, actually. Pilbeam and himself were battling for position for 35th and 36th. Meanwhile, these two were battling for 4th and 5th place, and I think he managed to sneak his way past, and they've now dropped off the back of Sean Arnold to the tune of about 3 seconds, and they were within about a second and a half just before Sean got past Pilbeam, so it's showing how crucial it is to clear these back markers as soon as possible. But as you were saying, Pilbeam should be up there with these guys. And is in terms of pace. It's just that he's a lap down, so he had to get out of the way after being ahead for around a lap and a half ahead of Sean. And I have to say, Sean was getting rather animated behind the wheel. I could see him on his live stream. He was not happy with the way the Mercedes was behaving. But let's see how these two now come across that exact same car, the same Mercedes of Pilbeam, and see if Van der Kerkel and Ryan Meaden can get through a bit more cleanly.
No, it's an awkward one, like you say, and like I said earlier. He's completely on pace. That AMG, it would belong in this kind of track position of right, but just it's a lap down due to an incident it's had on its own. I think earlier on it was mentioned in the stream chat. There's not too much you can do about that. So it's a bit of an awkward one. As I said, ideally, you'd probably say let him go and then just slot him behind and drive behind them and follow them round. So you don't want to be holding them up too much, especially when you're getting quite close in behind. I know Sean Arnold. I've watched quite a few of Sean's streams, and yeah, he's not a fan of the people holding him up with the blue flags. Understandably so. Definitely not a criticism. Sometimes that's just how it happens. It's all part of racing, and yeah. But I know he's not a fan of that when it happens. So yeah, whether they'll report that, I do not know. Brittany 19, thank you very much for the follow, and again, thank you all for the follows earlier on. Oh, Ryan Meenan there making a bit of a mare of the second chicane, so he loses a little bit of time on his own his teammate. But still a great start from them though, still 4th and 5th. We've got Charlie Crossland in the number 66 Team Fordzilla car, up in 6th, just ahead of Harry Spears, another Fordzilla motor. You see there a fight just behind them. I think that is for position, but slightly further back on track. We're going board with, let's go board with, if I can get to him, Ryan Gill. So, Ryan Gill up in 9th, commentator's curse. Solid start from them, had a decent qualifying last week. Looked like they might be on for a top 10 shootout spot for a little while. But yeah, didn't quite materialise for them, but still a good position to start in, and they've obviously kept clean through the first 35 minutes. Up in 9th, so a top 10 spot. You can see the other Lambo of Daniel Sedgley just ahead. So they can see the car they want to fight with. Those cars are slightly further back from Harry Spears is a good 10 seconds up the road. You can see the other Lambo though of Bowler just behind them with Whitlock and Chris Farr. So yeah, there's still quite a few cars. They can see the driver in front that they want to do battle with and that they want to catch. And obviously they're all going to be catching back markers who might have issues at the in the early parts of the race. That's just how it happens. Evening, Colin. How are you doing? I hope you're well. Let's go on board actually. We haven't gone on board with Scott Vincent yet. So here's a Hard and Long Motorsport. Lovely name. Got a few issues with the cameras. Let's see if I can switch that back and sort that out. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Kaposi. Much appreciated. But yeah, Scott up in 17th, number 57 car. So Dan Camisher another 5 seconds up the road, so they can just see him through that line of back markers. So there's not much they can do about that. They'll just have to be patient. And, yeah, still 17th, not a bad position to be in early doors. They'll get going. Still push on for about 5.5 hours from here. Not a great start, but they'll see what they can do. And yeah, Conor Garrett in 25th, so they've done quite well as well. They've moved up quite a few spots. Didn't have the qualifying they would have ideally wanted then earlier on. Oh, I think it looks like James Pilbeam, their number 17 car, so 15-second penalty. Quite possibly, I think, due to that. Probably, I'm going to guess ahead of time that's probably for ignoring blue flags. So it's all right when you're on pace, but if they get that close to the back of you and you are a lap down, it really is best to just move over. So I think that might have been for that. Oh no, so car number 12, so who was that car number 12 that you said lagged into? Is very unlucky if so. Sort of things that happen is that, let's have a look. Unless Aid can help me, car number 12. Can't seem to find it on my tool. I said Abhishek Jar, so they're the car currently at the back of the pack, unfortunately. Yeah, so they're right at the back, so whether they're having any issues connection wise, yeah, can't see anything. Or you can see they're popping up here and there, but there's a few cars doing that, I think. I haven't seen too much any lagging on the screen itself, but yeah, massively gutting if so. Sorry, man. So gutting when that happens. You can see there's a few penalties here and there. To your right with a drive-through. Spice KXL. So they had a really strong qualifying last week. The 394 car got into the top 10 and down in 45th. So they have had an absolute nightmare at the start. And yeah, one of those front runners who it just hasn't worked out for early doors. So stop go 10 as well for that Project Venus car of Florian Lamp. And James Pilbeam in 30 seconds with that 15-second penalty to be used at his next pit stop. So let's go on board. Let's see who else we can go on board with. We've just seen someone come up there about an incident. I think a little touch there with maybe I think Dan Camish getting past this Sidemax Motorbikes car. Maybe a little bit of contact, but looks like he is through. So there's a back markers. Dan Camish up in, currently sitting in 16th. So maybe a little bit of a touch as he was maybe coming past, but they're still going fine. So hopefully everything good there for them. Let's come back on board with the leaders. Let's see what the gap is at the moment. So still Carsten still driving us superbly. 5.2 seconds the lead now then. After the first 21 laps. So yeah, 40 minutes in now. Getting in towards the end of the first hour. Afternoon, Ronnie Thunder. Hope you're doing well, ma'am. Hope you are well. Yeah, not too bad, Colin. Yeah, not too bad. Said only 40 minutes in. No, give me a little bit longer, and I'll see if my I'm a crumpled mess by the end, and I'm not even driving. I'm sure. So yeah, still a long time to go. Long time to go. But yeah, plenty of good driving to be had. As I said, it's still plenty of opportunity for those cars that maybe haven't had the best start to knuckle down and hopefully find a bit of pace, find a bit of luck, get a bit of clean air, and hopefully push on.
Yeah, so Darren King at the moment about to start eking into that top 20, which happens to be the Dal King Community Racing Team in 20th of Simon Murphy in the 138, and the 38 is catching them hand over fist. Darren King only actually there's one car peels off into the pit lane there. I'm not sure who that was, but he's only 1.4 seconds behind 21st place now, so he has started this recovery drive after earlier trials and tribulations, so he's now back on course. How that drive-through will affect his stint times, I think he will probably just carry on as normal with the normal sort of hourly pit stops, so it's getting near that time now. 20 minutes to go until the first hour is complete, so plenty of pit stops going to be cycled through, and that's when we're really going to see who's been practicing the pit in and hitting the marks in pit lane as well, because you can cost yourself as much as 5 to 10 seconds from messing that one up, not hitting your box correctly. So very, very interesting to see how guys approach that come around of pit stops, but all going well now. It's started to settle down a little bit after 40 minutes, but there's still plenty of action coming your way.
Yeah, there's like you said, it's you'll get action further on. It's an endurance race, so as much as about your own pace, it's more about the racecraft. It's more about trying to keep clean. You've got to be aware of other. There's 50 cars on track. Some will make mistakes. Like evening. I keep saying evening. Can't help it. Afternoon, Mike. Afternoon. All the best for this afternoon. Good luck when you're hopping in. But yeah, car doing pretty well so far. But yeah, it's about consistency. It's about racecraft and just your judgment in those vital moments when there's a back marker maybe that's not looking like he's strong around a certain couple of corners. It's knowing to maybe back off and let him do them and then go, and not have to go constantly full pelt and with your foot all the way down. Sometimes it's better just to compromise your own lap by just a small little margin and stay safe, stay clean, because it's those sort of situations where something inevitably happens that gives you your car damage, or it makes you have to take a penalty. It's sometimes you've got to take the small little hit just to avoid the bigger problem. And yeah, you'll see some will go a bit too be hot-headed and go for things where it doesn't quite work, and you'll see some where they know and understand that, and they'll be calm and take the time. So yeah, it's always fascinating to see how different drivers react in different situations. It's not easy, it's different for everyone. It depends on the car, depends on it's the human condition. It depends how you're doing on the day, depends what kind of frame of mind you're in, it's what kind of form you've been in recently. All of those things affect how you're going to drive. As I said, we've seen someone like Darren King's had a nightmare of a start, really, for his kind of standard. We know how good he usually is, but he's still here and he's knuckled down, and he's 22nd, and you would say there's still a good chance he'll finish. I mean, he'll still be looking for a top 10. And I think reasonably so. The cars up front aren't horrendously far ahead, and 5 hours 17 minutes, if you've got good pace in the car, so we've got Van Ommen as his other driver to hop in, you would still argue that they've got a good chance of gaining quite a few positions between here and the end of the race. But yeah, there's plenty of time to go. 5 hours 17 minutes 25 seconds. So we've just got to settle in for the long haul. So there's never know as well. The rain might come later, which would all just throw another massive spanner in the works. So I think this is a back marker he's looking to get past, number I think that's a 21 on his car. I'm not quite sure, but well, is that the car? Is that the number 30 car right ahead of him? No, it is. So it is for position. I'm just blind. So, yeah, Tesoro, 21st, going left. Dalkin going up the inside. Dan will take that spot. He'll just hit the apex nicely on entry. So the move he's done many times before, I'm sure. Up into 21st. So again, he can now be on the charge trying to catch the next car up track, which is Bernardinis, that leading AM car. Up in 20th, and then his Dalkin community team, who are up in 19th, so in top 20 now. Very impressive start from them. So starting right from the back of the grid.
Yeah, so we've actually got someone in the chat, Chalet, wanting to know how the Euro Enduro Motorsport lads are getting on. So those guys, one being Pro-Am and one being Am, we'll try and find where they are now in position. So you've got the 259 car, which is the Pro-Am car.
So that's Ian Hall.
Try and see where those guys are. So unfortunately down in 44th,
yeah.
So they've obviously had some issues along the way. And then the other car, the Am car.
Sorry, you just cut out there for a second for me. My Discord completely crashed and restarted. Can you say that again? What was the other car? Second one?
258 is the Am car.
Right. Okay. So yeah.
258.
No, so we know Ian Hall was unfortunately one of the drivers that got caught up in incidents in both starts. I think he had to pit in both starts. So they've had a very compromised start to this race, unfortunately. But yeah, fingers crossed. Hopefully they're getting amongst it now, and the other cars are going to have issues. So yeah, they might push forward, and then yeah, that's a fairly second-hand looking BMW. Do you have to say that's a sold as seen? It's been in the wars a little bit, down in 34th. So I wonder whether he's had a moment recently there, because whether he doesn't look like he's particularly confident with how that's feeling. So I haven't got anything on my feed to say he's had a crash, so it might just be from earlier incidents. So we are nearly 45 minutes into the race now, but up in 34th, cars ahead, not too far in front of him. He's got Coombs just behind him, so needing to make way for him shortly. So yeah, not the best of luck, unfortunately. The two Euro Enduro team cars. But they're still amongst it, and while they're in there, they can always still push on, and hopefully the race will still come good between now and the latter part of the race. But yeah, still plenty of time to go, so yeah, fingers crossed for them. Yeah, fair play. Like you said, it's no worries, Schley. I'm more than happy to. I'm not a massive fan of being told what to do or who to look at on stream, but we're here for 6 hours. There's plenty of time for me to hop about and watch what we think. But obviously, you guys want to come here and see how your teammates are doing, or your friends are doing, and yeah, we're more than happy to oblige. And yeah, it's a bit gutting when it's not gone well for them, but it's ages to go. So fingers crossed, those who have had the compromised start will push on now and take advantage of the cars around them when they have their own issues. So yeah, we'll go back to them a little bit later on. Don't worry about those status either, by the way. That's just maybe someone hopping back in or back out of the server, but that isn't happening for the drivers. They won't be getting that lag. That's just for us, as we have all of the custom liveries that were designed for the cars. So yeah, don't worry about that too much. Oh, Dutch League saying you disconnected. What car number were you again, man? I can't remember. There's too many of your too many of your cars, I think, in the race. But you should be able to rejoin. I imagine that was you rejoining. You should be able to rejoin and be on the same laps, I believe. But obviously we'll lose from towing and then having to get back in. Gut sucks, but yeah, the way of the world at the moment with all the with everyone playing online as we are at the moment. So yeah, just unfortunately one of those things happens on any game, really. Let's go back on board with Ryan Gill, quite close behind Sedgley now. So Sedgley, we're going board with Sedgley then, and you can see the EXR Motorsports driver. They're about 2.5 seconds back from Harry Spears, up in 7th. But Sedgley, as always, looking strong. So both of these cars missing out on that top 10 shootout by quite small margins, really. So they looked on to possibly qualify for it right towards the end, and then a few other cars just coming in with their best lap times right as the clock ran down to 0. So they had to set out just outside that top 10, but still got a great starting slot for the race, and they've clearly made the most of it. 8th and 9th at the moment. So Lambo on Lambo, that Lambo trio from 8th down to 10th, still in that order. And yeah, safety looking pretty strong. So we're coming around towards the end of their stints in about 15 minutes or so. So a few incidents and whatnot, so that might change a little bit their calculations, but there is still a max maximum stint time. That's the word. Yeah, there's still a maximum stint time, so they'll have to still adhere to that. I'm just going to check what that is actually. So the maximum stint time is 65 minutes, so they can be in the car without a pit stop for 65 minutes. But if you go over that, it will give you a drive-through, I believe. So yeah, they do have to keep their eye on that timer, just make sure they don't go over that amount. I've disconnected twice now, so yeah, well that might be an issue at the other end maybe. I'm not sure, man. Yeah, but gutted either way, man. It's a shame to hear. Oh, Victor Galan, 15th, is in the pits now. So have they had an incident? Not sure. A couple of cars coming in. So Galan in the pits. So we're only 50 minutes in, so unlikely they'll have pitted for that reason, unless there's another reason for them to hop in so early. Another car in the pits you could see there as well. So that might be Brandon Walker. It is Brandon Walker coming through. So that's a drive-through he's serving. So for an incident earlier on, Tobias Kexel just ahead of him, 38th. That 15-second penalty is still to serve though when he comes round to pit again. So he comes back out on the track now then. Coming down to turn number 1 on his next lap. So yeah, not going the way the Madhouse racing team car number 412 would like, but again, still plenty of time. So hopefully they can settle down and get amongst it still.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to see some driver changes as well from the streams I've got up on my other screen as well. It looks like Jardier is going to be jumping in to the second place car. It looks like Fitzpatrick is going to be jumping into the Sean Arnold car in P3. And also it looks like Darren King is actually going to stay behind the wheel of the 38 BMW.
Yeah, he'll want to make the most of the obviously the start not going the way he'd have liked. I think he'll maybe want to feel that I can rectify that, maybe have a bit more of an opportunity to you know, get into the groove. Like, you know, that first 20 minutes or so would have been so interrupted for him. It would have felt really hit and miss. He would not have felt very comfortable at all. So I'm sure, just frankly, he's going to want to get a bit of clear air, try and set some good lap times that we know he can set, and then give the car to Van Ommen after hour number 2. Hopefully that car in a better place. Still in 20th, so again they've had their issues, but they're still ahead of where they qualified, which is pretty superb work still. Said not that many of the cars in front have had really massive issues early on. There's been a few cars who have lost positions, so we saw like Vitor Sousa had an incident. He's back up to 15th now. So these things do happen. You see Ryan Meenan indicating very much to that guy in front he wants past. You can see there that the Pilbeam car, as they're still going strong, just unluckily for them a lap down. But they will be catching the cars. They'll be driving with these front runners a lap down. They will still be catching the cars though for position. You know, if they're going with the front runners, they're still easily going to be gaining a couple of seconds lap maybe on those cars further back that technically they're nearer with in terms of position. But yeah, there's still plenty of time to go. Let's come on with Joe Lecor. He's in 14th, so a little bit of space around him. No one too close. Well, has there been an incident slightly further back now? There's a bit of car contact. There's a little bit of a car park coming out of turn number 1. So here, hopefully they're going to have cleaned up a little bit here. There's a few warnings on my screen about cars making contact. So there might have been a little bit of rubbing going on around turn number 1. Probably just a little light tap here or there, but the broadcast all doesn't mind that. It tells me nonetheless. So there might be cars upside down on fire, or they might have just been little taps. So unfortunately, wouldn't know the difference due to the streaming tool. So we go with what it can tell us. But yeah, they're still going strong. 43rd. So still got a few cars in front. They're still 4th position. So it's always going to be like this at Monza. You're always going to have a little bit of crowding. As I said, you're still going to have cars that have had a clean first hour and you think great, and cars that have had a nightmare first hour. Those tables can easily swap. You can go into hour number 2, start having all world of problems, but the cars who had the issues at the start might have a great next 4 or 5 hours. So yeah, you still have to be patient and try and keep your head in the right frame of mind. So that is it's as much a mental game as it is physical. Yeah, not sure. Yeah, see if we can. Yeah, if you can, hey Dutch Stick, if you do that, look, if you're having all those problems, you guys get to the end, then kudos to you, man. We really would respect that professionalism and that determination, man. We know it's not easy. We're gutted that you're having those issues. Unfortunately, just the world as we live in it. You know, I think connections maybe everyone at home again, especially in the UK. I think many countries are obviously going back into some type of lockdown. I wonder whether those sort of things are causing some issues. Obviously, I've had some issues today with Steam and Discord, so yeah, fingers crossed it all stays nice and smooth for the rest of the race. But yeah, I think maybe some tech issues quite widespread earlier on, so fingers crossed they don't cause us any problems going forward though. But yeah, fingers crossed for you guys rest of the race. Hopefully you'll get round nice and cleanly from here on in. So Carsten, yeah, still running out. A really good lead now though. He's got quite a lot of space to himself. 7.8 seconds back to Barrier, who we're on board with now. Nice clean looking 39 AMG. Sean Oldham 3.4 seconds back. So I think he's actually caught up a little bit. That gap was larger earlier on, but does still have his own back markers to contend with again, I'm sure. So again, as I commented earlier, not the biggest fan of blue flag situations. So he's just got to make sure he handles those correctly, get down to the straights where they can let him past, and then hopefully they will do the smart thing and let him go when it is safe to do so. It's not always the easiest track. There's not loads of points to do so, but the places where you would think they'd let them pass are quite obvious. So looks like he's moved over there. So that's good driving from that car behind. So now just a black and blue car and to let him through. He'll be desperate to try and catch up to the cars in front when he hands over that car to, I think it was, you said Fitzpatrick, I believe. So yeah, he's flashing that car. So he'll be trying to get past. Losing that slipstream. I think that car's maybe trying to let him through on the left. So he'll get round at Parabolica again. So he's through that pack now. Carsten driving superbly. He said he's got his own back markers to come through. So 30 laps in, nearly an hour done. Yeah, I think maybe. So yeah, a couple of Dutch drivers it looks like having a few internet issues. You said Guru having his issues, same as Oosting. So it might be a provider issue, might be a service issue. I don't know. Like I said, I've had problems in the UK a little bit earlier on. My Discord was all over the shop. It was it's restarted on me twice during the race. Once while Aid was talking. So yeah, we have to live with it, don't we? Just it's going to happen. There's not much we can do about that. But we soldier on regardless. We'll get going anyway. So let's see. Coombs, who actually was behind Bowler, but I think Bowler's that car behind. Yeah. So Coombs up to 11th now. Then Bowler down into 12th. They're still trying to catch Ryan Gill. But a few seconds behind. We've got Whitlock in 10th behind them now. So yeah, it's Gill looking strong. It's dropped a few seconds back from Sedgley actually, so that no longer a fight on track. So maybe a little bit of fatigue setting in, getting towards the end of the first stints. But Bowler's driving a nice, steady and solid first hour. Driving around in 12th, Sampass 99. Thank you very much for the follow, much appreciated. He's driving a solid race so far, just keeping himself to himself, and yeah, hoping that obviously those positions keep coming to them as the race goes on.
Yeah, so hopefully it isn't a Dutch internet provider issue, because the leader of the race, being Carsten, I'm pretty sure he is Dutch.
Yep.
But luckily for him, Samuel Charmontley is the number 2 driver, so being British, obviously, he might have a better luck with connection, but hopefully that won't impact the leader in any way, and it also hopefully won't impact the 5th place car of Van der Kokel either, because he's a Dutch driver as well. I do keep seeing Charlie Crossland's connection actually spiking massively and then back down again to normal ping levels. Yeah,
noticed that as well. Yeah.
But he's running well at the moment. He's managed to get himself ahead of Harry Spears quite early on, and he's running 6th overall as we see Ryan Meenan pitting now. Let's see if he can hit his marks and get out of the pit lane, and let's see if that then sparks a round of pit stops then, because they are one of the first of the front, well, the top 10 in fact, maybe even top 15 first guys to pit, so that might start a round of pit stops right now. Let's see if he stays in the car as well for Side Max Motorworks.
So yeah, I said Carsten was having issues actually earlier on, similar to what I was having with Discord and a few other problems. So where I think it might just be a general connection thing, maybe, hopefully so. But yeah, Killian hitting his marker lovely there, though. You'd have to say. Looks like he's nailed that. Wonder whether he'll be staying in the car. So Carsten still looking strong, the Dutch driver. Yeah, in the 255, nearly 8-second lead now. Back to Barrier. And I said they'll be putting Jaroslav Honzik in when they're good to go. We all know how quick Jardier is, so yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if that gap comes down, if Carsten can hold him back. And like you said, his teammate, which interestingly enough, by the way, his teammate's surname pronounced Chumley. I know that's not how it looks, but yeah, Samuel Chumley. So we know he's pretty quick as well. So he'll get that car in in great condition and in a superb place on track. So he'll just be put on track with the task of keeping that car as clean as possible and taking advantage of that great start that his teammates had. But yeah, JJ will be trying to hunt him down lap after lap.
Yeah, we've now got, I think is it Daniel Bowler, in P20, who's in the pit lane as well now. He's coming for his first of his stops, first round of stops for that car. And we'll see if anyone else does peel in soon, because we're coming up to that hour mark. Whether they're going to do it on the hour every hour, or whether they're going to extend some stints ever so slightly. But someone in the chat did say Crossland's connection it might not be down to him.
It's very true.
Probably right there, because I think it's Kian Butler, who's the Australian driver.
Is indeed.
I believe it's Australian. He's going to be in the car at some point, so that's probably why his connection keeps spiking.
Do what I do. Do what I do if you're not sure, and just say Australasian. You sort of cover yourself.
He's Australasian. Yeah,
it's from one of the two countries.
Yeah,
I can't see.
Somewhere over there in the sea somewhere, about halfway around the world. So to be fair to him, it's probably around 3 in the morning or something for Kian Butler. So fair play to him to be up at this hour. And even for the American drivers as well, it'll be early hours of the morning. Well, early morning, should I say now, for most of them, especially if they're on the West Coast. But we'll see how those guys sort of fare later on in the race. I'm interested to see how Kian Butler gets on. I don't think I've seen him do many ACC events as of yet, but he's for sure a quick driver in other games as well.
Yeah, I've just double checked. He is Australian, so yeah, I was going to head off that with New Zealand, and I'd have looked sillier than normal. So yeah, an Australian driver. So it could be his connection, like you say. But like I say, I like that determination. We've had that since we started OTL. We'd have drivers from New Zealand. We had the THR Moo, so he'd do a lot of races with us, and yeah, he'd be getting up at like 6 a.m. in the morning to race with us, coffee and a cigarette, race, and then go off and go to work. So it's like fair play. Do love that determination for racing. Especially racing with they don't always have the greatest choice. You know, we're trying to race with European communities. It's kind of, they can't do that much about it. But yeah, getting up at what would be the middle of the night, if they're driving the first few stints as well, you'd have to say that's some great commitment. So we do have some drivers popping in now, like you said, seeing them coming in. So Crossland already in, Harry Spears as well. So you can see they're starting to follow him in now. I think Dan Camish as well, yeah. King, I thought King come in, but maybe not. Tazuro has come in too. So a fair few in the mid-pack coming in. So we are just over that first hour mark now. So in just over the hour gone. And look at that, they're all streaming into the pits. So there's be plenty of them coming in. Nice spot of the podium there. Hopefully they'll be stood on that later on. If only we could do that on game, that'd be amazing. But yeah, they're still going strong. And there we are. So yeah, Butler in the car now. So hopefully his connection will hold up. But yeah, fair play to him for that commitment in terms of the time of day that he's awake at to take part. So fair play. Let's go back on board actually with Pilbeam. We saw earlier on. So has the pace, just didn't have much luck with the incidents and whatnot earlier on, and I think they had their own collision. They've got 15-second penalty, so that will be for causing a collision somewhere along the line. We've had a fair few given out, but not too bad considering we've been an hour of Monza so far. There's been sort of 5 or 6 penalties given out, as you know, it would be the norm in this. So you know, fair play to that. That's always going to happen. Hopefully they'll take it, like I said, with good grace and understanding. It's nothing personal. It's just you just have to steward these races. I'm sure if I was racing, I'd be getting loads of penalties. So you know, it's equal to everybody. But Pilbeam, 20 seconds, is still up with good pace, but he's going to have to pit kind of shortly. But now he's racing 4th position, I think. That is Victor Galland just in front of him. He's looking pretty strong. They're both quite high up, but I think they are both due to pit still, so they're still keeping on going. But cars behind starting to peel off and pop into the pits. See, leader is in the pits as well. So Karsten, actually 3 of the top 4, Karsten, Arnold, Van Kerkel all in the pits. Valentin Barrier, he has kept going.
Going to be interesting now to see where Ryan Meenan feeds into all of this, and maybe go on board with him and just see whereabouts he is on track now. Guessing, yeah, he's coming up to Oscari now, so the other guys are going to be feeding in or around there. Well, Karsten should resume in the lead, even with a slow stop. He should have enough of a cushion over Ryan Meenan, but it's going to be interesting to see where the Lexus of 99 Van der Kokel comes out, as he was right with Ryan Meenan, and Sean Arnold wasn't too far ahead either. There goes the NSX, but the Van der Koekelk car gets dropped, and away he goes now. Carsten's already out and gone, was the net leader, so he's already cleared off down the road. This is going to be the interesting part now. Where does Ryan Meenan feed onto the back of the Lexus? I think the Lexus is just at the very end of pit lane. There he is. He's coming out of the pit lane now. He's got to get up to speed though, because the Ferrari is already at racing speed. And this will be very interesting now, because Ryan Meenan will be up to a couple of laps on those tyres and up to temperature, and the brakes up to temperature again and everything, whereas the Lexus is going to have to get his foot down as soon as possible. So we're on board with Ryan Meenan now, coming through Curva Grande and up to the Rettifilio chicane, I believe it is, or is that the first chicane? I can't remember. But not too far back as well in this one is the McLaren now of driver, it was Kian Butler, so he's not too far back now either. And Sean Arnold is the one that's lost out in all this. Well, it's now Desmond Fitzpatrick. He's now behind Ryan Meenan and behind the 99 Lexus, who they've also changed driver as well. I'm not even gonna pronounce that name in the 99 Lexus because
yes.
I think I'll butcher it.
It's Michael Kundisoglu. So it's just call him. I'll let you call him Michael. Just call him Michael.
We'll call him
yeah, sorry, Michael.
Sorry,
sorry about my co-commentator, Michael. He's from Stoke. He can't help it.
Yes.
So I kid, obviously. To those of you in the chat in Stoke, if you're from Stoke, please don't kill me. Yes, it's a bit of friendly banter. I'm just trying to be nasty to aid. But yeah, it's Kundak Sioglu. So yeah, that's not really helping. So I appreciate the help in the chat. But yeah, I mean we'll probably still make a meal of it. But, I mean, yeah, up in third though, still with a great position. Valentin Barriet in the pits now though, just coming out. So where is Carsten on circuit?
He's already gone through. Yeah, Carsten's already gone through. He's definitely got maintained that lead. So it's going to be probably in the region of around 5 or 6 seconds, I would say. Still, maybe even more than that. Actually, visibly further ahead. So slower stop for Barrier, and it's now actually Jaroslav Honzik, Jardier behind the wheel. So let's see now if he can attack and close down Carsten, because I'm guessing, yeah, it is Carsten that's still behind the wheel. But the big gainer in that is the 99 car. He went from 5th to 3rd in that round of pit stops. And the big loser really was the 127 of Sean Arnold and Desmond Fitzpatrick, and also I believe it's Aaron Pilkington, Martin Pilkington, sorry, in that car. So he'll be in the car later on. But Kian Butler looking rather racy behind Fitzpatrick, as Fitzpatrick was sort of getting his eye in a little bit, just getting the first couple of laps under his belt. Kian was already up to speed by a lap or so.
Yeah, there's I think so it is Honzik in the car now, so it'll be interesting, as I think I said a little bit earlier, see if that gap comes down at all now, see if we see a closing in of that gap. I think that is less than it was. The car takes a little bit of a run off there. That gap is definitely smaller than it was earlier. You can see it's like 6.498 seconds, so 6.5 seconds at the moment. I'm pretty sure that was up to about 7.5, nearly 8 earlier on. That might have just been from the pit stop, but they've got a good lead over third. Look at that 8.7 second gap, and then 1.1 back to their other Sidemax Motorworks team. And then Fitzpatrick, as we saw earlier on, back in 5th. He's got not too much of a gap ahead of Kian Butler in 6th in the McLaren, taken over from Crossland. And still on nicely, just making sure he gets around, making no mistakes early on, getting to the rhythm. Like I said, they've got a car with, just got out of the pits. They want to make sure that they get a nice feel of the car. The other driver's been in since the start. You want to see how the car's feeling, get into a rhythm, and then you've got plenty of time to make some attacks if you need to. So Pilbeam saying, teammate of Pilbeam in 14th there, saying they're in 14th, but unfortunately still need to pit. So they'll be coming in short. They've already pitted earlier, I'd imagine, as they have a lap down. So likely their stint times are going to be a bit off now. But yeah, it just means you can't have more than 65 minutes between pit stops. I was saying that, Kuntisoglu, so that team's been penalised. So they've been given a 15-second penalty. So that'll be served at the next pit stop. So that will harm them. That'll push them back a few positions. So he'll be on it now, trying to push as hard as he can. It's looking like his teammate, though.
Ryan Meenan having a go, actually, up the inside, is it? I think it is.
So was that?
That's Ryan Meenan through at Lesmo 1.
Do you think that was a mistake, or do you think he was letting him through there? It looked fairly...
it did look a bit rehearsed.
Fairly
Actually,
easy.
there was the flash of the lights, I think, from the 99. It must be that Ryan Meenan is a bit more up to speed than Michael. I'm going to call him.
Yep.
Because Michael's only just got behind the wheel, remember? So he's going to be just hoping to probably go with Ryan Meenan here and try and close that gap down to the two leading cars.
There's that 50-second penalty for Contioglu. It's going to drop them back a little bit. I think maybe they've just seen that penalty and they know, like, look, that's going to drop you back. So I'll get in front. Maybe I can help him round. I don't know. He might not be at quite the same pace as Ryan Meenan. I don't know. They'll know the driver's standards more than me. I mean, looks no Michael does go slightly long there though, around Parabolica. So just keep it on the keep it within the white line. So nothing too bad there. Yeah, a little bit late for that race, unfortunately. But yeah, nice idea. But yeah, definitely not restarting an hour and 10 minutes in. Good lord. Yeah, no, I know you're joking. Don't panic. Yeah, don't get it as well, Smudge. Yeah, how it happens, unfortunately. But it is what it is. Yeah, you wish, Reese. Yeah, you wish. And to be fair, it was quite clean up front. The second restart had more of the fast guys being taken out, if you want to call it that. But yeah, more of the guys up front, I think, had issues second time round than the first. So yeah, gave them a restart due to the issues that happened in the first attempt, and it was like I'm sure Sharpie would have been saying to everybody, look, keep it clean. That's the only one we're going to be getting. And yes, Andy, I'm sure he stayed to his word, and we have kept going as you should. We can't keep restarting all day, unfortunately. Otherwise, we would literally be here all day. But it is what it is. So there's been incidents, as there always are, if you've got a race with 50 drivers in, especially all of varying speed as well. You're going to get the odd incident. Unfortunately, it's just a shame. But that it is what it is. Going to Joe LaCour now. They're just behind that Lambo of Bowler, who's back up in 10th. So I think Joe LaCour maybe still needs to pit. Quarter of a second back, they've still got Higgins just behind him in 12th as well, driving a solid race. Gareth Higgins in the Lexus, the VVDL red team, the number 270. And it all just goes a little bit long there. The second chicane hops over the sausage curbs, keeps it going. Just avoid trying to push it too hard over those curbs. See people keep their foot in it doing that, hit the curb, fly off into the wall on the left. So yeah, smart just to take his foot off the gas and take his time. But there's plenty of time to go. He's still in a good position in 12th. I don't think he's pitted either, against a few that have maybe moved up a few positions and still need to pit. So again, there'll be drivers slightly further back than them as well, who will jump up some spots as those in front start hopping into the pit lane. So Kuntis still following his teammate round. Still got Kean Butler close in behind Fitzpatrick. Joe LaCour, as we saw a second ago with Bowler. A few more slightly larger gaps further back. We've got Fabian Schmidberger now in the Commentator's Curse car. You see Ryan Gill in the car earlier on. I can never tell if that bonnet has been in a bit of an incident. That's a hell of a panel gap, but not sure if that's by design. But yeah, he's down in 23rd, so they would have taken a pit stop, so they might have dropped a few spots. Oh, car in the background. Who was that? So I'm not quite sure who that was. I think that was car number 62. Let's see if I can find it. I don't think it was. If it is, it's got back on track very quickly. But I only go by what streaming tool told me, unfortunately. I don't think that was the case. So let's go back up front. Jaroslav Honzik, the Czech driver, in the second position. Actually hasn't caught Karsten at all yet, so that gap has actually got slightly bigger. 7.7 seconds. Has been dealing with a few back markers, but he'll be dab hand at that. He's got a lot of experience on how to deal with those properly. Take it easy. Hello, Mr. Lowick. Lowick Martin. No, just the one restart. Lowick, just the one restart. Like I said, we gave them a chance and said, look, that's all you're getting. So there were incidents. There's probably more on the second start, unfortunately. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. Does happen. But yeah, I'm glad for the Reese on that one. That's a bit unlucky. I'm sure that there are other drivers that are probably similar situations. So let's go and find out. So Magato and Pelicano, of course. So let's go and have a look. So bright yellow Ferrari, nothing to declare. The French and the Belgian driver. Yeah, they're back in 39th at the moment. Don't know if they have pitted quite yet. They will have pitted, so they'll still be hopefully making up a few more spots. So still plenty of time to go. 4 hours 45 minutes. They're still. So even the cars in and around this position, like yourself, Wolfie, those cars in the mid-30s into the early 40s in positions, there's still plenty of places to be had. There will be cars in front that have issues and make errors. either now or later. You know, if the rain comes later, but some might not handle that as well. So like a few of you have said as the race has gone on, it's all about just keeping your head in the game, keeping calm and trying to focus when things don't go your way, rather than just trying not to be angry and trying to keep calm. It's not easy. It's not easy, especially in these sort of length events. You've got plenty of time for things to happen. There's lots can go on in 6 hours. Yeah, quite a few of the teams have had issues. Still going strong, which is good to see. I think most teams are still in the race. I think actually all teams are still going, which is nice to see, even those that have had a few issues earlier on. Stillmo, hello. Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, who knew that there could be so many crashes? Well, to be fair, it is Monza. We knew that leg.
Right.
Yeah.
Scrap just quickly going
Yep,
on
please
here
do.
between Butler and Fitzpatrick. Butler's prized the door open on Fitzpatrick in Lesmo 1. He's just managed to get the squeeze up the inside on the exit of the second chicane, get up the inside for Lesmo 1 and take the position. So let's see now if Kean Butler can actually pull away from Fitzpatrick. You can just see how hard he's pushing that McLaren. So they've now got up into the top 5. Let's see what they can do from there.
Yeah, it's clearly they've got the pace. Again, it's trying to push. You want to get your overtakes done if you can do them. Especially if you're being held up, you think, by the car behind. But ultimately, I said, so long to go. You want to just try and manage your race pace nicely. So sometimes it might even be better to drop off the car in front a little bit if you can't get past. I mean, Fitzpatrick in 6th. Yeah, just 6/10 behind. And they know that Kundisioglu a little bit further up the road has a 15-second penalty to serve at the next pit stop. Just saying in the studio, it's. I think when you've got a track like Monza, Reece, well, it's so often people worry about the corners. It's not turn 1 where the crashes happen. It's either the straight on the way down to turn 1, Curva Grande. You got it's often the straighter parts of the circuit. We used to have that in old leagues at Monza on Monza short layouts. It was always the long straight where there'd be carnage. It was never at the corner. Yeah, it's just the way it happens, unfortunately, sometimes. But yeah, hopefully the cars that are lap down, like you say, hopefully the cars that are a lap down can take as much notice as possible. I mean, there is going to need to be a bit of patience from the cars trying to get through. Not always the easiest circuit to let cars go at. You don't want them to just completely hop out of the way and end up in the gravel themselves or spinning. So yeah, it's unfortunate. It's not always completely black and white. It does take a bit of patience from both cars. Obviously there's a nice middle ground that you need to get right, but yeah, hopefully on the whole that's happening. But I'm sure there's always a few angry drivers coming through when they're lapping, screaming at the car in front to get out of their way, and some are probably handling that well, and some not so much. But yeah, unfortunately, it's just a part of endurance racing. Unfortunately, you can do as much driver briefing as you want. That will always occur here and there. But yeah, Honzik at 7.4 seconds, so in and around similar times to Carsten. So Carsten has driven a superb first 41 laps. Of course, has stayed in the car after their pit, so it's been in about an hour and 15 now. And yeah, has driven superbly. He'll be very happy with his opening to this race. Honzik going a little bit long there into the first turn. He's got that Project Winners number 16 car to get past. Hopefully they'll be making it fairly easy for him, coming around the first couple of corners. You want to be careful not to hit that curb on the inside and kick him out. He'll go the long way round. Fair play. They've done their best. They're indicating as well. Took a little bit of grass, got a bit nervous. He might end up screwing off into the gravel, but they handled it nicely enough. Go back on board with Michael Kundisioglu. And, still in 4th, and not far off of Ryan Mina. So Ryan Mina didn't take off into the distance, so it might have been a mistake, or it might have just been, do you know what, I'm going to just stay in behind you and take my time. I got betrayed by the MSL boys. Oh dear. That's not good to hear. Yeah, we're so sad of it. Yeah, it's I mean, teams with like yourselves with the pace, so it'll be interesting to see how you fare. So come the latter parts of the race, there's plenty to happen, and in 4 hours time the situation might be quite a bit different. Cars near the front might have had issues, and cars further back might have had a really strong last 4 hours. So yeah, fingers crossed everything comes back a bit. Yeah, it's just the joy of endurance, like we keep saying. That is just how these things rock and roll. Sometimes it's why when you have a really good endurance race where it goes superbly, they're so amazing, because they're not easy to have. Yeah, let's go and have a quick look. Mr. Take It Easy asking about Joe LaCour. Yes, we're in 11th. So driving very nicely at the moment. It's clearly taking advantage of some other drivers around them having a few issues. Just popped up a few spots. But like I said, still a long time to go, mistakes to be made, and plenty of time for things to change. But no, I'll be very happy so far. Well, let's see the yellow Ferrari in the foreground. I think that is Magato and Pelicano. Yeah, is that Magato and Pelicano being let through there? So Jericho goes to the inside. Gets let through nicely there. Let's go on board with Johan Peterson. So that is Daniel Sedgley's teammate up in 9th. So still in that top 10 spot. They were fighting, as I said earlier, with that commentator's curse team. Or James Pilbeam now into the pit, so I'll take their 15-second penalty as well. They'll take a little bit of time. Yes, in case you don't know, by the way, Loic, the squirrel is... Ash has a bit of a thing. He says tidy squirrels. That's kind of his catchphrase, always has been. It's a long story why. So, yeah, the squirrel. If you ever see that, follow him round. That's why. So, yeah, lovely little touch delivery. I think that was actually done by our own Kieran Sharp. Little addition, which they were quite fond of. So, yeah, they've kept that. And, yeah, not doing badly so far, up in 11th spot. But, yeah, so a few gaps. Slightly spread out in that mid pack. I'm sure there's a fair bit of fighting going further back. James Pilbeam out now. Tobias Kexel, you can see on the standings there. 15-second penalty himself up to 23rd.
Yeah,
go for it.
A moment at Ascari again, involving you know who, Darren King.
Yeah, I'm already clicking on him.
Spun NSX, the 650 car was spun on the entry to Ascari. He's arrived, gone the escape road. On the right, on the gravel, that's then looped him round and he's touched the wall. So
oof.
Again, he's lost. He's now down to 18th from I think 16th or 15th possibly. So he was ahead. Yes, so he would have been 15th. He was ahead of the 138 car. He's just been caught up again in someone else's accident. No fault of his own really. He just took avoiding action because there was a stationary car there on literally the turning point for the Ascari chicane. So. Really unfortunate. He's managed to, I think, just about keep it from completely clobbering the wall, but again, it's cost him about 10 or 15 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I'd normally be watching this stream on Darren's YouTube channel, and yeah, by the sounds of it, I would have been in for a treat this afternoon. Unfortunately for him, not gone quite his way. He usually deals with those kind of things quite well, but yeah, I'm sure he's not a happy bunny. But yeah, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes in endurance races, I've seen him have, himself and Honzik, like you said, in the 4-hour race at Silverstone we had back in July. Was pretty much the perfect race. I don't think they got anywhere near another car. Like, they've disappeared off into the distance and they won by more than a lap in the end. Almost as good a race as I've seen either of them drive. I think both of them said as well, car felt amazing. They both drove unbelievably. But yeah, not quite gone his way today. So yeah, if he didn't have any bad luck, he'd have no luck at all, I think is the saying. But down in 18th.
There's another saying as well, when someone has put actually in Darren's chat, never rains but it pours. So,
yeah.
Yeah, that's summing up his day so far. I mean, we are only an hour and 20 minutes gone. We've got 4 hours and 40 left pretty much. So he's got plenty of time to get back into, I think a top 10 is definitely achievable.
Oh yeah, 100%.
For that car, because with himself and Van Omen in there, I feel like they can definitely get that car further up than it is after the earlier incidents, but everyone ahead of them are going to have to be watching the rear view mirror for a big blue and orange rather beaten up BMW coming charging after them.
No, it's you see, considering they've had the problems they've had, up in 18th spot, that's still not a bad place to attack from. With the cars up ahead, are not that far ahead in terms of sheer time. This is him trying to go past Vitor Sousa, taking the defensive line. It's very close between the two. Lovely chicane from Darren there, but Vitor gets out of there nicely. So again, he's just got to slot in behind and take these positions as and when they become available. And yeah, if they can get past, then great. But yeah, like you say, I still think the top 10 is definitely more than on for this team. So they've got the sheer pace, and clearly others have also had a few issues in and around that top 20. They're not the only ones to have obviously been involved in a few bits here and there.
Definitely not. No.
But they're still looking strong.
Just quickly, there's a bit of a battle emerging as well, involving the Desmond Fitzpatrick car, the 127. And he's got Jordan Burrows, who I think has just got in the car after taking over from Harry Spears in the number 8 Ferrari.
Yep.
They are now looking rather close, and they've got McLean in front of them in the Jaguar, and Thorpe as well in another Jaguar. They are 25th and 49th, but they are both back markers. And the Jaguar goes a little bit wide, and he's tagged him around. And that is not good for the number 127 car. I think the 8 got through, did it? He did.
Yeah, I think so.
The
No,
eight-
I
the
think it
8
was
got
slightly.
through
I
fine.
think it was slightly. But I think it was. I don't know quite why. You were slightly behind there, watching, seeing what was happening in the race. You were in sync with the stream, but you weren't in sync with me, which is a bit weird. But
Strange.
odd. But yeah, no, it's clearly it's a bit of a difficult place to try and let someone go there. And he went long. He's come back across. The other car's gone a bit too, trying to sort of take a similar apex still, and they just caught the rear, and it's spun him round. And yeah, like I said, it's a long old race. You've got many things like that are going to happen in the race, especially with back markers. It's not the easiest circuit to let them go. I said we know where the obvious spots are to let people past, and they do have to try and and be patient and try and wait for those kind of opportunities. But sometimes you meet a car just at the wrong place, and they'll be a bit annoyed about that. And whether that'll be a penalty, I'm not sure. I'm sure it will get reported. I'd probably have a go at it myself. Whether it gets a penalty, we will find out. But yeah, a bit unlucky for them. So still down in 7th. Fitzpatrick now, but he's not had much luck. But he'll still push forward. It's a Burrows now, just under 6 seconds ahead. Kian Butler in 5th as well. Still just over half this stint to go. So they won't panic yet. They're still in a good spot. Still a good spot to fight with. It wasn't a heavy impact, so it doesn't look like there would have been too much damage, hopefully, unless it was on just the wrong part of the car. Hopefully it wasn't hitting the wheel. So over there, still going strong. But yeah, there's clearly a few bits and bobs going on slightly further back with the blue flags. I'm sure a few of them will be getting reported from the teams further forward as well. So we'll see. I'm sure there might be a few penalties being handed out for incidents we see under blue flags.
So the battle between 18th and 17th as well, again involving Darren King, is raging on. I'm not sure if he's been able to get the move done yet on Souza, because they are the car that's coming back through the field as well.
There we go.
They started P3 or P4, and
Yeah.
he's got the job done into turn 1. But the 482 car is on a recovery drive as well. I think, to be fair, they initially dropped right to the back of the field, so to be 17th from themselves is pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, I mean that car. So that his car number was at 482. So yeah, that car started 3rd.
Yeah.
So yeah, they've definitely got the pace. But I mean, they did have. I mean, I think Vitor joked in the Discord after qualifying last week. His teammate Jerome Mormon put it in 3rd, and he's like, "Oh, cheers for that." Yeah, because he knows. I don't think Vitor was quite confident of having quite that same pace. But yeah, had to start on row number 2. But they're still, like you said, 18th recovery driver, much like Darren King. But they're still in that sort of midfield spot where actually they can still push on. They can still gain quite a few positions. Those drivers ahead of them aren't that far ahead in terms of sheer time. So if Vitor and Darren King as well, they've got that sheer pace. I'm sure they're going to still make a good fist of this for a top 10 spot themselves, and that. So they won't need to worry too much yet. They'll just be praying for a little bit more luck, and clean driving from the back markers when they do try to get past.
And Scott Vincent here going well in his 2nd stint in the Harden Long Motorsport car. Absolutely brilliant name for a car. So I think they are running currently in 6th place in Pro-Am, as Whitlock is the leader. Peterson in 2nd. Joe LaCour is rounding out the podium in Pro-Am at the moment. Higgins 4th, Williams 5th, and Scott Vincent in 6th. So really the car directly ahead of them, the 138 car, the Dalkin Community Racing car, that's the sister car to obviously Darren King himself. So Darren is going to be catching these two, but technically speaking they aren't actually for position. So that'll be interesting to see how that pans out. But then you've got Schipper, who is 20th place overall, leader of the amateur class at the moment in the 227 Ferrari. I don't know what the gap is though to 21st with that car. So the 21st is 65. So actually, yeah, so it's very, very tight. After an hour and a half of racing, there's only a few seconds between the two. I think that's actually Honzi. Yes, it is, in the Mercedes in between the two. So that's the 2nd place Mercedes in between 1st and 2nd in AM class. So hopefully Jardier will clear the Ferrari of Schipper pretty quickly, and then these two can resume their battle, which is an hour and a half deep at the moment, but yet only separated by maybe a handful of car lengths.
Yeah, no, it's part of the challenge. trying to get through that back marker car park. Sometimes it feels like one after the other on occasion, so they're getting out of the way early. So Hozik's giving them a flash. They've moved over nice and early. They'll slot in behind before the corner. So nicely done there. It's been asked card number 123 from Mr. Reese. Let's go on board and let's have a look. So, as a Don't Bin It Racing, is the only Porsche on circuit, if I remember rightly, which is a bit weird after we've so used to having Porsches everywhere, frankly. All of a sudden, there's only the one in a 50-car race, but so be it. In 38th at the moment, Tom Stock's in the car. And,
just to interrupt you quickly, I think there's been an incident with Kian Butler. Kian Butler was off the road just a second ago at Lesmo 1, and he's just recovered. I think now he's down P8. I think that's Whitlock just behind him. You can see he's twitching around all over the place. I think there's been an incident involving Kian and possibly a back marker. I'm not sure. Yeah, there you go. Someone's saying big accident, second chicane. Back marker had an accident with 33rd. So I'm not sure what that one is as well.
It's kind of 438. So that would have been with... Yeah, I'm not sure. I think, oddly, that one hasn't come up on my broadcast tool, so wasn't notified of that, unfortunately. So, yeah, apologies for not going to that Wolfie.
I will talk you through it then, because I'm just seeing
it please do.
The stream. Okay. Oh, okay. So he's taken avoiding action from a light blue Aston Martin that didn't quite catch the number, and then he was collected on the way through. Oh, the 66 cars had no luck there. He's going to have to pit, I think. I think he's going to have a lot of rear damage.
He'll be coming in.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, so what it is, the light blue Aston, I'm not entirely sure what number it is. It's one of the V12 Astons. O'Keefe is the driver. So he loses it on the exit of the second chicane. Butler takes to the grass. He then spins off, manages to avoid the wall, but then gets collected by the pink Bentley.
Yeah, just had no luck.
The pink Bentley collects him, and then that completely destroys the rear end of the car. I did just catch it. The car was off at the exit of Lesmo 2. Entry to, Lesmo 1. And on one of the other streams I've got up, just for some extra information. It was a good job I did, because we would have completely missed that and seen them tumbling down the order for no reason whatsoever. So they're in 10th at the moment. They're probably going to drop outside the top 10 though, with the damage they're going to have to repair. But really unfortunate that the Bentley, the pink Bentley, I'm not sure what car that is, but we saw it earlier on. That car's probably going to have some quite substantial front end damage as well. Yeah,
as I said, it's you see so many incidents where it's a car, having its own issues in front of you, and you think, right, I'm going to get through this, I'll be fine. You're driving your own race, and then suddenly, car out of nowhere can sometimes just it's not something you can do much about. I'm sure there'll be some avoidable incidents as well, but yeah, you'll always have the unavoidable one happen here or there. Yeah, so Kim Butler just about to drop outside of possibly outside the top, but 20. Yeah, there we go. So down already, losing a hatful of positions. That'll be a fair bit of damage to repair. On board with Gareth Higgins in the Lexus, so side by side with Joe Lacourse. This is a fight for that top 10 spot. You've got Neil Pimlow, number 12, taking over that car from Coombs. In the you can see the Stars and Stripes liveried Ferrari. So these three cars all fighting for position. And you see Galland's actually not far back either. He's only 1.5 seconds back from that fight. But good start from Higgins, up to 11th. And they'll feel fairly confident. So they have not gone with a custom livery, just gone with a standard Lexus Fair. And fair play to that. Most teams wanted to go with something a little bit more custom, but you don't mind when a team goes with something a bit more basic, even if it's because they can't do anything about it. See, that's just a bit behind them. Defending off from Pimlow. Pimlow slotting in behind now. So it did look like he was going to try and make a move, but couldn't quite go for it. So Galland not too far back as well. So that could be a four-way battle very, very shortly. And still, they've got 4.5 hours to go. You can't help it. It's fun. You want to get involved in these battles, even if they're like four-way fights. But yeah, trying to be mindful not to have too many issues. You can see that Aston off on the grass to try and let some others through. So clearly that's not confident.
That was the Aston. Just
yeah, as I say, yeah.
I did see that it was the number 16 car, and it was who was it? Connor O'Keefe in the Aston V12 number 16 Project Wennis Racing Team is the car.
Yes.
It was involved in that early. Well, actually, no, he wasn't really involved. He had a spin all on his own. It was then the preceding events. I don't think they actually got collected until afterwards. So, yeah, I'm not sure what that damage might be from that same incident we were talking about. Great battle here, though, like you were saying, for the tail end of the top 10. But most intriguingly, the guys that are in Pro-Am are the ones that are impressing me at the moment. 7th, 8th, the Pro-Am cars, and 10th and 11th are also Pro-Am cars. So even though they're in a different class, they're putting up a fight against these guys, and rightly so, because it is for overall position. So every right to be able to sort of have a go. And that's the 47 actually going down the inside of the the Mercedes. Completely wrong goggles on then. But yeah, the Mercedes managed to get out of the way, luckily, because that was a bit of a dive bomb into Parabolica. But to be fair, he wants to stay on the back of Pimlott in the 812, which looks to be going along nicely as well. And obviously Joe Lacour not too far down the road as well.
Yeah, no, it was a bit of a ambitious move, I think. Shall we say? We saw the going on there. Luckily, nothing too negative coming from it. All of a sudden, a bit of a car park. Cars left, right, and centre. Fair bit of flashing going on. So I'm sure some of that will be overtaken back markers. Okay, we're an hour and a half in now, so there'll be plenty of that going on already. It's not the longest circuit. You've got your lap spin about 149, 148. So yeah, you're gonna. Especially with some cars having issues early on, as you hear that gravel being kicked up there coming out of the chicane. Quite a few of them going slightly long. You can see a few in the background doing the same as well. But let's go slightly further up. So actually, can you mind me and drop behind Kundasioglu now? So with that 15-second penalty, we've got a car off at the first turn. So it's just sitting there trying to let everyone go, trying to rejoin safely. Fair enough, done well there. Car off to the left though. So the green and white car is having a bit of a nightmare. Disappears off into the grass, takes a board with him. But yeah, I did look like maybe there could have been a bit more of avoidance of contact, but yeah, that'll get looked at, I'm sure, if it needs to be. As you can see, actually, go for it.
Very good fight, just quickly to interrupt.
Yeah, please do.
Vincent, and
15th.
Souza, and also Darren King again. There's a massive fight going on for that position. So Darren King looking to the inside into Parabolica on the 57. So just ahead of this is the 138 as well of Williams. So that was driven by Simon Murphy earlier on. And Dal's very loose coming off the Parabolica there. Is that going to give the 482 Ferrari of Souza a run down into turn 1? I don't think he's quite close enough to make a move into turn 1, but you never know. The Ferrari's very, very good on the brakes, and I think the BMW has to throw an anchor out the back to stop it. It's that big, but as you can see, the Ferrari closing up a little bit. But I don't think Dal's going to be wanting to take too many Larry moves here, because this is to break into the top 15, which so far for these two cars, it is a very good recovery from the 38 and the 482 as well, because they both had big issues early on, and they're both coming through the field strong. So keep an eye out for these guys breaking into the top 10 probably in the next hour or so.
Yeah, no, it was Sousa going long there. That's not going to have helped him. That's going to compromise him somewhat. So he's going to drop even further back now. So that's paid his chances of an imminent chance of getting past Darren King. There was we saw Darren going a bit sideways around Parabolica. Not the fastest way around there. Maybe very entertaining. Looked great on stream. Looked very, very entertaining. But I'm not sure he was particularly calm about it. That's not a corner you want to be driving at that speed. Fully opposite lock, but looked good. And he kept the speed up. Actually, did not lose too much momentum coming down into the home straight. That's quite impressive. The back, Scott Vincent. So that is JP Atkinson, so Jonathan Atkinson, and Andrew Pike. So Mr. Fish for the rest of those who know some of the chaps in OTL. We can see here Vincent Dalking. We'll see on board as they come down here. Dalking's made the move onto the inside. I think Vincent will have to slot in. Dalking taking another position up to 15th. So like I said, he's settled in. Cars are spread out. I mean, everyone else is going to have their own issues as well as them. There's plenty of stuff to still happen between now and the end. But yeah, they move up a spot. And Scott will just slot in behind. Darren going down the right hand side of the straight, maybe trying to ward off any potential move into turn 1. Scott will have a look though. Scott's got a great draft coming down the straight, but no, he's just going to lift off early. You see those cars just ahead as well. Does not fancy making a move yet. They've got some back markers to try and get through. There's a couple
Very
with
sensible driving
yeah.
from Scott there, because he knows that that isn't for overall class position. So Scott doing the right thing and letting Darren go, and almost going to use him to tow him along now to try and close up to the 138 car. And as well, another update on Whitlock has managed to carve his way past Fitzpatrick for P6. He's still quite close together, but Whitlock managed to get the job done on the way into turn 1. Nice and cleanly, somehow managed to get the Lexus stopped after outbraking the Lamborghini, as Fitzpatrick looks to have just ran wide a little bit out on the gravel at Ascari. He's going to have to be worried now about Peterson as well, and Fowler in the other Lamborghinis behind him, because his pace definitely isn't up there with Arnold's at the moment, but he's consistent. But it looks like Burrows and Whitlock have managed to be a bit faster than him at the moment, and Peterson is probably going to be catching him shortly as well, I think. Yeah,
no, it's good by Whitlock. I like this lovely effort with that livery as well, do I have to say. The Talladega livery. There's been some good efforts all throughout the grid, do I have to say. So yeah, they look good on stream. So appreciate the effort that's gone into those from all of the teams. So thank you very much for that. Yeah, no, it's still early doors. Still only just over the first 25% of the race. There's still 4.5 hours to go. And yeah, still weather forecast is still just cloud. So it's nice and consistent weather conditions. If it's anything like Silverstone, it would be very dramatic. We had rain for the last hour and 10 minutes, I think, at Silverstone. So it'll be interesting if maybe we get a little bit of a shower in the last quarter of the race. I wouldn't complain, as long as you're not having to swim home at the end. I won't mind too much. So yeah, we'll see what happens. You don't obviously dial that in manually. You very much give it the chance. You set a load of things like ambient temperature and possibility of rain and cloud level and all that, and then yeah, it goes from there. So we don't know if there's going to be rain or not. There is a slight chance, but we will have to see a little bit later on. Just going to go on board with driver we haven't watched yet so far. So Josh Webster, so teammates with Connor Garrett. So actually another driver with real life racing experience. Drives in the Porsche Cup, and yeah, very solid driver. Seen him racing in other esports series as well. Very solid driver, up to 22nd. So they've moved up quite a long way from their starting positions. They'll be feeling pretty happy with their start so far. I think the first hour and a half from them up to 22nd. Let's have a quick look. Actually, I'll just quickly check where they started. They were back in. So what's that team name? JDC Racing. They were at 45th. So yeah, that's a cracking start. 23 positions, halved that number already. And Webster, as I just said, is no mug. You see a lot of these real life drivers having that experience. You know, they can take it into sim racing, and they were able to put it to good use, like Dan Kamesh, as we saw in that first stint, looking very, very good. And actually, his teammate now does have a 15-second. So is that his 15-second time penalty? Is that his teammate? Let's have a look. Actually, no, that's another teammate with the same name for a different team. So where is Mr. Kamesh's team now? Let's have a look. Car number 27 is, if I can find it, or have they had a fair few issues? Let's see. Can you find them, mate? Because I'm struggling. They won't come up on mine. Yes, I have found them. There we go. No, so it is Tom Hunt. Yeah, so it is Tom Hunt in that Lambert. So they've got a 15-second penalty. Just blinded about, unfortunately. I think I had the wrong goggles from you earlier on. I took them off, yeah. But yeah, they'll have a penalty to apply at their next pit stop. So that'll be a bit of a kick in the teeth. But yeah, Dan Cameron's put a good stint. Unfortunately, I think his teammates maybe not quite as experienced. They come from good lineage in terms of speed. Tom Hunt being related to who you think he's related to, and yeah, and then Will Neal being the third and final teammate. Again, I'm not going to start dropping names, but yes, they are related to who you think they are. So we'll see what they're like in terms of pace. Dan Camish obviously takes part in quite a few esports races, so he's very much up to speed now, and one to be reckoned with. But see what his teammates can do to bring that car home. Still in the top 30. Still, 4 and a bit hours to go. So still a long time for quite a lot to change.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're going to be coming up to the next round of pit stops in the next 18 minutes or so, or 15 minutes, should I say, probably, until we start seeing people peel into the pit lane, if they are indeed on that 1 hour pit stop sequence, with their driver changes and whatnot included in that. Karsten and Honzik's gap is still around the 7.5 seconds mark, I think. I think he's got the gap down now.
6, yeah.
As Jardier to 6 seconds. So going along nicely at the moment in the 39 Mercedes. So we'll see if he can carry on eking that gap down. I feel like at the moment, unless he's not set the pit stop to be ready yet, it looks like Honzik could well be staying behind the wheel. Karsten, after his double stint, I would imagine he'll change driver after that point. So we'll see who jumps in the car then. It's going to be, let's just double check, the 255 car. It's going to be, did you say his name was Samuel?
Chumley.
Chumley.
Yes, I know there's a lot of letters there that don't give that.
Yeah,
yes.
I remember this. There's a place near Alton Park called Cholmondeley.
Yeah.
But to the locals, it's known as
Chumley. Yeah.
So that'll be where
I believe so. Yeah. No, I was advised that by another co-commentator. Actually, he was racing in this, Ryan Gill, when Samuel was going to take part in Silverstone. He was like, "Oh, by the way, just so you know." Yeah. So that's the only reason I know. I can't, Otherwise, I'd have been calling him that as well.
When I read Cholmondeley, I thought, is it the same as the place down the road? Like, there's a place about half an hour away from me called the same, and they've got a castle there. So
fair enough. Maybe that's
to the locals. It is Chumley Castle, but everyone else calls it Cholmondeley.
Maybe that's where he lives. Maybe that's his residence. I don't know.
Maybe he's the owner of the castle. Maybe he is. Maybe we don't know. So that'd be nice to have the owner of the castle leading the race.
We're honoured to be graced by his presence today. Yes. But hopefully he'll have a solid afternoon as well. You see Darren King's making a hell of a headway here. He's trying to get through past Pimlo, so he's up into 12th. So like I said, he's starting to push here. Pimlo's not going to give that position up without a fight though. Darren King having to use all of the road at Parabolica, and Pimlo's still just about alongside. I think probably will decide to slot in shortly though. Yep, there he does. So he's just got enough alongside. It's Darren King up to 12th. So he's got past Scott Vincent. He's got Joe LaCour, Sousa. He's got past Mike Williams now. Pimlo and Gallen only 2.7 seconds ahead. So he's really pushing. You have to say it's a cracking little mini stint here from Darren King. So Gallen and Higgins aren't that far up the grid. So if they can keep driving like this and then put Van Ommen in the car and hopefully Van Ommen's had a bit more time to practice with that BMW. I don't think he really had much time in the car before last week. That's where they qualified, which probably was partly down, due why they, the incidents happened early on, partly due to their on-track position, which is a little bit unfortunate. But sometimes that's just the way things go. As I said, neither of them dirty drivers. It's just unfortunately accidents happen. Evening chaos. Carry on.
Update on the gaps. So you've got Darren King here, who's just past Pimlo, and then you've got Gallen just down the road. I believe he's just 2 seconds. Let me find out.
Yeah, I think that's closed up a bit because even on you can see on screen.
The next two, aren't they? So you can see Gallen just ahead. Higgins only about 4 seconds up the road as well, so it's going to be nearly in the top 10 by the end of the second hour is Darren. So really, really, as you say, good stint from Darren in this middle part of the race. As you see Sousa in the background there, nearly coming together with the BMW of Vincent, I think, on the exit of Ascari. I feel like that might be for position. Yeah, it is. I'm not sure if Scott might have ran wide or it might have been possibly him taking a void in. Yeah, Scott has ran wide actually, because Scott was 16th. He's now behind Sousa, and Sousa's actually lining up Joe LaCour. Is this? Yes, it is. So this is for position, not for class position, but for overall position. This is for the 482 car to take 15th place away from Joe LaCour. Let's see if Joe does let him have it nice and easily. He kind of does. And in the background, there's also a bit of a race happening between, I think it was the Ferrari of Schipper possibly. I'm not sure. Just a bit further back. No, actually that's even further back. That's the Ferrari. Because of all cars everywhere, the timing screens are all over the place in comparison.
Yeah, so just guesswork, isn't it, a little bit?
Yeah.
Just cross your fingers and hope you get the right one. Just click about like a lunatic and hope you find the car you want.
Hopefully find it, but I have to say Schipper's doing a brilliant job in the Dutch Sim Racing Team Grey car in the 227. Leading the way now by some margin over the Honda. Has pulled out a bit of a gap. This was last time we checked in on this battle was probably only about 2 seconds or so. It's probably more 3 or 4 seconds now. So these two going along nicely, and they're ahead of quite a few pro cars. Obviously, a lot of pro cars did have their issues and things like that, but still, up in them top 20 positions, 19th and 20th by their own right, to be honest with you.
You see on Fairweather here, so Isaac Fairweather now into that BVRE SimSport car. So that car that we know would have been further forward had it not had the issues it had early doors. It was driving around with the front runners but a lap down, so it was a difficult one to blue flag, and you know, he sort of held his own for a little bit. It looks like he's just in front now of the car that we saw Sean Odd in earlier, so that will be Fitzpatrick. So yeah, Fitzpatrick, so they are a lap behind. That is, I believe, Dan says to his teammates, that's Peterson.
Tight here from 29 as well, getting involved. And
not easy.
This is for position. And he's got the job done, I think. I think the back market, Fitzpatrick probably holding back a little bit just because of the Aston ahead. The Aston's now got to stay out of the way. Hopefully he realises in time and tucks back in behind the 29 as the Aston does move over with a little bit of a sorry looking front end. Hopefully he gets out of it in the braking zone, which he does. It's very, very kind of the Aston Martin there. But
that's fairly well done.
Fitzpatrick has lost another position, as I said, to Peterson. So Whitlock and Peterson, the two Pro-Am leading cars, have both made this up the way past Fitzpatrick now. So since the first hour, they've gone from 3rd place to 8th of the 127. So hopefully Aaron and Sean can get that car back up into contention for a top 5 later in the race. Yeah,
there's you see Whitlock now. A bit of space between himself and the car ahead, so very much the front runner of that Pro-Am class. 24.5 seconds between him and the next car technically in the standing, so it's got 4.5 second lead back to Peterson and Fitzpatrick. You can see Fairweather as well in the picture just there as they come down Parabolica. So yeah, they're in a nice little spot. They've got a bit of clear air. They've got one back marker there to clear shortly, but other than that, they're not caught in too much traffic. They're just trying to be going about their way nice and slowly. Just going to the stream. I'm probably the one that shakes the walls. It's probably my mic doing that. It should be okay, Axiom. Like I said, I think I've turned up quite a long way, but it's okay. I'll give him a bit more of a. I'll give him a little bit more of a tweak.
Maybe I just need to shout up a bit, eh?
No, that's all right. It's no, it's that's all right. Yeah, I'm more happy. I can turn you up a little bit, turn the game down a tad. So
Darren King now has made his way up into P11. He's ahead of Gallant in the Ferrari. He's managed to get that job done last lap around, I think, into turn 1. And there's the Bentley, actually, that I was talking about earlier on. The 438 car it is, down in 41st place. Is the one that was involved in that incident collecting Kian Butler. That's the one we were trying to find out which one it was, but you can see here now Darren King can see the top 10. He's around 5 or 6 seconds behind Bowler in 9th place, but he's right on the back of Higgins here. So again, Higgins probably won't fight this one too hard because he's running 3rd in class at the moment in the Pro-Am class. So he's going to be hopefully seeing Darren behind him and realising that isn't kind of his fight. He's obviously it is for overall position, but a lot of these guys will be thinking in the bigger picture in terms of their class position, especially the later it gets into the race.
Yeah, there's plenty of. You get a lot more now coming into consideration, don't you? You're getting into the meat of the race. So we're nearly 2 hours in, still 4 hours to go, so plenty of time still to make a difference. Still plenty of time to attack. You don't need to worry too much yet, but you want to be keeping the race nice and clean. You see Darren King there. Let's go. Camera switches back to him, so he's having a go now at Higgins, and then he pops it up into the top 10 spot. So he's making up places like there's no tomorrow. This will be looking very good on his stream for sure. That little bit of the poor first, say half an hour, but he has put his head down. He's kept going and he's forging his way through instead up to top 10 spot now. It'll be interesting to see how long it takes him to maybe catch Bowler in 9th. But we are getting towards the end of stint time soon, so it may be that Van Ommen is the one that if he tries to catch them up. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit of time yet. No, so it's all right, Axiom. Don't worry, don't panic. It's I'm Matt, by the way. The other one's Aid. But yeah, I've turned my mic down. I've turned him up, so Aid should be quite a lot louder.
Maybe I just need to sort my mic out.
No, it should be fine.
Is that any better, Aero? Is that any better?
No, it sounds okay to me. As I said, I've tested it before, but I've turned my mic down quite a bit, so I should be quieter now than I was at the start. But yeah, apologies if I'm not. I'll tweak it a bit more. Let me just adjust it a little bit here. It's worse as the race goes on. There's I need to scream. No, don't tell him that. Don't tell him that.
I don't think I'll be doing that.
No. Tune in. Aid's got follow Aid on Twitch. It's like if you just catch one of his races when he's driving, you'll hear some screaming. It's fine.
To be fair, I feel like I was rather well behaved in the Sport 24 we just did recently.
Yes,
I managed to drive I think 5 or 6 hours, and I was actually reasonably calm and collected that time, rather than effing and jeffing.
Yes. Well, it's obviously you're a dad to be now as well, as you announced recently. So congrats on that. And do you think that's starting to mellow you already? You think, or?
Yeah, going into that dad mentality before it's even here.
Yeah, you've got to try and. It's like I can't be angry. Got to calm down.
Do not flip your lid whilst driving the car. Just stop.
Yeah, they'll be able to watch this back as they grow up, and they will be not happy with Daddy. So yeah, I think. No, it's awesome news. But you behaved very well, Aid. So no, it was good to watch that. I did tune in for some of that. So. We see Victor Gallen. It's all in this fight in this mid pack. He's dropped back a little bit now. So Axim, do tell me. Let me know if the volume's still absolutely out of whack. And I do apologise. Have adjusted it quite a bit. So Aid should be quite a lot louder now, and I should be quieter. But I'll keep tweaking if you think it's a bit off still. But yeah, it's a track where quite a few of the cameras are quite close to the track as well. So you do get quite varied car volumes. I'll just get a little bit further away from my mic as well. I've got quite a sensitive microphone. I'm hoping to change that shortly, but what we were using this time round. But yeah, I don't mind just you telling us that either. Don't worry, I'm not worried about. I'd rather be told, so I can adjust it accordingly, so it all sounds better for you all. So let's go back on the boards with. So Gallen's in the pits. You can see they're going to start hitting the end of their stint timers now. Kundisioglu's still got his penalty. Honzik only 4.8 seconds back. Has gained another 1.2 seconds in the last maybe 4 or 5 laps. So he's making a good amount of time up. Last lap was a 48.3. He was only marginally quicker than Karsten. As Karsten's best lap is still, I think, one of the fastest laps of the race. They're all quite quick at the front. They're all fast. Ryan and still just their teammates still swap places a couple of times, but still very very close to each other. But they're not trying anything silly. They don't want to hurt each other while they keep going. But they're still strong race, 3rd and 4th from both of these Sidemax Motorworks teams. They'll be happy with their first third of the race, coming into the end of the 2-hour mark now. But there's still quite a few places in this top 10 up for grabs.
Yeah, it's all to play for at this point still. We've got Bowler in the pits as well for the 95 car. And I'm guessing these guys are going to be coming in any time now as well. I'm thinking the Lexus will probably pit at a different time to the Ferrari of Ryan Meenan, just because they don't want to obviously hold each other up on the way in, attacking that pit in line. So Jaroslav Honzik doing a brilliant job to close the gap down to Karsten at the front. So again, within a pit stop mistake of taking the lead, or at least being on level terms with them. So it's still all to play for at this second round of pit stops that's going to be coming up shortly. Just to sort of update you on a stint time, for example, Jardier's car in second does have still 14 minutes left of his stint, so we can expect him in around 10 minutes time. I'm thinking Karsten will be a similar kind of thing, because I think Valentin was one of the longest runners, wasn't it, before pitting?
Yeah.
So the second place car has got time at hand, so to say, going into this pit stop. They can go a tiny bit longer than everyone else and then come out just after they've all pitted. And I've just seen he's actually just now requested Valentin to get back in the car, so it looks like they're going to swap every time at every stop. So we'll see Valentin back in the car again. Karsten's gap now only 3 seconds to the leader. There's only Scott Vincent between Jardier and the leader, so the gap coming down at the end of the stint. So the Mercedes obviously looking after its tyres rather well as we go on board with Higgins here, who's just actually someone, I think it was Peterson, just going into the pits behind him. Yes, it was, and that's a sorry looking front end on Peterson's car. I wonder if he's been involved in an incident of some form. To
be honest, it feels like the Lambo has just a massive gap for the intake. I don't know, it's like all of the Lambos, every time I see one, looks like it's been in a bit of a crash. So I can never quite tell, if I'm honest, but It's I come away from them just as they were having a bit of a fight. I timed that one badly, so I came back, and then yeah, Peterson's. They said he just had a spin a second ago. So Wolfie said, yeah, Wolfie was saying in the chat that he'd had a spin. So I think he's had a little bit of a touchy with a wall or a barrier somewhere. Unfortunately,
I've just actually whizzed back, put one of the streams that I've just seen. He had an incident coming out of Lesmo 1. He's dropped it coming out, and he's hit the wall on the inside of Lesmo 1. So that's where that damage has come from. Probably only around 15-20 seconds worth of damage. It'll be aero damage more than anything. So. Hopefully no wheels or track rod ends were bent in the process, but it was just here. You can see the tyre marks actually on the exit of Lesmo 1, and he's dropped the car there. So he's now back in the pits. Obviously he's probably going to have a slightly longer stop and just drop outside the top 10, which is a shame because he was running P2 in class, in the Pro-Am class. So I wonder if he's going to drop down much further. He's 15th at the moment and still in the pits, 16th now, so he is tumbling down the order actually, unfortunately, but we'll see what he can do in the next 4 hours along with his teammates. Yeah, still plenty of fights to be had, and there's still plenty of positions to be made up. So we were on board with Fairweather's car a little bit earlier on, back in 23rd, but Charlie Ken just ahead of them. Oh, did everyone else? I hope everyone else didn't just get that pop I just got. I know the game has that issue now and again. I forgot it does that. So sorry if you lot just went deaf. That wasn't us. That's the game. Still better than it used to be. Yeah, everyone got it. Yeah. Well, I'm slightly deafer than I was before. But dear, I was like, oh, that was not nice. But sorry about that. But yeah, not us. That's the game. Just can't do anything about that. Yeah, we're deaf now. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Sorry. Say again. No, I can't do much about that. That's just better than it used to be. It used to sound like someone had fired a shotgun next to your head. So it's better than it was, but it's not great. So yeah, do apologise. But anyways, onwards and upwards. Yeah, Charlie Kent, Biscuit Motorsport. I'm sure that's how you pronounce that. I hope it is anyways. In 21st, and they've got Fairweather behind them on track. They've made pretty good headway considering. Was that a car? I wasn't sure if that was a car facing the wrong direction just behind them there. It's actually on board with another Ferrari we haven't seen much of in this race. Pavel Dominiak in the not so fast racing in 20th. So clearly not too bad, despite the team name. The next car up road is Thorpe, and then you've got Martin Thorpe and Kian Butler, who we saw obviously had his issue earlier on, down in 18th, so has lost a fair few spots. But yeah, there's still plenty of fights going on slightly further back. Going on with Ryan Gill as well. Let's see how they're faring. So they're behind the number 27 car. So currently Tom Hunt in that Lamborghini does have that 15-second penalty to take, but so they must have had an issue as well because they were running further up in the teams earlier on after a decent qualifying. That's roughly where they qualified as well. They've dropped back a little bit. Back into 27th, but yeah, still plenty of opportunity to take some places as the race goes on. You've got Eric Newman behind them as well. He's 6.8 seconds further back. Quinton van Vingerden in 29th. Baz Tolls on the 30th. It's a bit of time between them. It's a little bit spread out. Zachary Royal, we've seen a fair bit of early, especially in the first start. We caught a bit of his car then. So yeah, there's still fighting to be had further back. Still lots of class fighting as well, and there's still quite a bit of overtaking to be done. Yeah, so I will just say that the second place car has just banged in 2 fastest laps back to back for that car. So he did a 47.9, then a 47.8. So putting the pressure on the lead car. It's now under 3 seconds. It's 2.8. There is 2 back markers in between them, but they're going great guns at the moment. And we've got Fitzpatrick in the pit lane now, who's just got back going. Darren King getting back going as well. So that just shows, after all the issues that Darren King's had, he actually is only that far behind visually on his teammate, well, his Team Fordzilla teammate, Sean Arnold. So even though they've had a relatively clean race and not really many issues, Dal is still closing the gap to them and not so far back now. Obviously he's coming out of the pit lane here side by side with another Ferrari and just avoids contact. So he's going to want to get them tyres and everything up to temperature. That looks to be the Kian Butler car behind. I wonder if that looks like it's for position, but they are out of sequence with pit stops, remember. So although this is probably going to be actually for position, they probably will be running around 20 minutes to half an hour longer than everyone else, just to be maximising them stint times. They don't want to be coming into the pits for an extra stop for no reason if they can avoid it. So he's actually up to temperature on his tyres and all over the back of Darren King here, and he's actually looking to the inside of Lesmo 2. Is he going to leave the... Yeah, no, he's going to back out of it. He's going to make sure he doesn't cause an accident, although he has actually got a really, really good run out of Lesmo 2 and down towards Ascari. I'm just intrigued to see how this one pans out, because it is for position. He doesn't have to yield, even though he is out of sequence on the pit stop. So is Darren going to defend the inside line, which he is? He's touchy nearly, and the McLaren goes sailing off through the gravel, and there was a little bit of contact there, I think, and Darren having absolutely none of it. And there's a car off further down. Who's that? Pirouetting round in the orange NSX. It's one of the AM cars. I can't quite see what number it is yet, but it is VEL, I think it was, on the top of the roll hoop, but I'm not sure who that was. But very lucky to get away with that one, if he did indeed avoid the wall. I'm not sure if he did.
No, wrong car.
Collected. It was a Honda NSX of some form.
Right, okay.
But I don't know what number
car it was. It might have been the... There we are. Alexander
Delors. There we go. So it must... I'm not actually sure what the abbreviation is on there, but it's the 111 car that went around. I think he has managed to get away with it, because he didn't come into the pit lane. This car looks relatively unscathed. So, and also you can see people exiting the pit lane now. So it looks to me as he gets it a little bit wrong on the exit. I think it was the 138 car just coming out of the pit lane as well. Jordan Burrows in the pit lane, Whitlock in the pit lane. So let's see where Burrows comes back out into. We've yet to see 57 and 482 in the pits as well. Shipper now all the way up into 9th place before they come into the pits, because obviously a lot of people have now stopped, and for the first time we now see Willem van Omen in the car for the car 38 taking over from Darren King. So it'll take him a couple of laps to get up to speed, I'm sure.
So quite a lot of driver swaps now happening. Seen some the drivers having their first stint, some popping in for their seconds. Got Saisley back in the car. They've got Jack Pullen in the Team Italian job. Stars and Stripes livery there, can't miss that. Stands out nice and firmly for us commentators. So back in 18th.
Another one, 47.6 from Jardier last lap around, with only 5 minutes of the driver stint remaining. It's 2.7 seconds the gap now to the lead, with no one in between them. 2.5 now into the second chicane, so it's really, really tight between these two, and it's who's going to blink first, because I'm sure that Carsten car has to come in either this lap or next to avoid a penalty, whereas I think the Mercedes can go a touch longer with it being that driver stint time. And I have found out that the Mercedes is going to do a single stint with Valentin, double stint with Jardier, then another double stint with Valentin, and then the final hour with Jardier. So
yeah, that's going to be quite
interesting
common
strategy.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you say, common for a lot of teams to do that, whereas Dell did the first 2 stints for the 38 car. Now Van Omen's in there. Sean Arnold's back in the car, I'm guessing for his second stint then, and that'll be his second hour done, and then it'll be back to Desmond Fitzpatrick, and then also Aaron Martin Pilkington as well in that car.
So yeah, I mean, you will see. There's a few 2-man teams. Obviously, they'll probably split either 3 and 3 or 4 and 2. And then you've got the 3-man teams who will, probably split it 3 ways. So thanks very much for that follow, by the way. Yeah, love it. It's jealous. Don't be too jealous. You see some of these streamers setups. It's a bit it can make you quite jealous. But it's something to aim for, isn't it? It's fair play to them. You said you see someone like Dow King, fairly new to the streaming game, doing great as well. It's a fair play to him. Really pushing hard on it. And man of his talent. You get to see some cracking driving. But he had a cracking stint. Van Ommen up in 12th now in that car. Got Carsten, so the leader is in. So the leader is into the pits. He's just coming out, so Honzik off into the lead. So it'll be interesting to see. It'll be very interesting to see how much of a difference that makes once Honzik comes in. You imagine Honzik's not going to be too much longer before he hops in as well. Kondisioglu in the pits is all taking a 15-10 penalty, so that will drop them back a little bit. I'm in Wenlock. Out on circuit, Killian Ryan-Moonen's teammate in the number 94. Vitor Sousa up back into 5th. Again, probably out of sync in terms of pits. number 482 MSL Racing team. So we know they've got some quick speed in it. It'll be interesting to see, especially once Jerome Morman hops in the car, the guy who qualified that car in 3rd last week. So we know he's got some great speed if he can live it up with drivers like that and pop it in 3rd. So he was came into OTL actually driving our race room leagues, but has gotten on to ACC and very clearly can handle himself. So that car might push forward even further once Jerome gets in the car. But it's a decent bit of driving from Vitor. He's driven well so far. So got caught up in some stuff earlier on, and he pops into the pit. So that's them done now. He's following quite a few other cars in as well. Some slightly further back. Scott Vincent behind them on the road comes in as well. So starting to come out back into sync.
Jardier also in the pit lane now. You can just see the blue Mercedes there, so it might be worth actually jumping on board with Karsten in a minute. Actually, no, it isn't. It's Samuel Chumley behind the wheel now in P2. He's got a few cars behind him, one of which is the big blue and orange Mercedes. I think it's a Van Omen, that one now, behind the wheel. But let's just, if you can go in car with Samuel, it'd be good to see if Jardier emerges in front or behind him. Let's see what happens as they come through the Parabolica in the braking zone now. Just brake really late into here, use the camber of the road, run the car all the way out to the exit, obviously not extending too far onto the yellow sausage curb. He's going to hug the inside. I think you can just see the blue Mercedes in the pit lane still. And he's just exited the pit lane line, and there it is. There's the blue Mercedes. He can't move over on the white line, though, so can he defend? He can't, and Karsten's back into the lead, and there's going to be a car in between them as well. Thank goodness that Jardier managed to get ahead of most of those cars, otherwise he would have been hampered, definitely. But this is going to be... Oh, and a drive-through for Scott Vincent as well. Just popped up just then, and another one for the number 17 Fairweather car as well. But really... close and tight battle, very identical pit stops almost for the two leading cars. But Karsten Karsten and his teammate Samuel Chumley managing to hold the lead ahead of Jardier and Valentin. Yeah,
so the gap, much smaller than it was before the pits. As you say, that's come down. I mean, the gap went down to only a couple of seconds, anyways, before those pit stops happened. But now, so close. Less than a second between them. Just that. So back marker, no slouch themselves though. I think that is Mike Williams in 12th, so that's the Dalkin community team that started at the very back, up to 12th now. Superb driving from those guys.
That is actually Van Omen, that is.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that is the 38. Yeah, Willem Van Omen.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, so
that's
the two leaders have lapped all the way up to 8th place at the moment.
May I plead that wasn't my fault, because both the cars have a driver in with a surname that starts with WILL. So the thing come up on the windscreen and
exactly the same paint and near enough the same number, but with the one in front.
Yeah, so not my fault. Just saying.
Mistaken.
Yes, totally not. Pro streamer. I know exactly what I'm doing. Yes, no, it's that's Willem Van Ormen. So they're up in 8th. So I mean, again, they've had the issues they had earlier. Again, great drive. You can get the solid stint or two in, and you've got the speed. Yeah, eventually, it's going to come back for you. It's going to come back towards you. The audio will sort itself out somewhat in a 6-hour race. You may not be quite where you would have been otherwise had it all been gone smoothly, but they won't be minding too much. They know that 3 hours and 40 minutes still to go. They've already up to 8, and they can probably pick up a few more spots besides. Wouldn't be surprised if they end up finishing in the top 5, which would be an unbelievable, a superb drive, and they'll just be a bit gutted at what could have been maybe. But it's part of the experience, like we've said before, of endurance racing. Sometimes it's the journey right through from the start to the finish. You might have a terrible start, but it all might come good by the end, and it's the fun of getting there that they might have the fun. Hello, Killian, as well in the stream. Nice to see you. Nice, 2 good stints there. I've just got to P3 after being knocked to P9 at the start. Yeah. The first start probably was cleaner than the second start in the end, but we didn't mind having the one start, give people the chance to do it properly. And if there's crashes unless it's literally a pile up between the entire grid in the second start, then we can't just keep restarting. So it's what it is. That's what we can do, really. Yeah, no, do you know who he is, Jay? Here, you do know who he is. Well, you do now, clearly. Yes, Jardier, very well known, very very fast as well. Lovely guy, just a tad quick, but absolutely rapid. And actually, we'll say that. Let's go on board with them now. as they come down towards Parabolica there. We've got a fight for the lead. Honzik just slotting in behind, so when is he going to make his move? This is for first place, so Chumley, is he up to the same speed that Carson is, or is it just simply he's got someone as quick as Jaroslav Honzik on his tail, set at 1:47.586 his best lap, a little bit off that pace now. Does have the slipstream though of Carson right in front. Carson's Chumley, right in front. Looking down the inside, coming into turn one. I think it's going to be alongside. He's going to have that position if he can get it stopped. Oh, he goes a little bit wide, so have to come back towards the apex a little bit, and fair play to Chumley, gives him the room, knows he's going to have to go slightly wider on the exit from that entry angle. Maybe gives Chumley a decent exit, but I think he might slot in behind. Yeah, he will do. So Honzik for the first time since very early on, really, back up into lead his team. You can see that car just in behind, always getting a bit confused with those two Dowking team liveries. But no, they're still driving very well, both of them. Still moved up quite a few positions from early on. I was experiencing Killian saying they lost two, that we just lost positions being too safe. Yeah, sometimes that happens. It's the balance between being aggressive enough to put your car in a gap but not dive bomb, and sometimes you see people being so cautious at the start they can lose just bucket loads of positions, and yeah, sometimes that is just what happens. But yeah, fair play. I'm glad your stint went well though, man. Yeah, interesting to see what Owen can do. Currently in third. Let's see where he is currently. So quite a way back off those lead two. 36 seconds it said there. So he's some way back. Still though, safely on the lead lap and some. I think quite a few drivers still are. And there's still a few battles going on. The gap's slightly widening now though. Let's go back on board. You can see a fight here between the Biscuit Motorsport with Charlie Kent on the left-hand side of the track, left-hand side of the picture now, and the flag car, as it was called earlier, of pulling in 14th. So they had good speed last week as well, but both going fairly strong, and still plenty of places to make up.
Yeah, with Jordier taking the lead now, they're going to have to be careful, the 255, to make sure they don't lose too much time. Obviously, Samuel's still trying to get his eye in and get up to speed with the race, whereas Jordier has been in there for an hour already and been setting fastest laps for that car almost immediately at the end of that stint, so his eye is in. Chumley is only 1 second back still with Van Omen just behind in the P8 car, 38. But yeah, he's just going to have to be mindful to not let Jordier get too far clear here, because that's the worst thing you can do, as we were saying earlier on, is let the lead car get any further than 5 or 6 seconds down the road. So it'll be interesting to see how they manage the traffic, because obviously some drivers are way more aggressive than others. So let's hope Chumley can get through the traffic nice and cleanly, like Karsten did, and sort of maintain the gap like he did in the first stint. Let's hope that he can do the same, maintaining the gap to the leader this time around, although he does look like he's dropping back just a touch at the moment. The 99 Lexus is now in pit lane once again. Is that out of sequence, or is that just with them serving a penalty, was it? Because I know they had a 15-second penalty at some point. They would have done that in their other pit stop though, I would have thought. But I'm not entirely sure why they're back in there again, the Sidemax Motorworks Lexus. Not entirely sure why that is.
Well, last lap was a 1:56, so whether that was due to coming into the pits or whether that was due to a chunky mistake, a bit of a meeting with a wall maybe, I'm not sure. I don't think they were that out on pits. Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't think they had a stonking great penalty to serve either, so was it car number 99? So yeah, not sure there. Not sure. We'll have to keep an eye on that. I'm sure we might be told by one of the teammates in chat. It's always useful to have that medium of communication. We do quite appreciate that when we get a little bit of help. There's so many cars on track. There's only so much we can obviously know at any one given time with the setup that we have at the moment. But yeah, hopefully that will improve as we go forward. It's still very early days in terms of OTL and our endurance events. We'll keep doing these. We'll have more to come as well. Probably after the new year. After this one, I think the next one would be just a little bit too close to Christmas. But yeah, thoroughly enjoy doing these, and it's great to see such a good turnout, both in the stream and with all the teams today. We've had all the cars turning up, and the vast majority is still with us, I believe. So
yeah, I think a lot of the teams that took part in the Silverstone 4 hour have re-signed up either with the same team or at least the same team members taking part in this race as well. Obviously, me and Adam Stevens, the Bentley boys car, couldn't get into this one, unfortunately. But obviously, I think I saw Adam in the chat earlier on. So shame to not see him on the grid actually, but there is a couple of Bentleys in the field. P17 Rasmussen in the 394, and obviously we saw the I think it was it's the pink Bentley further down the order outside the top 23 at the moment. Can't quite remember the car number, but it is down there somewhere, plodding along the big boat.
No, clicked on the wrong one. Oh, so close. Let's go and have a look. So we've got a Bentley, we've got Rasmussen, currently 17th in the Bentley. So there are a few there. Amaglidas down in 35th, he's dropped back a bit now. Not too many Bentleys. Obviously Silverstone, the first endurance event we did, fairly well suited to that Bentley. Had quite a few on circuit, but yeah, quite a few updates and balances of performance ever since. Just a quick mention in the chat as well, that yeah, a bit of an update for why Michael was in the pits. Using pad 1 by accident brake failure apparently. So yeah,
not good then. So yeah, pad 1 being the pad that pretty much only does say 90 minutes to 2 hours, whereas the number 2 pad will do more like 6 or 7, possibly even 8 hours, and the number 3 pad we managed to get to do a full 24 hours, but the final hour was a little bit leery and a bit sketchy on the rear brakes. So pad 3 can get all the way, but normally you probably run brake 2 for, I'm pretty sure brake 2 it might even be 8 hours, it could be 12 hours. It's good for, but I think pad 1, yeah, it's very much like a qualifying pad. So bit of a shame for them to make that mistake, because now they're all the way down in 14th and they're going to have to sort of fight their way back through. They've got the pace clearly because they were running in the top 5 for all of that time. So let's see if they can do a similar kind of thing to the 38 car and the 482 as well, because these guys now back in the sort of sequence of the pit stops. The MSL Racing 482 car of Lofts behind the wheel. They've now got themselves ahead of the 47 just behind them, and then back into the top 10. So really good driving from them as well.
No, it's Dan Lofts in the car now, so it looks like they'll be putting their I hate to call him their quickest driver, but I'm pretty sure he is. Dan Lawson and Vitor Sousa, no mugs by any stretch of the imagination, but yeah, Zerone has been absolutely rapid so far in the ACC races he's done with us. Dominic maybe having a look down the inside. I think ambitious, but he's been left the room. Actually, no, he makes it nicely. Yeah, he's going to maybe go look for a bit of a cutback angle, but there's nothing on there. So I have to start him behind. So it's a good overtake from Dominic there, up into the top 10 for the pole. And yeah, solid driving from him there. So good first couple of hours from him. So he's still got Pullen and Ken a little bit further back. Let's go on board with them. So they're only still on the same straight, so not too far off. They'll still be able to see the cars they're fighting with. They're still only just out of reach, so it's still something you can try and hope to catch when you see the car in front that you want to catch. Always a bit easier than knowing they're 25-30 seconds in the distance. But yeah, a lot of cars, they're still having something to fight for. And say you can look at the top though. Look at the time Honzik setting, 5.5 seconds clear now. So while Chumley is no mug, Honzik, and we know he's one of the quickest drivers in esports, and yeah, he's proven that already. He's putting such a good lead. So it'll be all about whether Valentin can hold on to that when he gets back into the run, as long as Jardier doesn't make a mistake. So yeah, it's all about whether Honzik keeps it nice and clean when he's getting all past the back markers, because yeah, look, it can always be a little bit unpredictable. So fingers crossed for them. It goes nice and well, but they're in a really good spot now to try and fight for the win. You see this lead though, Jack Pullen trying to defend from Charlie Kent, and yeah, he wants a bit of that. And the BMW as well behind. Said that superb driving from Mike Williams in 13th. There's a car that started, may I remind you every time, at the very, very back of the grid. It started in 50th position, up to 13th now in that 138. They took it with good grace, as I said. They took that slot after a team that couldn't make qualifying, and yeah, they started at the back. Oh, a little bit squirrely there from Pullen. They lost him a little bit of time. Luckily for him, came a little bit wide, so actually Mike Williams might be the beneficiary of that. Come down into Parabolica. You just want to close in a little bit, but yeah, still some way back. Have a look up the inside. Oh, I was a bit worried it might be. Or the area where else I was worried that was going to happen. It looked like there might be contact, that initial angle in. So that car will drive off into the distance, and I believe I'll be fully expecting the car 812 to report that car, unfortunately. So I could see a penalty come in the in the near future. Just want to keep our eye out there, see how they fare. Let's come on quickly with Ash Gledall. So the man who brings forward that squirrel phrase, tidy squirrels, and he's the only reason they've got that on the side of their car. Up in 16th at the moment, takes that car off of Joe LaCour. Trying to get up to Dan Stacey in 15th, but still they'll be pretty happy with 16th. So quite a few Pro-Am cars doing really well at the moment, sort of really mixing it in the order. But they won't mind that 16th place right now. That'll put them in good stead for the last 3.5 hours. Plenty of time to muddle with everyone else and start trying to get into the ribbon. So yeah, good luck to Ash. Hopefully he'll have a solid race. And I know how much he loves these races. Christy SOS. So hopefully that's how I say that. Yeah, thank you very much for the follow. Very much appreciated. I hope you are all enjoying the stream so far. Hopefully it's all good your end, visuals and sound wise. Do let me know if there's any problems. But yeah, great driving from them all so far. So who should we go on board with? Let's have a look. Let's go. So you've got Jaroslav Honzik. Let's see the lead now. 5.9 seconds. This is a nearly 6-second lead. Owen Wenlock, how far back? Oh dear, that's a lot of cars. So it's going to have to be worked out nice and slowly. Hopefully everyone acting with sportsmanlike conduct, but Owen gets through quite nicely. Hopefully everyone made their way through there. A little bit of a run off into the gravel. We've seen quite a few do that through Ascari, not the easiest corner. Yeah, hope you're doing well, Leg. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, well done on that stint earlier, by the way, Scott, as I said. Well done. So yes, 2 hours and 24 minutes in, so we're nearing halfway. Mr. Age has gone off to make a brew. I think when he comes back I'll maybe use the opportunity myself. Quickly get up and I have enough back troubles as it is. Don't really want to be sat here for too long, so I'll quickly go stretch my legs once he gets back. Use that as an excuse. Just for 30 seconds. And then leaves you with his lovely dulcet northern tones. See, I wouldn't have said that if he was here. Or would I? I probably would. Hopefully you'll all be able to understand what he says. I'll get an interpreter for Stoke into the stream when I leave him alone with you guys. So yeah, we're not driving a solid race, up in third at the moment. Good position to make an attack for the rest of the race. Whether they'll be able to close that gap up to the top two, that would be some ask. So see, actually they're behind the car now then so who is that? Is that Jack Pullen? So that's Jack Pullen just in front. So car number 15, there's a lap down. So yeah, you can see blue flags coming there. So they'll be, again, two very quick drivers. But here's the blue flags very nicely there. Superb driving. See, that's pretty much exactly what you want to see. He took it really early, let him go, got him behind. Lovely, don't have to worry about it anymore. We'll play another blue flag for the cars behind. Side Max Motorworks car trying to come through. Kim Butler down in 18th. So had those... had a bit of a nightmare earlier on. Hopefully his car's going okay now though. Down in 18th, still driving nicely. See, a little car goes a little bit sideways. That's just his, I think that's connection base. Hopefully he's not actually, pretty sure he's not causing any issues for cars on circuit. Did have a check with that, so I think all is well there. Ryan Gill still back in 19th spot. That bright purple Lambo. Another lovely livery job going on there. For me, yes. Very northern. I mean, it's not north, is it? But it's quite north. No, he's not, unfortunately. Take it easy. He's work conflicts, annoyingly, I think. But he's helping out with bits and bobs, admin-wise, I believe. So, do appreciate that. Good to support the stream as well. It's very kind of him, obviously. Got Vincent Van Belligan. Now, the DSRT grey team, Belgian driver, currently in 20th, so leading AM driver, leading AM car currently, sitting in 20th spot. Hallam in 22nd and Darryl Wright in 23rd, the closest. And there's a car in the background. Oh, that's a double wall hit. That's going to have smarted. So who was that? I'm sure that car will probably. I wouldn't be surprised if that car toes the pits. Was that? Let's see if I can find them. I'm not sure who that was, but that. Was it car number 412, as I think it might have been? Let's have a look. See if I can find it. Unless I've gone completely blind. No, it wasn't 412, so that car's had its own accident. So we this 412 Ferrari's just had a bit of a moment. Just about rescued it though, so got out of the wall, got out of it nicely. Was it Hugo Ackerson? Oh, it was. Yeah. So that's a filthy looking BMWt, unfortunately. So they'll have to. So that's a nasty crash. It's easily done. You hit that curb on the inside at Ascari and then settle the car, or get unsettled on the exit. Yeah, he's hit the wall on the right at full pelt. Has come across and hit the wall on the left. Just very lucky and relieved that there weren't any impacts with any other cars. But yeah, it's a massive shame. Never like seeing that. Hopefully they can get that repaired and still have a decent last 3 hours and 30 minutes. Slightly poor second chicane there, hops over that curb there. Cars behind giving him a little bit of leeway though, so Chumley comes through. But yeah, lead of 10.4 seconds now for Honzik. Wenlock in third, still making their way through. A fair way back. Got Harry Spears, haven't been on board with him too much, the Team Fordzilla car. So Jordan Burrows out of the car and Spears back in. Are you actually at work at the moment? Fair play. I did wonder. Yeah. Fair enough, Martin. Fair enough. By the way, mine. That's leg. For what it's worth. Going up the inside there. The back marker, a little bit of curb. Maybe not the way he would like to have done that, but he gets past nonetheless. Little flash to say thank you, but in slightly swearier terms, I'm sure. How dare you? Thank you for letting me pass. How dare you? That kind of thing. So a bit of a train of cars here to make their way through, as is always going to be the way in a race of this length, of course. Kondisioglu now down to that brake failure earlier on due to the wrong brake pads, down to 13th. So that's going to cost him dearly. But again, still a very long time to go. Still going to be able to mix it. A little bit loose there, coming out of Ascari. And they go 3 wide past the back marker, I think. A scenic shot, but not very useful for tracking the cars. So yeah, a couple of cars letting them go there before the entrance to Parabolica. Car going quite slowly on the entrance, hopefully that didn't cause anyone any issues. So that is full position. That is Charlie Kent just in front. So no time at all between them. I think that's a back marker in front of them. So yeah, you would hope maybe that before the first turn might have been the best place to let them go. So he's just going to go long into turn 1, I think. Oh yeah, that's not great. That's let one go but not the next. So yeah, that would have compromised Kondisioglu quite badly. They needed to slow up earlier on the straight there, really. They won't have been best pleased, and rightly so. But we'll go wide now on the long right-hander. And he gets in front. So try and put that behind him now, very literally. And just focus, concentrate, get back amongst it. And push on. Let's go on board with Sean Arnold. Haven't seen him for a little while. Currently in 6th, gets back in the car after Fitzpatrick. So I've been involved a fair bit. Well, very high up early on. Just got involved with a few bits that didn't quite go their way. 2.4 seconds back for Walker. Oh, and there's a car off ahead. Did not see what car number that was, but yeah, that's a nasty time. It depends. At least if they've got damage, they can pit straight away. Yeah, but that will not have been a pleasant place to spin it. Hopefully, no one's going to pop in the pits just as they're effectively laying in front of the pit entry. Oh, a little bit of a spin up there. So Pavel Dominiak in 9th spot. Solid driving from them so far too. Not so fast racing team, proving that they are actually kind of fast. And, yeah, on for a top 10 at the moment. Ahead of the Dan Loss in the MSL Racing black and green at Ferrari. But 5.4 back from Gareth Higgins. They've worked their way up nicely. Jan Willem van Ormen going well. Polystyrene absolutely everywhere there at turn 1, so someone's had a bit of a nightmare. I don't mind if they've gone. Hopefully no one's just abandoned that willy-nilly. As long as they've gone through that trying to avoid an incident, then we don't mind that. That's just what it's there for naturally. But ideally you want people to be going through the round the polystyrene rather than directly through it like it's a missile. But there we go. Oh, just has an issue with the cameras here. You might have to stumble with the Van Omen for a sec while I can hopefully sort this out. No, that's a problem. Right, I might have to quickly leave and rejoin the session then, as I don't think I'm going to be able to get the cameras to reconnect to the session. So yeah, a little bit of an issue there. How irritating. Right, give me 2 seconds, everyone. I will quickly sort this out. Just got to reconnect the cameras, like I say. Otherwise, you are literally going to be watching Van Omen. As good as he is, you're going to be watching him for 3 hours, 27 minutes and 15 seconds. So, as much as we love you, Van Omen. Oh no, typical one. I can't change to him, I'm afraid. Yeah, no, I suspect there might have been similar issues at a similar time. But yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, it's not having it. Right, give me 2 seconds, everyone. And then we can get back straight into the racing. So I'm still here with you, so don't worry. We're not going to be gone for more than a few seconds. Just unfortunately have to reinitiate the joining the lobby, and then we can get straight back amongst it again. It's a bit unfortunate, but we have been going nearly 3 hours, so these things do happen, unfortunately. But yeah, so we'll have to get on board with Charger then, as we've just seen he's had an issue. So it sounds like a connection issue with his wheel. So very unlucky, but yeah, I think I've seen him have issues like that before. Just a bit unlucky. Right, so let's see. Hopefully we can get the cameras reconnected back up now. So there we go. So thanks for your patience. Sorry about that. Let's get back to the action. Then we go. So yes, Chumley now into the lead. So Honzik has he got damage? Did he actually have an incident? Did he actually have a moment where he's hit a wall or had any contact? 6.5 back, so he's still pushing. I think Wenlock is quite some way back. Yeah, so not under pressure for second place at the moment. Oh, saying that, good lord, what was that? That was a who on earth was that? I really would love to know what car number that was. That looked horrendous. That was going at about Mach 4. So who was that? We can have a look at the track map. That might give us a clue. I don't think it does. So 438's in the pits. I don't think it was that car. So yeah, not whatever car that was. That was yeah. That's. I think we're going to say something obvious there. That was going too fast and. Yeah, I'm fairly palpably relieved that he missed Yaroslav there. That would not have been a nice way for that to end. Don't know quite what's happened there, because that was almost looking like they were going so fast they just didn't brake. But I'm sure they did, and I'm sure they haven't had a brake failure. But yes, didn't quite catch what car number that was, unfortunately. But it was whoever it was going just a little bit too fast. Back slightly further back, so I mean, I think it was a Ferrari, but I'm not sure which. I'm sure we'll find out. We'll come across him eventually. So Menez is down at 46. Fair play, Brett Dove Racing Car still going. Mike Rugby, thank you very much for the follow, much appreciated. Hope you're well. So fair gap up to Lars Richter, one of the other Black Dove Racing cars, a German driver, in 45th at the moment. John Becker. Let's go on board with him. So in the AMG, so not quite haven't going their way. It's pretty solid in qualifying, just not had the best start to the race. As we know, that's just sometimes the way it goes. It's a bit unfortunate. So Brandon Walker, I don't think that was a car that had the issue earlier on. It might have been. It was a green. Yeah, it was just yeah. Looked like you braked at 10. Quinton, dearie me. Yeah, that was yeah, please don't do that again. If you're not sure, brake at 200. Just be, better safe than sorry. My heart can't take that. You all crikey saying that, and there's a tap on the car in front to 37 hits. Was that Delory just tapped round? I think it might have been. I wouldn't say that. Doesn't look like Delors had the best rejoin there. Looks like he's tried to rejoin in the car. I think again there'll be penalties being dished out for this stuff if there is. They won't be allowed to do silly rejoins, so we'll see what happens there. We won't do it again, we promise. Oh, good boy, that's what I want to hear. I'm just relieved you missed it. Just relieved you missed them. So yeah, Sean Alden now all the way onto the back of this Talladega Madhouse liveried car. It's a lovely design effort, that. Really do appreciate that. Go on, Ryan. Yes, it's a solid drive from him. So top pro-am driver at the moment. Really good first stint. Sean Arnold though all over the back of him. Just under half a second now. So very much in stalking territory. We'll be looking for a move. So nearly at the halfway mark. Yeah, I'm sure. To be honest, top 10 is a good effort. It's lots of stuff happens in the races like this. Plenty has gone on already. Seems quite a few drivers make up a lot of positions. So the car in 7th started in 21st, I think. Car in 11th started in 50th. So yeah, just hoping people have a solid race. Obviously, there's clearly going to be incidents. There's been plenty of penalties already dished out. We've seen quite a lot of them. It's been a little bit quiet for the last 20-25 minutes, I think. I believe there probably is one or two people going through now, though. Just as we saw a car disappear on the gravel in front of Ryan there. Seeing how Harry Spears is doing. So up in 4th, I think we've got back markers to get past. Moves out of the way nicely. Gets that bit of polystyrene off track. Lively job. Bit of marshalling there from that car. So go back on board with Ryan. So yeah, he's not going to try and follow Arnold now. Even if he's not got the sheer pace to stay with him, even if he can stick it in 6th, like Ryan said there, it's hopefully he can hold that position. It's a great drive from them so far. Superb drive from them. Let's go on board with Willem van Ommen. So they'll be wanting to catch down Ryan Walker, see if they can become a part of that fight. Quite a way off at the moment, I think. So where is Ryan Walker at the moment? So yeah, not too far, just around turn 1. Van Ommen just coming down to the first corner. Oh no, there are. Oh, no. Like maybe 3 or 4 of them might have setups like that. Jardier might, Jaroslav Ontic might. Sean Arnold might. Darren King might. Mostly the other 122, or however many it is, 100% not. I know there's drivers like Scott Vincent who's on an old, what is it, the Driving Force Logitech. Like we're talking old Logitech, so you can still do it. Oh, there's nothing. Yeah. It's Scott's only just recently had his PC facing the right way, haven't you, Scott? Rather than just blowing hot air in your face because his cables weren't. They didn't reach if his PC was turned around the other way. So yeah, it does happen. Kamikaze, that's a great name. Afternoon V-Tour. Yeah, that was eventful, wasn't it? Keeps you on your toes. So Van Ommen coming up to that marker. We're going on board with Dan Losten. Let's see where he is. So in 10th at the moment, still doing well. Still got Jerome Mormon to hop in the car, hopefully. I'm sure he is attending today. It was really, well, yeah, kind of. I suppose so. The rest of the rig, not so realistic. Let's be honest, Scott. Let's be honest. But hey, it works for you. It works for you. So Mike Williams right behind them. So they're already looking to get into the top 10. That Dakin Community car driving absolutely superbly from the very, very back of the grid was last place as they weren't able to qualify. And already right in amongst it, about to fight for a top 10 spot. I'm sure they can push even further. So great driving from those guys. Got Dan Sedgley just behind them in 14th. You can see there, cars in front to fight for. Charlie Kent. But Jack Pullen not too far behind him. Just with that back marker in between. currently in 14th, so again, another good showing from Sesley in that EXR Esports. Lamborghini, another lovely livery. I do say I really quite like that one. So it's a good show there. Got Kundisoglu just a couple of places ahead, obviously with their brake pad issue earlier on. Not quite where they'd like to be, but still going well. So we're getting right into the meat of this race now, nearly halfway, just 17 minutes to go until we are right bang in the middle of this 6 hours. But there's still plenty of time to go, Just got on board with Jonathan Atkinson, so taking over that number 57. It'll be interesting to see how he fares today. Says he's looked decent when he's been racing amongst it with us. So took over from Scott Vincent from that first stint. Hopefully it'll go well for him. So sort of a newcomer to ACC compared to some, but has had his fair share at real life racing. Not quite to the level of say your Dan Camishes or your Josh Websters, of course, but. Very few have, to be fair. So we'll be pretty happy with how he's driven so far, I'm sure. 3 hours 16 left. Back in 30th, but you can push forward. Still a few more places to be had. Keeping it nice and tidy. It looks like essentially just getting past there, actually on the road. See how Reece Williams is doing. BMW in 34th position at the moment, so he's had a couple of penalties to serve. That marker in front, getting out of the way. It looks like there, getting out of the way nicely too. Team Dynamics fan. Good is it afternoon or evening? 5:30 GMT. Let's call it evening. It's pretty dark outside, so we'll go with evening. Log the life. Hope you're well. Good evening. Team Dynamics, car number 27. Let's quickly catch up with them then. So, Will Neal currently in the car. Got quite a bit of space in terms of the cars technically just ahead in the standings, below in the standings, 26th and 28th. Car off in the gravel, using all of that runoff. Unfortunate. Well, I'm sure many will be doing that. But still plenty of time to be had. I'm sure Dan might be jumping back in the car maybe at some point. Well, he might have done all this. May have done all this stint. I'm quite sure. Can't remember if he did the whole first 2 hours. But we're all going okay in that mid pack. There's plenty of positions to be had. There will still be mistakes, especially from the cars around there. And we saw Jaroslav Ondic having his tech issues earlier on. That stuff can happen. It can happen to all of us. It's the sim racing equivalent, isn't it, of a technical failure. You might get hydraulic failure in the car, or a brake problem. All these things happen in sim racing. It's the same, but it's different. It's a computer crashing. It's the wheel becoming disconnected all of a sudden, which is what happened to Jaroslav by the sound of things. There's not a whole great deal you can do about it. Saying that, he's catching up quite nicely. Oh yeah, if you want to get your safety rating up, don't qualify and drive a little bit further back and just concentrate on clean racing. Don't worry about positions. I believe that's what I hear from a lot of the ACC drivers. Best way to try and keep it, get that safety rating up. But yeah, plenty of drivers without amazing setups, without your great seating rigs and direct drive wheels and all of that stuff. Load cell pedals, RGB lights everywhere. Fair play if you've got it. But yeah, there's plenty that are quick enough, many quick enough that don't have that kind of setup. They've just got the single screen, G29 or whatever, an old wheel. Simple like desk chair, old dining room chair. CRM Kieran Sharp, absolutely rapid, and he sits on like a TL chair, and I did not know like a wooden chair. So it definitely doable, said Scott Vincent. Definitely hasn't got a fancy setup. One day, maybe, but that day is not today. 2.5 seconds now, that lead down 2, so he is closing that gap. Ever so surely, let's see now. Getting pretty close in behind now, so that's the lead driver just ahead, not much between them. 2.5 seconds on track, but yeah, now he's in his sights. You'll be able to see, Chumley will be able to see him in his mirror. He'll just want to hold off for enough of the rest of this stint. You would hope that you've got enough pace to hold him back, but if not, try and make a fight of it. And, but still, 3 hours to go, nearly halfway. Getting into the meat of the race, as I keep saying, for the final 3 hours. Oh yeah, it's enjoyment. So it might mean they enjoy the racing more. Sindhu, hello by the way. Yes, do know you are. Don't worry. Yeah, you know, it might improve the enjoyment. Whether it necessarily makes them any quicker is a sort of separate argument almost. You just want to try and enjoy yourself. And if that improves the experience, then albeit awesome. It might be that some people want to stream, so they want a slightly different setup for, where the webcam, the way that it's looking, and fancy lighting, and it all comes into it. For the rest of us who aren't streaming the driving, then you might just concentrate more on. I say pedals are pedals are much more important than the wheel. I would say that you can get good pedals. That would be amazing pedals, just good pedals. Don't start with your base TMX. 2 plastic pedals. You can be quick with that with practice, but if you can go further than that from the start, then absolutely do. So 4/10 that last lap, that gap is going to be not long for this planet, I think. 2.1 seconds. 4/10 of a second last lap. Yeah, give it a couple of laps now without Chumley making any mistakes. He'll just want to hand that back over to Carsten in one piece, and hopefully still in first position. So Honzik still has to get past the back markers. Let's go and have a look actually. Let's see the cars in that mid pack. So that would have been Dan Loss, I believe. So yeah, doesn't fancy messing around with Jaroslav, so he gets well out of the way. So that's nicely done. Well played there. Eric Newman then up to 18th in that Exodus Esports Honda, driving well. So just pushing their way forward bit by bit, taking their time. Just consistency, not panicking too much, and yeah, still going strong. So I think Aid might be back with us. I think he's had his brew in his stretch of his legs.
I am indeed.
There he is.
Back. Just quickly then, how did the lead change?
Annoyingly, I didn't get to see it because I had to quickly leave the lobby and rejoin due to my cameras disconnecting from the session. Right. Just before that. Apparently, according to the chat, Honzik got the Windows sort of disconnect noise for his wheel, I think, and I'm imagining he crashed, but whether his computer crashed or his car. But yeah, he's. You can have a look. Unfortunately, obviously, I'm not able to. If you're anyone wondering, by the way, in the chat, I haven't been hopping back into the replays too willingly because due to having all the custom liveries, the game basically pauses while it loads them all. And it takes a hell of a long time. So we'll try and see if there's a way to get around that next time round, but. Well, we might have another solution for the replays, but yeah, so this time round, unfortunately, that's why you will have seen me not doing them too often.
Right, so looking back at the stream then, Jardier looked like he took a lot of curb at Ascari on the exit over the left-hand curb, and it just went round on him. Managed to keep it out of the wall. That was around 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So pretty much when you went. So unlucky, but I mean, he was up to about 10 seconds back. He's now to 1.3. So he's just doing what he, I've seen plenty of streams where Honzik's had all sorts of challenges thrown at him, and he still comes home with a win. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to do that again today. He's pushing hard, and yeah, 1.3 seconds. That is the fight for the lead. The front 2 cars now. Chumley doing all he can, driving well, driving solid pace. His last lap was a 48.8 though, 7/10 slower than Honzik, but not a bad time at all. Still quicker than most of the cars further back, but yeah, that's where Honzik will make the difference. That sheer pace he has. Well, car off to the side. That the lonely Porsche, the one lonely Porsche. And yeah, they're going to be fighting for that position very, very shortly. Let's have a look on board now with Honzik. So just makes no mistakes, very consistent, super quick. And Chumley's going to be so aware he's there now. On him to try and not make any mistakes. Not to buckle under the pressure. There's no need, still at 3 hours 7 minutes remaining. Plenty of time to slowly get into it. And so Chumley's still driving well. He can give it back to his teammate. So Carsten looked great, and so I can see these positions changing again in this race. I don't think this will be settled once one gets past the other. I still think we'll see a bit of a change, and that's without any mistakes, of course. But there's plenty of time to go yet. And you see they're just coming up to back markers now anyway, so they're going to need to make their way through bit by bit. Owen Wenlock, how far back is he? So in third, but yeah, quite a way back. So they were just coming up to the second chicane, and Wenlock just coming up to the first. So they're a good half a lap, maybe a bit more further back, but still fighting as best they can. Harry Spears in fourth. He's got the flags, the Star Spangled Banner all over the car of the back car behind. That's pulling in 13th. So a lap back already. Go back on board. Let's go on board with, let's see where Ryan Walker is, the Canadian, Talladega Madhouse Racing. I do love that, lovely livery, great effort. Car number 78. It's got it's only got a 1 second gap to the car in front. You can see that. Sean Arnold, 6th position just ahead, 5th position just ahead of him. There's still some mighty fighting from those two. And, you did see a little bit of a battle earlier on, and it looks like they're going to get amongst it again. We've got people leaving the pit, so we are about that time again. Where the stints will be coming to an end. So they're not all at the same time. There's a little bit of a mismatch.
So there's a move for
well.
the lead
Yep,
here.
just come back to him.
Taken the inside line, uses a bit of the runoff, and actually the Honda behind is having a really good toe off them both. But he's now let them go, and Jardier is going to dive down the inside. Can he get it stopped? The big Mercedes. He does hit the apex and does take the position away from the 255 of Samuel Chumley, and Jardier now resumes again in the lead after a mistake around 25 minutes ago. He's now retaken the lead with 3 hours and 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, like I said, the other drivers have got to still hop back in the car. Still got Carsten to jump back into the Lambo, and then you've still got Valentin Barrier to hop back into this AMG. Neither of them mugs, clearly both superbly fast at the start, so it might be about how close Chumley can stay to Honzik at the end of this stint, so that when Carsten hops back in, he doesn't have too much, as much of a challenge to try and bridge that gap. You don't want to let him get too far ahead, but again, you don't want to push too hard so that you make a mistake. Even if you can just leave him a little bit of a gap, depends quite when the two of these cars will pit. We might see one or two cars starting to hop in pretty shortly, right in towards this third hour of the race. Still going strong though. Still many cars still out on circuit. Only had a couple of retirements, I believe. So yeah, it's not bad going, do you have to say. It's similar with our 4 hour Silverstone a few months back. I think we had out of 43 starters, I think we had 3 retirements or 4 retirements, but everyone else finished. So it's good going. Everyone, like knuckles down, and ultimately it's trying to get to the end. It's the part of the challenge is getting to the finish. It's very easy to, when it doesn't go right, to quit out. But yeah, fair play to most who are, I think, still here. So yeah, plenty of fighting to still watch in the next 3 hours and 3 minutes.
So going back onto the setup talk,
indeed,
that I heard you going on
about,
and a couple of the guys still chatting away. I actually started sim racing on a Ferrari 458 it was then, non-force feedback wheel with the standard 2 pedals that were either on or off. Basically, there was no modulating the brake or anything like that, and that was back on PCARS 1. So I managed to win a few things on that.
You did, yes.
and that was on the Xbox as well. I'm going to post a screenshot of my really old setup. It hasn't got the wheel clamped to the table at this point, but I'll post it in the OTL general chat for anyone that does want to go and have a look on Discord. I'll post it in there, and that is basically what I was working with for a long time. So it does suggest that setups don't necessarily make you quick. I'll definitely say that what you were saying, Matt, about the pedals being the main thing, I would say I've seen bigger gains from other people and myself in the pedal department than anywhere else. So some of you may know a guy called Weber's Racing on Twitch. He is a good mate of mine. He's got Huskenfeld sprint pedals and still races on a G29 base.
Indeed,
so and he goes perfectly fine. And I would honestly say pedals are definitely the one.
Yes.
Even screen monitors, all of that kind of jazz is not the main thing at all, but it's all down to space and budget and all of that. But if you can just focus on using the tools you've got, then that's the way you're gonna get faster, definitely.
I think familiarity as much as anything else, isn't it? It's the car, it's the setup you're used to. If you put the practice in, especially with something like ACC is the game I think the most I've seen. A little puff of smoke there in front, a little bit of gravel, car using a bit of the runoff there, that Old Spice Bentley. So that ran well in qualifying. So that is I think that was Kexel earlier on. Got using the car now, but yeah, not going quite the way they wanted in this race. Unfortunately, a bit of a gaggle of 4 cars just behind, having to wait their way through. Sedgley, it's got Ken as well in that fight. So he's just on his outside. So he smuggles him of that 10th position. And yeah, they're still in for a fight top 10. But yeah, we are coming into the pits now. A little tap from behind that please the green car in front, especially if they've got a little bit of damage from that. They might be a bit careful. It's not really. You would hope that they would be able to avoid such an incident, but yeah, not so, unfortunately. Look at this, 2.1 seconds already. Honzik still stretching that gap very quickly. In the last 3 minutes, he's dragged that out by 2 seconds. Also, Quintero saying in the chat, GPG worth more than his entire wheel setup. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think having a good machine, have a strong machine that you know isn't going to lag out on you, isn't going to give you problems like that. And then a modest setup, like I said, someone like Scott, I keep using him because, you know, a lot of people seem to assume he's going to have some amazing setup, and he does not. But it's familiarity. He's had that wheel for many years. It came out a long time ago. I think he's had that wheel like nearly 10 years, but it does the trick for him. So he's not going to complain, I'm sure. But it's all about familiarity. Put the practice in, and it will. You'll see the gains, I'm sure. So Honzik now. Will we see anybody coming into the pits? We're going to see some front runners coming in soon, I'm pretty sure. Not this lap, so it goes round again. Let's go to the ball with Chumley. He is though, so I thought they might come around pretty much bang on the hour. So halfway, as you're about to be told. Oh, there we go.
Not over yet.
I thought he wasn't going to tell us for a second. Yeah, absolutely Valor. I think the thing is you see people with VR, they often then go to they often go back to triples or back to single screen at ultra wides. To be honest, what I see is mostly people flipping between 3 or 4. Like, I'm bored, especially for ACC. Some do use VR in this, but it doesn't work very well, so it's a very select few. Yeah, G920 is a great. I mean, the G920 can last for, you know. It's you grab the Apocalypse, and the 2 things that will survive are cockroaches and Logitech G920 wheels. I reckon they last a long time. They're pretty robust. Thrustmasters, as in my experience, not so much. I've seen more people have issues with those, but then I've seen plenty of people have problems with FANATEC. So it can happen to all of them. It's a big pink Bentley there that we saw a little bit earlier on. Yeah, it does happen. Just quickly having a look in the chat. What got a car near the back that are laps down and up themselves and get stuck in a lot of blue flags. Will there be an issue? If you're near, if you're a bit nearer the back, if you unlap yourselves, that's fair enough. You then get stuck with a lot of blue flags. It's trying to adhere to blue flags, really. As long as it depends if you're trying to just not hold up other cars. It's an awkward one without actually seeing. I can't judge for you, I'm afraid, but as long as you're not holding up the cars that you're being blue flagged for, I don't think they'd worry too much. But yeah, Wenlock up into second. So those side max teams doing really well today. So this is Ryan Meelan's teammate taking that second after Chumley comes in. Carsten comes back out even after the pit in third. Harry Spears now obviously pitted as well, just coming out of the pit lane. slot in behind a couple of back markers. He'll probably try and get fairly late on the brakes, try and take that corner. Hopefully the Bentley will give him a bit of room. That's been a little bit of a touch there. Yeah, no, I knew that would be a spin. I think saw that one come, a little bit of a clip there as well. To be honest, I think I can understand Burrow's trying to go to the inside there, try to get through before turn one. I think maybe that Bentley needed to give him a little bit more space, get him through, then take the corner. Tried to take it too wide, which was never very wise. So I think we could, we'll see that reported. We'll have to see. Sean Arnold and Willem van Ommen in the pit, so is Owen Wenlock.
So the lead car was actually caught up in that as well.
Yeah.
Chardier was hampered by around 2.5 seconds, so that's going to be interesting now. When they do pit, are they going to be ahead, or is it going to be a change position once again for Carsten in the 255 and Honzik in the 39?
No, I can't imagine they've got long left. Less than a couple of laps left. So they're used to this. They'll be plenty used to the blue flag situations. The quick drivers, a lot of the slower drivers, though, maybe. It's not always something comfortable to be in. It's not a position everyone's massively familiar with. Not everyone's done plenty of endurance events before. Monza not the easiest circuit. It can be fairly harsh when you make a mistake. Can make you look a little bit silly. As long as people are, apologising if they do make a mistake. We all do them. It's just hoping that enough common sense prevails. But yeah, you're always going to get the odd silly bit of judgment where something goes wrong. But just that's the way racing goes, doesn't it? That's the way. As I said it earlier, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And I'm sure a lot of the drivers know that. They get angry in the moment, but yeah, these things happen. Does Honzik dive into the pits? No, he does not. As I say, it would have been a bad time to try and get past that back marker.
I will confirm he's got 10 minutes and 30 seconds around left.
Okay.
So because they've extended the first two stints, they've been able to get a couple of extra laps.
Yeah, nice.
So they expect him in probably in around, I want to say about 4 laps possibly. Something like that.
So their last pit, they won't need to fully fuel. They can sort of not splash and dash, but if you're coming in and your last pit would be what? Your last pit would be possibly only half an hour, 40 minutes. Yeah, so it's going to be. I'm sure my maths is pretty flawed somewhere there. Yeah, don't worry, GT Matt. Fair enough. I don't mind the question. It's all good. It's just trying to not, like I said, try not to hinder the car that's in position on track. If you're much quicker, then absolutely unlap yourself safely, of course. If you can then hold the position or drive off in front of them. If you then just end up in front of them, it's probably best to just stay behind. But yeah, it's got individual situations. It's there's a car from the background that's going to see a bit of wall. Oh, was that? So is that the? Let's can't seem to find him. Is that the Aaron Martin Pilkington car? No, it's not. So it is a worry. It looks very similar livery from that far back. So yeah, they're still in 8th. They're still safe. Pullen and Kuntisoglu in the pits. So a few cars still further back as well in the pits. Ryan Gill in the pits in 26th. Mion in 28th as well in the Honda. So they'll be hopefully coming out shortly. I'm sure there might be a few more cars still to make their pit stops. And yeah, I think they'll be getting going again shortly. Let's go on board with Van Ommen. So Van Ommen in 8th. So again, we did think that car would probably get into the top 10. And yeah, doing very well. I said they're the Dowking community team, though, you have to say. Unbelievable drive. I mean, I'm sure they might be due to pit soon. If not, that's astonishing. I'm pretty sure they will be coming in shortly, though. Up in 5th at the moment, from the very back of the grid. They've just had pretty exemplary race so far, I think. They haven't really been involved in anything. Obviously got clear, good pace. And yeah, they're making the most of it. I'm interested to see now, though, if they come in the pits. Yeah, they do. So, stretch that stint out a little bit, up to 5th. They won't drop too far back. I'm sure they'll still be possibly in the top 10, if not only just outside it. But yeah, they won't be too unhappy with how their first 3 hours have gone for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Starting 50th on the grid, right at the back, just means that they've been able to focus forward permanently, and they've just done a solid job at the moment to get themselves in contention for a top 10, really.
I mean, I did say to them before I think a couple of days ago, Dowking was giving us some jibes and being around that, we screwed his team over, they can't qualify. I was like, they got in because they couldn't, because they'd taken the spot that was available, and they were cool. They having a good joke about it, and I said, maybe it'll be the safest place to be, and yeah, I might have been right, because yeah, clearly they avoided whatever went on in front of them, and had enough space to sort of focus on what's ahead. You can see all of the cars, you can see the whole race in front of you. Sometimes it gives you a bit more time to react to things when they do happen, rather than being right in the midst of it. There's nothing. There's no one to hit you from behind, so you know you're safe on that front. And yeah, they'll be very happy with their drive so far. In 7th, I think they're still in the pits at the moment. Yeah, they're just coming out, so they're still going to be, I think, 8th spot. Let's see Kean Butler. So yeah, they're going to be in 8th. That's a superb drive from them so far. So I mean, yeah, 7th and 8th. Dalkin with his Dalkin community teams behind him in the positions. And it looks like the Side Max Motorworks cars coming past.
So they have come out in 9th actually. Kean
Oh yes.
Going through now.
Yeah.
Time is updated.
Yeah, the good old ACC timing board. Oh, don't kick that bollard off the track the other side. Oh, on the spin. So was that a little tag there? I think that, to be honest, that was either netcode, I think, or that car spinning of its own accord, because I saw that back. My stream to the side of me is slightly behind. It didn't look like there was any contact there, to be honest. It looked like it was a good bit of space between the two cars. But that won't make them any more happy about the spin, for sure. We've got Carsten in 2nd still, so he's back amongst it. How far are they back off of Honzik is he? So he's going to have a bit of a gap to close down. As you can see, all the back markers, they are having to make their move past now. Let's see. So where is Honzik? So yeah, that's so how much of a lead have they got? What in terms of seconds is that? So did they get caught up? Let's have a look. So 2 hours 51. So is it going to tell us the gap? No, it's still not coming up for me. So yeah, not quite sure what the gap is between those two cars, but it seems yeah, a fair bit larger than it was earlier. So I think they were getting caught up in that sort of thing. You're going to maybe drop back a little bit further back, but they're still on for having a solid race. They will still have hopes for the win. Oh yeah, they're still waiting for obviously Honzik to pit, didn't they? Sorry, I forgot about the Honzik will be coming in very, very shortly. Thank you very much for the follow.
5.5 minutes left on the stint timer for him, so probably only 2 more laps and you'll see the lead car pitting and see if Carsten can start challenging him there. I'm keen to see where Ryan Meanan is actually in P3, and Jordan Burroughs going along quietly as well in 8th after taking back over again from Harry Spears. So this car going really well for Team Fordzilla once again. Another set of Fordzilla drivers that are great caliber, to be fair. A lot of them in the field.
Yeah.
You've got obviously Dalking racing for them. They've got Harry Spears and Jordan Burroughs. They've got Aaron Martin Pilkington and Sean Arnold as well. So plenty of drivers representing those guys. And a drive-through for the 482 after charging back through the field.
Yeah.
The 482's now been given a drive-through penalty. So not sure what that's for. It could have been for causing an incident somewhere.
Yeah, hasn't come up yet in the incident log, but so I'll keep an eye on that and let you know if I spot what that's for. But yeah, well, that would have been for probably a little bit of an incident. But hey, they happen. That's they'll not as bad as a stop go, so they'll still they'll still be in a solid place when they come back out. They might lose a couple of places, but probably not too much more than that. So we should still see a few of these cars in mid-pack starting to. I don't think there will be many now that haven't pitted unless they've stretched out like Honzik did. But yeah, Burrow's doing well in 4th at the moment. Martin Pilkington, same as you. I keep saying his name wrong. Sometimes I just like to call him by his Mellish, which is the name that he's on night. It's just sometimes a bit easier.
Yeah, Mellish. It's a lot easier to say Mellish than
much
it is
quicker.
Aaron Martin Pilkington.
Yes, we're not, especially after 3 hours. I wouldn't have said it very well at the start. I'm going to say it worse now. But we'll try our best. Just quickly, going to the chat. Yeah, Carsten plus 1 lap would have just been just because the cars that were lapping and unlapping themselves. It would have just been different laps briefly. So Honzik into the pits then. So this will be interesting. See what that gap is when Carsten comes back out. Obviously Honzik did get slightly caught up in that incident earlier on, happening just in front of him at turn number 1. But he comes out now. So Carsten, we keep tabs on him for the rest of this lap. So whereabouts is he on circuit? So he's still got some way to go, but yeah, it depends how long Honzik's going to have to sit in for. So will Barrier get back in now? I don't think. Well, you said I think it will be Barrier, won't it, for another double stint? Valentin will take a double stint.
Will, yeah.
And then Honzik to end the race, to come in strong, hopefully for the last hour. So where is Honzik? Honzik will be keeping an eye out. So still sitting still in the pits. Let's go back to Carsten. Let's watch him through then. So come around the final corner. So they're not going to be too far back. It's going to be pretty close. This is Honzik moving off now. He is. So Honzik towards the end of the pit lane. That will help them massively. Let's go on board with Carsten now. Let's go on board. So I think... So is that the lead car to your right? I think that is.
Exactly the same thing as last time. They sail past as the Mercedes is trundling down the exit, trying to get up to speed, and the Lamborghini's already up to speed. So again, they've taken the lead. However, you are right in the sense that they're going to have a short stop at the end. The final stop potentially will be a short stop. Actually, no, it won't be, unless, because they're going to be changing driver once again.
True.
In that final
Very
stop.
point. Yeah, yes,
so it will be a minimum
point.
30-second stop anyway, but they'll probably be under-fueled.
Yes.
So, and it'll be Jardier behind the wheel again, and we've seen him flying along just recently. So you're gonna have a charging Jardier in a Mercedes with low fuel, even if the RP2. Chances are he's gonna be right up there, challenging for the win, definitely.
So he's going to have FANATEC having to fight his way now through. Just a quick question on that point. Would you think that maybe at the next pit stop, where they're not driver changing, would they maybe not swap drivers then instead, and so they can short fuel at the end, or I mean to have a short stop at the end, or would it not make much difference by the time they get that far?
Honestly, don't really know.
No.
It depends how the strategy's playing out. But if it was only going to be around 15 seconds of a pit stop, then potentially it would have been worth doing like a short stop and already getting the driver's changes out of the way. And I've just seen something now on Jardier's stream from a few laps ago. I'm not sure what lap we're actually on right now, but the 650 Honda, the AM car, was going into turn 1 and I think had complete brake failure and nearly collected their car completely. They've taken off the sausage curb at turn 1. They've got no brakes whatsoever and somehow avoided them just about. I mean, the Mercedes has seen them coming and turned out of the corner, and that would have been curtains. That would have been race over.
That would have been done, yeah.
So very, very interesting. I mean, the 650's done well to avoid him, but has then taken off and spat himself into the wall a little bit as well. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, where's the 650 now? Because he was I feel like it was P2 in
50 was Zyko Mantos is now. So, yeah, this was it. So they popped in, Quinten van Vingerden, his one of his teammates. Yeah, Axiom, as Axiom says there, that was actually happened earlier, Aid, while I had no cameras. So I saw it happen and I couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't go to change and find out who it was, but I had it was code brown for them as much as it was me.
Yeah.
So I was glad it avoided Honzik, but yeah, I don't think it was. I think it was just late braking. I think Quinten said it was just like late braking, just braked a fair bit later than they meant to, just made a mistake, and at that point, I suppose they may have floored it to avoid Honzik rather than keep trying to slow down. They might have actually got in the gap in front, which I mean, fair play if they have, but
if that's what they've done. Cracking driving.
I'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
It's good driving from everyone, even the car ahead and the car that was, trying to take avoiding action to not cause a massive crash. Both good driving. I mean, if that happened or happened in a real life car, my God, that would be an aeroplane crash.
Oh yeah, you'd have altitude very quickly.
Very, very quickly.
Very quickly.
Yeah. We've got Barrier behind the wheel again then. In the 39 car, and he's closing down Carsten. By the looks of it, he's just about to do a low 48 lap time. Let's have a look what Carsten does as well. Carsten did a 48.6 on the last lap, so a couple of tenths quicker for Barrier on the last lap. So he's definitely closing the gap down a little bit now. But neither of these two drivers are sluggish at all. No. So it'd be interesting to see if this extending the stint does play into the hands of the Mercedes, or whether it will hinder them a little bit. I'm not entirely sure, but Carsten going brilliantly at the moment, as was his teammate earlier. Ryan Meenan probably about half a lap behind, pretty much in no man's land really in P3. He's not got anyone really behind him or anything, close behind anyway, at least I don't think.
No,
Jay Burrows and Ellis are a bit further back, I think.
It's about 10 seconds. Yeah, about 10. Just coming down the straight now. So sort of close enough. They might just see them at certain parts of the track, but it's quite a stretch. I mean, still close enough that, but it's still a fair bit of wind between them and the rest of the cars around them, because it's like you say, They're sort of safely in third, but second is like 34 seconds clear. That's just come up. Now 34 seconds ahead of them is Barrier, and yeah, Martin Pilkington. Another good. Sorry, Burrows. Sorry, not that close to Ryan as well. About 10 seconds between them, and then we've got Martin Pilkington to just coming over the line now. Aaron in 5th, driving solidly. Van Ommen still sitting in 7th, just behind Ryan Walker. Again, that team doing superbly well. That Talladega Madhouse Racing team. And Ryan Walker driving superbly. Got a bit of a fight, 8th, 9th and 10th, not much between them. There's a little bit of, they've separated a little bit now. That there's a few back markers I think they had to get past. But Cairns, inside Max Works, number 99, sitting in 8th place. So this will be the car with Michael Kundasioglu in earlier on. Dominiak, Pavel Dominiak in 9th. You can see there, not far back from him at all. So very close. And then you've got Charlie Kent. Just in a sandwich of those cars, slightly further back. I should go on board with Jake Coombs. We've got a 5-second penalty to serve at the next pit stop. That'll just be added on to their pit. Just saying the Axiom saying in the stream as well how close Jody has shown how close that was in his stream, how close many millimetres where they were between the cars. Yeah, I'm just relieved they avoided each other. Doesn't always happen. Luca, oh crikey, let's get that name right. Let's read that one again. Luca, I might just call you Luca at this point, because otherwise I'm going to make your name sound terrible, and it probably sounds great when it's pronounced correctly. So yeah, thank you very much for the follow, Luca. Much appreciated. And yeah, Jake Coombs said that 5-second penalty. It won't be too much of a hindrance. Looks like he's letting Peterson know. It almost looked like he was either flashing the car in front or he was letting Peterson know he can go past. I think they might have been flashing the car in front. I have to say that's not the ideal spot to try and let a car go, because then the Lambo behind. I've got to be so careful coming through here. Of Peterson, he's going to have to just sit in Johan, having to take it so carefully. The Swede, just having to slot in behind. So he's already lost quite a bit of time there on Jake Coombs up in 11th. So he won't be too happy. But hopefully Coombs will get out the back mark will get out of the way for Peterson here. So they want to try and get him out of the way quite a long way before the corners, ideally. So it's a little bit close for my liking. Don't think that. Pretty certain that's not for positions. Apologies if so, but yeah, it's giving each other a little bit more room. Ideally, we should go on board with Charlie Crossan. So we were on board with him earlier. A fairly decent stint. Kean Butler not doing badly in his time on track as well. Got caught up in a bit or two, but so lost a few positions. Down in 14th, but they're still on for a solid race. 2 hours 40 to go in the. Looking quick in the McLaren, looking strong. Car looking good again, and yeah, they'll get amongst it if they can do. But this mid-pack, there's still plenty of cars you can see on track. There's still plenty of passing happening, as is always the way in these endurance events. You still get it's going to be blue flags all the way from here till the end. If you have 50 cars on a track that isn't, say, 2 minutes 20 long, it's not a Spa. Then yeah, or a Bathurst even. You're going to be. I mean, Bathurst quite slightly shorter, but yeah, somewhere like a Spa, you're going to be a bit more spread out. Apart from the obvious fair few slightly dangerous corners. But yeah, still enjoying us doing Monza. Don't see Monza done all that often. Going through the middle there, nicely done. You don't see Monza done all that often. I'm sure for obvious reasons, and some might say a few of the instances today might have proven why. But you've got to give these things a go. You've got to try these such classic tracks like Monza, and yeah, I'm glad we're doing so. It's still producing good racing so far, so I'm thoroughly enjoying it. Hopefully many of the teams are as well. Let's go back on board with the leader. 5-second lead for Carsten over Barrier now. So where is Barrier? Is he? So he's coming down the straight. So he's got ahead of those back markers. Might have lost a little bit of time there. A bit of clear air in front of him. Evening, Zvonimir. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's go back. Apparently an instant. Oh dearie dear, that's a poorly looking car. So he's now going to have to sit there.
Car,
that's an awkward place.
I wonder if that's the same. It is the same car that had the issue earlier on.
And there's a car alongside it as well.
Not entirely sure. Oh, he's ran it into the wall opposite as well. Let's hope he doesn't rejoin in front of the oncoming traffic, because all the cars are spread out all around the circuit now. So there's not going to be many gaps in which he can rejoin. There's a gap coming up. Hopefully he will know this. He won't try it this time here.
If he waits, if he sits there,
I hope he wait
and
until
goes for
the 62.
It now. Yeah, good.
Yes,
that's good
really good driving from the
that's
650 there. And
then he's got to get that going shortly. But to be fair, that's really great awareness. I think he's actually using his track map there. I think. So yeah, Madzo getting going again. So that's a shame. I think he might have got involved with another car. There's that black and orange car you could see was sat on the opposite side of the track. I appreciate that,
yes, I think that was another Honda NSX as
No,
well.
it's still there.
Potentially been involved.
So if it's
as
that
well.
damage, can return it to the pit and it will lock the controls effectively like it's been towed, like you would see in iRacing. If the car's that cream crackered, then yeah, don't want to get back round damage. They can just return it to pit, but hopefully they'll get it back safely. It's not going to be the easiest thing to do. He's going to avoid trying to stay on track for as much as possible. So fair play to him there. Yeah, a bit of a shame, but yeah, those things happen. Not the easiest circuit, especially when you're pushing for a 6-hour race. It can quite easily happen. Yeah, so, but a massive shame when it happens to anybody. They've put time in, get practice, and get a lineup sorted, put more practice in. Get all those things sorted. So when your car does meet the wall at a rate of knots, it's a bit gutting. But yeah, these things do happen. Barrier coming up to another back marker. He'll hope to get through up the inside of Parabolica. Should do up the inside of Magato. And the nothing to declare team. And he's brought that gap down up to Carsten by a little bit. Oh, car having a bit of a squirrel. He's going to need to let those cars pass, I think, before it comes into the pit. So it's fair play if he's done that. Just good awareness again. So fair enough. Can't say fairer than that. So yeah, lost a few tenths. Barrier now 5.264 seconds behind. A bit of time to pull back up to the lead car. Carsten, though, you saw him in the first couple of hours, no mug. Very much holding his own. And you do have to say that actually Valentin's going to have a bit of a challenge closing in, so it might all be end up on Yaroslav and that final hour stint, making a push for the win, and depending on how much of a gap Alexander has pulled out for them.
Yeah, it could quite possibly come down to that final hour, I would say, because that's going to be the crucial hour. It's going to be a flat-out sprint to the flag. As long as they can get the cars there, obviously they've got to keep negotiating this traffic and keep negotiating the pace as well, and tyres and fuel, and manage everything they can to get to that final hour, and that's when they will then take the fight to each other a lot more aggressively. I feel like the standout performance at the moment is actually 6th place, the 78 Lexus of Ryan Walker. They've actually managed to get a good few positions, 6 positions ahead of the next Pro-Am car, and that's Jay Peterson after his earlier incident. And then you've got the 138 car that started at the very back of the grid, the Dalkin Community Racing team of Marinowski now, up in 13th. Not so far behind, probably around 10 seconds. And then you've got this battle here for position, which is obviously not class position again, but it is his overall position. It looks like he's actually letting the McLaren of Crossland go now, after their earlier incident with Kian Butler behind the wheel, unfortunately having to take avoiding action and getting collected up after a spin, which was not really any fault of theirs, but that's racing sometimes. And funnily enough, the car that caused their heavy damage is the Bentley behind back of shot, which is the 394 Bentley. Oh no, it isn't. Sorry, it's the other Bentley, isn't it? The 394 is 15th place on the road, so quite a bit further behind these guys. Yeah, I think the one to watch really is probably 6th place to see if they can hang on to as many places as they can, because the pace is looking really good for the Lexus, and they're on course for a really good overall finish and a class win, so really good driving from them.
Yeah, it's plenty of fighting. There's plenty of battles to be had. Let's go on board with a different fight now. It said Marinowski and Crossland. Crossland up into 13th. Solid drive again. So looked good in his first stint. Looking good again in this stint as well. We'll try and catch up with Peterson a little bit further up the road. A little bit of fighting going on just ahead of them. We've got Pavel Dominiak in 9th. He's got Sam Cairns, Side Max Motorworks car just ahead. Managing just about right. Just quickly to reply again in the stream chat. No, I think it was from what I remember, Quinton came in and said it was literally just a missed braking point. I think either it's realised it's not going to be able to avoid him, so they floored it and gone to the side. Which, I mean, fair enough if they've somehow managed to make that work. But yeah, I'm just glad you never want anyone, especially in the lead or top few positions, to be hit like that. That would be a bit of a disaster. So yeah, just glad he missed him for that sake. Really, we do obviously all love Jade, but. Just glad he missed him. Brake failure was the Sidebacks Motorworks. I think it's the Lexus. Yes, Sam Cairns' car. Yeah, that was the one that was on the wrong brake pads earlier, so they had to come in quite early and yeah, so they had to swap brake pads. That was so it's you know, human error. That stuff happens. Very unlucky, but yeah, that is that's the way we go, unfortunately. So we've still got a fair few of the cars that started taking part. We've got a few that have dropped out. I think that's how many do we have? We have 47 still. Saying that, I think some of that are in the pits maybe might be sat there for a while. I think we've already lost. I think the commentator's curse team. I think we lost them 3 or 4 laps ago. I think they are gone now. I think they might have had some heavy damage, unfortunately. So shame to see them go. Looked good in qualifying. Hopefully had a decent start to race, but yeah, not planned out for them, unfortunately. But still, 47 or 50 cars still going. Quite a few laps down. You see Joe Pinder. They've had obviously not the lion's share of the luck. 10 laps down now. So Oosting as well. Had some disconnects earlier on, but they're still going, which deserves a hell of a lot of respect for keeping that thing. Like I said, it's sometimes the pride of just getting to the end and sticking with it. And yeah, as I said, that demands a lot of respect from the rest of the drivers as much as us who organise races like this. So fair play to them. And same for the few cars ahead. I think up to maybe in the mid 30th positions. They're about 6 laps back. So yeah, again, a lot of that can be on pace. You know, someone like Honzik is very, very quick. So there's not too much to worry about on that front. But fair play to them for all still circulating as much as possible. Let's go on board again. Let's go back forward. Let's see what the gap is at the top now. So yeah, 5.3. So it hasn't really come down. Alexander Karsten.
Big news though.
Yeah,
Big
go
news.
on.
Number 8's got drive-through penalty.
Yeah. So
car 8 in 4th place, the Team Ford Zilla car, running fairly well on their own at the moment, has now been given a drive-through penalty. I'm guessing, I'm gonna put it out there, that could be for track limits. Because you get 3 warnings, 4th warning is a drive-through penalty. So I wonder if that's what they might have incurred now after 3.5 hours of racing. That's definitely doable.
No, by the sounds of things, it was actually, so just looking, it's just popped up on the incident log, and no, it was for causing a collision while exiting the pits. So right, they've clearly, I think they've clearly gone to slot in behind the back marker as they've come out of the pits and they've decided to go for it, and just got a little bit impatient possibly. And maybe spun around the I think it was the 438. So a bit of a shame, but yeah, these things happen. I said it's sometimes you just make an error of judgment. That's just that's the way it goes. Sometimes we're all human. You might misjudge a gap. You might go for it. Maybe penalties don't necessarily mean we think they did it on purpose or anything like that. It's just trying to be fair to all the drivers, trying to expect the same standards of all of them, as we would of ourselves as well if we were in this race. Say I was in the race, I'd still be punished the same as every driver here. There's no bias in the slightest. So yeah, shame. How far that will drop them back? Maybe not many positions.
Probably to around where the 38 car is, the Van Omen Dalkin car. I think they are. I feel like they're about 13 seconds off 6th place, and then another 3 seconds to Aaron in 5th. Then you've got obviously Jay Burrows. I don't know how far the gap is though, up ahead between 5th and 4th, but it's going to drop them down to probably either 6th, possibly 7th, I would imagine.
So yeah, let's see how big the gap is back from Burrows to Pilkington. It's not going to be much. So I'd imagine he'll drop a good couple of positions. Be a bit annoying to have to do that mid stint, but yeah, unfortunately that's just the way that goes. Yeah, hopefully they'll come good the rest of the race still. 2.5 hours remaining. Yellow flag out there, so it's probably had someone a bit of a moment briefly running off, but back to green flag nice and quickly. Jake Coombs as well, that 5-second penalty to be applied at their next pit stop. We've got Charlie Kent still driving around in the top 10, still in 10th position in that Lamborghini. The Biscuit, I don't know if that's pronounced, but that's how I'm going to say it, because I just like the thought that might be what it's called. Biscuit Motorsport GP. The car, number 95 car. So looking strong. He's been in that sort of position for a while now. Been holding his own. It's coming up to one of the Black Dove Racing cars. Slightly further back, so hopefully they'll see them there. I'm sure there'll be a temptation to flash, but we'll get a good slipstream down to turn number 1. So that is a back marker car, so hopefully it will let them go nice and early. Won't turn in on them. No, fair play. Won't give them time, waits for it, and lets them through. So they'll come through there. So has Burrows come out of the pits? He has. So have they lost any positions? Let's see. We'll have to see when they come over the next timing line. Not always easiest to tell. So yeah, it's a bit difficult to tell. I think that's Cross. Is that Crossland just behind them? That looked like Crossland.
Yeah, but I think they might be a lap behind.
Yeah, I think they are. They
They're,
indeed, yeah.
they're 13th at the moment. I don't think
Indeed.
they've dropped that far down.
No.
We'll see what it's like when it updates on the timing screen. They've got to have lost some positions, I think, unless they were just that far ahead of fourth, ahead of fifth. Sorry. Just try and find where Aaron is in the 127. It depends where they are on track because they've got to be on the same lap. If they are behind them, yeah, it looks like. To be fair, it looks like it hasn't cost them any places whatsoever because I'm guessing this is now the same lap, and Aaron Martin Pilkington is still behind. He's coming into Lesmo 1 as these are exiting Lesmo 1. So, yeah, I feel like that might be just that they've taken that drive-through and it's not cost them a lot. Obviously, it has to the top 3. It's probably cost them around 20 seconds to drive through the pit lane at Monza just because of how fast the start-finish straight is and how long it is. It costs you quite a bit of time having to slow down, drive through and all the way back out again the other side. And as you said, doing that mid-stint can just sort of cool the tyres, and then now they might start struggling with the tyre pressures and things to try and get them back up to the proper operating temperatures and whatnot and pressures. So we'll see how they get on, but they've done really well to build up that much of a gap to be able to take a drive through and then still come out in 4th place. Yeah, no, I mean, fair play to them. So it'll be a gutting that they've lost that speed and that time and on track. You know, they are that much further back than they were, but like as you said, no positions. Martin Pilkington has come around Parabolica. So where is Burrows now then? So yeah, about the length of the home straight. They've stayed ahead by it, so obviously much better to get a drive through than something like a stop-go. That really does hemorrhage time, and you go back, you lose quite a few positions. Even if you're a fair bit ahead, you're going to lose oodles of time. So that's crossing behind him, but like you said, different laps. It's not with Peterson again, just ahead of him, so in 12th. Got a 6-second gap between him and Coombs, so they're slightly spread out in that sort of mid-pack now. So let's go a bit further back. Let's go and catch up with some of the other drivers we saw earlier on. Conor Garrett, the JDC Racing Honda, as we saw himself at the start of the race. Josh Webster jumping in as well. Darrell Wright, I think, has done. So I think they've all done an hour already, I believe. So I think they've all got their minimum stint in underway. I think it's just an hour is effectively the minimum time a driver has to do if they're in the lineup. Up into 23rd again, started in the mid-40s, which wasn't that far back in terms of time. I think they struggled in qualifying a little bit, didn't maybe set the times they were hoping to, but they've still. You can do well in the race. You can focus on the racecraft and trying to take the advantage of other people's mishaps maybe, and you can still do well like we saw with Mike Williams with the Dalkin community team. I mean, doing so well. Where are they now? They are. So that is Marinowski, I think we were on board with earlier on. Yes, it is. So the Polish driver up in 14th. Again, started 50th. So doing unbelievably well. Willem van Ommen, Dalking's teammate himself, up in 7th. So they had an absolute nightmare of a first hour. Cars hitting them left, right and centre. Them hitting cars left, right and centre by the looks of things. But up into 7th now. After they took all their penalties and the damage they had as well. You have to say fair play to them, and they've knuckled down, made the most of the pace they have. So, Dragon Talk, much appreciated to follow. Thank you very much. Alt car MSL racing car off. That's the number 12 car, I believe. But yeah, it's unfortunate they're not going quite as well as they'd hoped to. They showed good pace. I think they qualified 3rd. But yeah, I'm not quite sure what position they're in now. I can't quite find them on the timing screen. That would have been Dan. Was that Dan Loss? It might have been. So number 482. So they're in 16th. So it might have been the other MSL team. So are a couple of the MSLs in here. Oh, hello Reese. Hello. Yeah, not too bad. Oh, yeah, so fair play, Leg. Are you back from work yet? Hope you're sitting at home chilling now. Yeah, so Reese, your team. So where's your teammate? Let's go on board. Haven't seen your car for a little while. So the Team Duo Racing, Paul Cole, Reese Williams, sat in 27th at the moment. That's a little bit of clean air by the looks of things. Just come around the final corner. So they're 4 laps down, but not too bad in that mid-pack. It's a little bit spread out at the moment, but you're probably more likely to see the odd mistake in and around the mid-pack, although we've seen plenty further forward as well.
so it's not exclusive to them. We've got Jonathan Atkinson, 25th in the BMW, number 57 car, 8.8 seconds back from Josh Merrin in 24th. They've not had the best time of things either. Let's go on board with them. So again, they qualified in the top 10, but had a bit of a mare at the start, unfortunately. But they're still handling themselves all right, still carrying on. You know, getting the best out of that car that they can on the day. It doesn't always go your way, unfortunately. Like I say, that's why the good races are the good races and the bad ones are the bad ones. It's they can't all be amazing, otherwise what would be the point? So yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but still running around in a decent position in 24th. Still 2 hours, and 22 minutes to go as well. Oh, fair play, Reece. Yeah, it's up from 44th up into 27th. So yeah, that's pretty good going. So good gains, which are probably what you want to concentrate on more than anything else. So let's quickly go up the leaders again. 7.5 second that lead. So that's not coming down at all. So I think it is going to come all down to the pit stops age.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down that way. I think it looks like Barrier's still holding it within about 6 or 7 seconds. I think it is between the Mercedes and the Lamborghini. But yeah, one I was looking for an update on, but I couldn't see anywhere, was Dan Camish's team with who was driving before for Dan Camish's team. I think it was.
It's either Tom Hunt or Will Neal, I think. I think it might be Will Neal. So they're down in. So they're 34th at the moment. Dan is back in the car.
So they've obviously had some form of issue somewhere. But if you just look at the lap times at the bottom right there quickly, 1:48.5 best lap and a 1:48. I think it's at 9 was the last lap. But when you look at those lap times in comparison to proper fully fledged sim racers, like they're not bad times at all. They really aren't. So it does just show that the skills are definitely transferable back from real world to sim, no problem whatsoever. He's giving the Lexus a bit of a flash here, but even 34th is still a good position at the moment, really, with still 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. Starting to get again round to the pit stop windows in a little while, but they were running quite well early on the race, but obviously they've just got to iron out a few mistakes for the next one, and they'd be potentially right up there.
Yeah, no, like you said, I think that you see quite more of them. We said we had Josh Webster in the. We were on board with their car a minute ago. Conor Garrett, Porsche Cup driver. So the ability from real life to sim definitely transfers. Again, it depends on the real life, drivers that put more time into it. And Dan Camish has done plenty. I haven't seen him done ACC. I think this is actually his first ACC endurance event. Which is awesome and fairly not too badly. I don't think he's had too many issues in the car. He wasn't that far off the top 10 shootout in qualifying last week. And clearly handling himself pretty well this week. Just had a few bad bits of luck in the race. I think that car has had a penalty or two as well. I said who hasn't at this point. You can see there's a few penalties on the screen there. 15 seconds for Grayling and for Benoit Lenders. Probably not pronounced quite like that, but a bit more continental, but you get the point. Hugo Ackerson in 44th as well. Stop go 30-second penalty and a 5-second time penalty for Tony Corsaro in 28th in the Ferrari. So yeah, there's a fair few cars that will have penalties, and it's quite hard to get through 6 hours of Monza, no matter who you are, completely clean. Not very easy to do. Hello in the stream as well. I don't quite know how the hell to pronounce your name. I_OCC_I. Not a clue how to pronounce that, but... Ok or Ioki?
I.
Yeah.
Okai.
Ioki? Just call him I. 0cc. 0cc. I mean, fair enough.
That makes sense.
I mean, once you say it, it's obvious, but
I think we'll leave it as Ok, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to call him I. Or Ioki.
I. Sound like a pirate.
Yeah, but I'll just call you Zero. I'll call him CC. I'm glad you actually told us. Otherwise, that was 0cc was one of the ones we weren't going to. You wouldn't have heard me say that. So, fair play. Let's go back up to the front. Also, he's actually pulling the gap now. So, Carsten up to 8.2 seconds ahead of Valentin Barrier. These two very much the cars on for the win. I'd be amazed if anyone else was able to mix it amongst the two of them. I think Killian Ryan Meenan. You can see how much further they are back. So, a fair way behind. See, they's just coming. You can see here. So whereabouts are they? They're just coming through Parabolica, and so where is Carson? So I think they are a lap behind, pretty much. Yeah, 31.5 seconds back from barrier. So they're about 40 seconds off the lead. So actually, Ryan Meenan's car, if the two of them in front had a tangle or both had issues, that may be close enough to take advantage. Yeah, it's fair enough. No, it's they're probably close enough to take advantage. It would take something quite drastic for that to happen. Well, Charlie Kent, you can see there, back in 11th, has a drive-through penalty, so I wonder when they'll serve that. Just getting past the number 30 car. Jake Kim still has that 5 second. Obviously, that doesn't happen. That doesn't come off until their next pit stop. We have had a 5 second time penalty to the 412 car. That is for failing to yield under blue flag. So they must have been spending quite a long time not getting out of the way. So they'll serve their penalty now. Trying to find what that was for. So that was moving under braking. Unfortunately, closing the door under braking. So that's cost them, unfortunately. They'll have to serve that drive-through, so it'll cost them a fair bit of time. And it's still quite congested in that mid-pack, so that'll be a bit of a bummer. So that'll be interesting to see where they come out. Marinovsky, let's see where he is. So he's just going past in 14th, so they'll drop at least down to 14th, possibly even further. And, yeah, sorry, hopefully you can not hear the fireworks going on directly outside my window. But if you can, they're just celebrating what an awesome race, Probably. I mean...
Just a bit.
That's what I'm telling myself. Yeah, that's what I'm telling myself. Yeah. Can you do that again? 2 hours 18? I'll give you a quick thumbs up out the window. Just not now. But yeah, oh well. It's going to happen, isn't it? It gets dark around time of year. It's fireworks going off left, right, and centre. So yeah, as long as it doesn't go in, as long as the rocket doesn't end up in the internet box around the corner and explode in there, I don't mind. I let them have their fun. So yeah, who should we go on board with? Let's you pick out a fight for me to go on board with next.
I want to kind of see how probably how the 38 car is getting on, as well as what some of the tail end of the top 20. So the AM battle for the lead, because I think that the AM battle for the lead of that class is actually swapped recently. Yeah, so it's the 65 Honda that's now in the lead. What was leading? Was it the 31? I think it was the Ferrari that was leading before, was it not?
Yeah, so I think that would have been. Let me have a quick check. So the number 31 car. Let me get the roster up again. So we've got cycling through about 900 pages of info here. If we go to, so that would have been. Remco Sawyer and Zvonimir Burek are the other two drivers in that. So I think the leader might have been a different car. So I know Conor Garrett and Josh Webster have been doing pretty well at times in this race as well. But Bernardinis has been there or thereabouts all race. They've been doing pretty well so far.
Yeah, I think they've been running pretty much in second the whole time, but now they have taken the lead and into the top 20 as well. So they're going really well at the moment.
So again, there's a few time penalties here or there. So it's just to be expected, unfortunately, in a race like this. Yeah, still quite a few fights in that mid-pack. Let's go on board with we saw him earlier. So Ash Gladel in the Hold My Squash Racing, formerly Hold My Beer, but not until Joe turns 18. On my say so. Don't know when that is, but all for a good laugh. They didn't mind. So I actually did that for a joke. Changed the team name for a joke, and for some reason they quite liked it. So there's no accounting for taste, unfortunately. So they kept it. But doing all right though. 17th. One of the few leading Pro-Am cars. So there's quite a few Pro-Am cars having a really good race so far. But the differences in speed between some drivers on a team, you don't really know until right towards the end how that's going to work out. How you might have the quickest driver on the team might hop in for that last stint and sort themselves out again. But yeah, he'll be happy with that so far. Top 20, definitely be a really good finish. Just ahead of Marcel Fusi in the Sidemax Motorworks car, hopefully pronouncing that name correctly too. There's a solid driving from them as well. And yeah, so it's still, 2 hours 15 left to go, so there's plenty of time. I've just seen in the chat as well. Subi, hello. Hopefully, obviously, if you've had any incident, do report it in the form, as you should do, obviously. But yeah, there's been a few incidents. There's been a few as there always is, unfortunately. But like I said, just if you can report it in the form at the top of the instant outcomes channel, as I'm sure Sharpie would have mentioned earlier, please do so, because then penalties will be given out accordingly where they need to be. So yeah, hopefully that'll get dealt with. Let's see what JP is doing at the moment. Where is Jonathan Atkinson currently, if I can find him? 25th position, 151, 114 last lap. Habertown 34, thank you very much for the follow. So Atkinson 25th, Pro-Am car, just behind was Conor Garrett a second ago, but I think they've just got past. So Smith down in 25th now, so they've moved down a little bit. So Conor Garrett actually in one of the AM cars, so third in class. So they probably would argue they're one of those cars on the cusp of the Pro-Am to AM category. But they do fairly well, so it's still in that mid-pack. So if you're in that kind of position, it gives you a good base to attack from for the last couple of hours. And there's still plenty of positions to be gained. I think we just saw the front runners there. I think that was Valentin, going about past the AMG. BVRE AMG behind him now. So that lead for Carson now up to 11.1 seconds. So once Honzik hops back in that car, he might have a little bit of a challenge on his hand to get that lead back. I mean, I don't put it past him in the slightest. I'm sure he can bring that time down. And Barrio, clearly quick drive at Carson, said he drove superbly at the start of the race. And he's just continuing where he left off from earlier.
Yeah, he's trying to obviously keep that gap as low as he can, really. He doesn't want to be letting Carson get too far down the road. Realistically, if he can keep it under 10 seconds, they're still well within the fight. And obviously with that shorter pit stop that's bound to happen at the end of the race, that could play into the favour as well. But yeah, they just need to maintain this pace, try and close the gap if they can, get through back markers as cleanly as possible, and see where they are really, because that Lamborghini looks really well set, especially for Carsten. I mean, this is his third stint now, so whether we're going to see the other driver being Samuel Chumley, whether we're going to see him in the car for the final 2 hours, I'm not entirely sure. So it's got to be interesting what the 255 does. And the 39, it just looks to be a straight fight between those two at the moment, barring any calamitous issues. But Ryan Meenan looking pretty well set in third as well. Jordan Burrows in fourth, running well in the number 8 as well. So I think we'll probably see Harry Spears for one more time again before the end, and possibly we're definitely going to see Fitzpatrick as well in the 127 5th place Lamborghini as well. Don't think there's any massive action happening as of yet that I can see. Looks like everyone is sort of strung out at the moment. So for a bit of a reference, it looks like the 7th place 38 car is around 10 seconds behind the best place Pro-Am car, being 6th overall at the moment. I just want to quickly see where the 138 is in comparison to the 29, because that's for 2nd and 3rd in class. I don't know whereabouts they are, whether they're quite close together or not really. So that looks like it's so they're around probably 10 or 15 seconds back from Peterson by the looks of it. Yeah, and then that must be Crossland a bit further up the road. There he is, just in shot there just then. And there's Burrows, so that's the 4th place Ferrari. So all very, very strung out at the moment, but we're sure we'll be having some more battles shortly.
Yes, that lead has come down a little bit. You can see it's come down about another second, so maybe just getting through the back markers. Just changing that lead time just a little bit. So no one in the top 23 at the moment with a penalty sat on their name, but maybe a little bit further back. So we've got the 5 seconds for Coons, but Ruben Solid, DSRT team, 29th with a drive through to come, and Menderes as well, 15 seconds on his next pit stop to be applied. But yeah, so we've seen a few cars that were mingling it further forward, maybe not having as much fun earlier on. Oh, good luck, man. Yeah, double stint incoming for Mr. Fairweather. So that is the BVRE team. So that is, I can't remember your car number, but yeah, hopefully a good double stint from you at the end, and you might gain some more spots. So qualified in the top 10, just not quite gone their way in the race, but still going strong and still pushing on as hard as they can. You see Atkinson here. That is 4th position as well. That is 23rd and 24th. Conor Garrett. He looks up the inside. That's a lovely attempted move from JP. And Atkinson looks like he has got ahead, so Conor Garrett will slot in behind. Half the race for you, indeed, indeed. Fair play. So I'm sure there might be the odd driver doing 4 hours and the other driver doing 2. And some of the, I think about half the grid basically is 2-man teams, half the race is 3-man teams. So it's a nice mix. There might be the odd car that maybe, depending on pace, there might be one driver who's fairly quick, much quicker than the other, and they might want to do 4 as opposed to the 2, depending on what the needs are for their team in the position they're in now. They'll very much adapt to the situation as it comes, which is what you've got to do. There's still plenty of things can change in the last 2 hours and 7 minutes. So we'll start seeing pit stops fairly shortly. Dan Lofts is in the pits, so the MSL team. So if they come in, no, they're in the pits now, so they're fully sat in the pits. No one else in though, so they've come in. They might have been thrown off. Maybe I think they might have had a pit stop early on. That might have thrown them off just a slight bit, but they're coming back out now. And where will they be? They came in. Obviously, they've lost a fair few positions there. So yeah, I was just going to ask Gleddles, who was next in the standings, but he's already round at the second chicane. So yeah, it's going to be a fair few positions, but it might only be a couple actually. Fusi's was 42 seconds back from the car in front, so he might just be able to not fall too far back.
Yeah, it's looking like they're still all up for grabs really from 10th downwards. I mean, the top 10's looking fairly well set up, apart from this is a battle for position now between the Lexus and the Ferrari, and I think it's the Ferrari behind as well, is it?
Yep,
is
it is.
The 47
yep.
And the 812 all together, yeah.
Yep.
So there's 8th, 9th and 10th all still to play for, and Crossland obviously a little bit further adrift of these guys, but looking to capitalise on anything that goes wrong with these guys here. Looking at the Lexus, he's actually stretching his legs a little bit. The Ferraris are quick down the straights. The Lexus probably a bit quicker off the corner initially. So a bit of an interesting prospect here to see if these two Ferraris can get the run on the Lexus in the next 2 straights down to Parabolica, and then obviously down into turn 1 as well, being the longest straight on the circuit. See what I'll just pronounce his name. Carnes? What did you say? Carnes?
Cairns.
Cairns. Okay,
It's
so it's Cairns.
It's quite a common New Zealander name. I don't think he is, but luckily my interest in sport, so I know. Yeah, I've seen that name a few times before. Sam Cairns.
Coombs and Dominic.
Dominiac.
Dominion.
You can take the boy.
Dominiac?
You can take the boy out of Stoke, but you can't take Stoke out of the boy.
I mean, to be fair, I learned quite a lot of Italian pronunciation in the last series I streamed.
Yeah.
These two are side by side now into the first chicane. Sorry, I'm not sure. Want to see the action? We are, and is it got to be contact? No, not quite. But the 47 does actually lose the place around the outside to the 812.
Yeah, looking very strong. So these guys have been fighting quite a lot the last 45 minutes to an hour. This fight hasn't really stretched too much. Oh, a little bit of grass. He's going to get that stopped. He's done quite well there to get that slowed down at all. And you can see that dust was kicking up in the background where he just clipped the grass. And that can unsettle the car. You don't want that just before a braking zone. You just want stability in the car. And that's the last thing you want is a car that's not sure if it wants to take a trip to the wall. So yeah, well handled. Lost a little bit of time, unfortunately. So Sam Cairns. You can see at the bottom of the screen there, just getting away now from those two, back in 8th spot. But they'll come again for sure. We'll start seeing some pits pretty shortly. Normally 2-3 minutes before the hour. Some stretch it out, some don't. Some like to stick to their predetermined stint times. A lot of them will have. I know there's a good few teams here are going to have a nice fancy spreadsheet, and in the hopes that might help. But it's part of the experience, isn't it? Even if the race goes to pot. For the immersion, sometimes it's quite enjoyable. Let's go with Jake Coombs then. So that 5-second penalty, they'll be serving that soon. I think they'll be coming in pretty shortly.
Where did the 812 start then? Let's have a quick look, because I think the 812 was...
They
far
started,
down,
let me have a look. So they started...
Oh no, it was 6th
No, they started
place
6th.
started.
Oh, no, sorry,
Yeah,
hang
so
on. So they
they're
started...
still on a bit of a recovery.
No, they
aren't
started in 5th. Sorry, they came 6th in Q1, the qualifying for Super Bowl. So top 10 qualified for Super Bowl. They actually came 5th.
Right.
In the end, they were just behind the MSL racing number 482, which, as we know, hasn't had the best race, unfortunately. It's down in 18th. There's Jerome Norman in the car, though, so keep an eye on that, because he is very, very quick. So that might start charging forward a little bit now. He'll have a good go at the guys in front. But yeah, they started in 5th. So not dropped too far back. So it's still a good race for them so far. Still in the top 10, which I think anyone would take at the start. And yeah, so still plenty of time to go though. Just nearly hitting the 2 hours to go mark. Thank you very much for the follow, Abby W01. Yeah, really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, so just over 2 hours to go now. 4 hours in. I've already started on the throat sweets before my voice disappears. And it's working wonders, I will say. I'll do this more often. Yeah, it's. I'm glad you're here to keep me company, to give me the odd break here or there, Aid. It's been a pleasure. So yeah, thank you very much for joining me so far. And yeah, hopefully we'll have a good fair bit of action for this last 2 hours. Still fascinated to see between Carsten and Barrier who can take that win, because I do think that's going to be close. If Carsten can keep this up, that lead's going to be good. And,
Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
You can just start to see now the lights around the circuit beginning to take hold a little bit. We're going to be probably heading into the darkness by the end of this race. Well, obviously we're heading into darkness now, technically, the dusk, effectively, because the lights are starting to come on around the circuit. You can just see them reflecting on the circuit there, and also the as the Ferrari, 47 Ferrari pits behind Jay Coombs, and yeah, so it's going to be an interesting thing to see how the drivers get on with how dark it actually gets by the end of the race. I mean, it's 7:16, 7:17. Oh, sorry, 7:18. I'm looking at the wrong screen. 7:18 in game at the moment. So, I'm guessing it'll probably go dark around 9 p.m. Obviously, that is 2 hours from now, but the time is a little bit accelerated. So we're probably going to see the darkness start to take hold near the end, and that's going to obviously make people adjust the braking points a slight little bit, and the braking reference points, what they're using as a reference around the track. Most drivers tend to use braking boards or certain parts of the extremities of the track that are a permanent fixture, because you never want to pick a braking point that is a movable thing like a shadow or potentially a braking board that is at the side of the track, because if those do get cleaned out, as you can see down at turn 1, there's plenty of boards all over the place from the sort of mobile chicane that's there normally and isn't there anymore. But yeah, if you pick something that can be moved by a car, then or a cone or something like that, then potentially that's not going to stay there all race. So yeah, you're gonna have to use other reference points that you might not normally use if you can't see your normal reference point when it goes dark. So see how the drivers sort of adapt to that. Most drivers will have a fixed point that they can use both day and night though, so that's interesting to see what drivers are using. And also the 812 now has got a drive-through penalty, which I don't know if they had before.
No, they did
just
not.
hit it now. I don't know whether that's now, so they're going to fall behind was it the 47 car that pitted a minute ago? It's now handed over to Gallen. I think it is.
It would have been, yeah.
Yeah, so they've if this is a normal pit stop for the 812, then they're still going to have to come in and serve that drive-through penalty as well. We'll see if it clears in a minute, because that'll be interesting, because that's going to drop them a further 20 or so seconds back from where they would have been. There you go, so the drive-through's gone, but the 5-second penalty remains. So I'm not sure what that drive-through penalty was for, but they've not lost as many places as they would for a proper pit stop. But we'll see now if they try and go a bit longer and then pit.
No, I think it was it was Ford causing a collision with the car number 95. So yeah, it was Ford causing a collision. So I'll be a bit unlucky then. They'll just have to pit twice pretty closely. But I mean, it is what it is. Unfortunately, when that happens to you, so they took that, and the 5 seconds applied to the next pit stop by the looks of things. Maybe that's a separate one. But yeah, so plenty of incidents becoming in thick and fast. So doing great stewarding job. Good few guys helping out with Mr. Kieran Sharp on the stewarding front. So yeah, they've had plenty to look at, trust me. So they've spent the last 4 hours sat in there feverishly going through all of the incidents that were being reported. And so yeah, hopefully everyone appreciates the effort that he's put in, a huge amount of time and effort to get this event happening, and happening as well as it has as well. I know some guys won't have had the best of races, and that will be a bit of a kick in the teeth, but yeah, getting this event put on. Oh, a little
Ferrari's
spin.
just dropped it, I think. Good
handled
save from Gallen in the Ferrari there. He's just come out of the pits, obviously, and he's just back in the car now, so he's trying to get his eye back in. He's clobbered the curb at the second chicane and nearly looped it round right in front of the Mercedes that's directly behind him, but really, really good save there to not completely loop it either one way or the other, trying to catch it. Really good driving from Gallant. So he's going to resume in 13th place, thankfully, and we've now got 9th and 11th in the pits as well. The Lexus, the 99 Lexus, and the 29 Lamborghini of Peterson. We'll see where they feed back into this battle. Here they are, and also the Mercedes there as well in the 34th place car 11. They had the issue really, really early in the race, so that's why they are a lot further down than where they started. I think car 11 actually. Where did car 11 start?
So I'll have a quick check for you. So car 11 started in.
I can't seem to see car 11.
I will find it in a second. Well, let's see. I can't find the car. No, I'm blind as you are. Hang on.
Yeah, I don't think there's a car 11 in the list.
No, there's a car 111 unless we missed that. There's a car 111.
The 1 is the Honda, which is.
So
I don't understand.
Let's have a look.
Why it's number 11.
111. Matteo Bicasti. So that is. Oh, okay, so interesting. That car should be car number 10. So I'm surprised they haven't had any issues. So that normally is when. That's normally when you join in the wrong order and you get a duplicate car. You get like a. I think that's the right word. So you get one to join while the other one still hasn't popped out. So it pops up one number. That should be, I would believe, car number 10.
Which started 19th.
Yeah, so quite what's gone on there, I don't know. So whether that'll cause them any issues at the end, I'm not sure. Hopefully it doesn't. If it does, it'll be their own fault, to be honest. There's not much they can do about that. But so leaders, let's see, barriers. They've already hopped in and out, I believe. Yep. So Barrier with his last hour, so I think he's just come out. It's 51 seconds back. Ryan Meaning up to second. Carsten now in the pit. So again, we get to see this fun musical chairs as they once they've both pitted to see how they are doing. Yes, number 11 is car number 10. Yes, it should be car number 10, but yeah. So I thought so. Once I worked out who was in the car. Oh, tagged round. Oh, so who was that? Was that the lead car? That was Valentin, I think. And that black stuff. Not seen that coming. You would have thought you'd just seen that car with plenty of time to get out of the way, but unfortunately, it's driven right up the front of it.
What Aston Martin was that was involved in that then? So one Aston went round and the other drove into it. The brilliant for the British brand.
Might have been Porsche. No, it wasn't this car. So let's see. Yeah, trying to find which car it might have been.
An Aston of some form. I feel like one of them was an Am Aston.
So that might have been Lenders. Then let's go on board. I think if I can find it. Oh, yeah, that's poorly made.
Yes, it was. He's looking very sorry in the gravel on the exit. He's got to try and get out of the way as fast as he can. He's 43rd position at the moment, and he's looking a bit sorry for himself, that Aston. But I think he looped it round on his own, but then couldn't really do a lot about the guy who did not see him parked in the middle of
I'll be honest,
the second chicane.
I think that was a collision. I think that whether they'll be deemed at fault for it, I'm not sure, but I think that was Barrier. I think has impacted the back of the car that spun round. Like I said, I think that was due to a little touch from Barrier. So we'll see. It might be a penalty. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets reported. If so, it might have looked like a collision on my screen, but not been. Sort of hope that is the case, but yeah, we'll find out over the next set of laps, I'm sure. So Chumley back in the car. Provisionally at the top of the order. So a few corners ahead now. He's got a nice comfortable lead. Got slightly Slightly longer lead than he had when he came into the car earlier on, when obviously he was caught by Honzik. So it'll be interesting to see who they put in the car for that last hour at the end of this stint. Whether they decide to put Carsten back in and go for that win, because it does look like he is the faster of the two, or whether they decide to stick with Chumley again for that final hour stint of the race. But still, the car pretty much stopping. Not quite sure what's going on there. So who's that?
That's the 255, is it? It is. It's the 255. He's got that going again, but that's the 255.
That
all of a sudden just come to a halt for some reason. I don't know why. He's got it back going again. I thought they might have run out of fuel.
That looked like a tech issue. That looked almost like his pedal something's disconnected.
I mean, they still got the lead at the moment, but yeah, that's a very, very strange issue, to be honest.
That looked to me like
sure
that can only have been maybe a pedal disconnection or a wheel disconnection. Quickly get it stopped, reconnect it, get going again. Dramatic. Yeah, I was like, hang on a minute. Isn't that the leader?
I only noticed it was the 255 just from the yellow number on the back of the car.
Yeah.
As to what it was, obviously could see it was a Lamborghini. I'm just having a quick look back now at what happened to the leader. Okay. So Barriott did indeed make contact with Lenders into chicane 2, and that's what turned him around. So he's definitely got some form of damage on the front of the Mercedes.
Could definitely see a penalty for, I think could see a little bit of a penalty come for that.
See a penalty for the 39,
which would be understandable. I'm sure, look, he's not a dirty driver, he's just made a mistake, he's just slightly late on the brake in the different speed of the two cars. I think he just misjudged it a little bit, but yeah, I think I could see a penalty come in if that's reported. Be interesting to see. Go on board, if you go on board in your replay, have a look at with Chumley and see what happened. It looked like he turned the car off and then got it going again. Unless he's accidentally turned the car off. I'm assuming you can't literally.
So 255.
I'm assuming you can't literally hit a bump so hard you turn it off.
Pitted, and he got to the end of Ascari. Let's just go on board with him.
But yeah, very odd to happen. That literally has just slowed down on the straight. So whether they've been having an issue beforehand and has had to restart it looks like he's turned the car off. And they lost a good huge amount of time. They're 15 seconds clear now. I'm pretty sure that was about 30 seconds earlier. But yeah, with the possible penalty coming Valentin's way, it might be a penalty. We'll have to see. But they're still holding on to the lead. Oh, that's a bit of a quad. That was a... Dearie me, that's threading the iron needle, isn't it?
Okay,
and they've gone round. Hang on 2 seconds, just to see the... So who is that? Is that Dalkin's team, or is that Dalkin's actual team, or is that... Yeah, that is Dalkin getting going. So poor thing has not had much luck there. So I think some of these back markers maybe not doing the job they could be doing. Getting out of the way, making it a little bit more complicated than it needs to be, holding on to leads down straights and then cars having to get past them through corners. So a bit of a mix of maybe the cars trying to we should wait until after the corner, but then also maybe doing the blue flag, taking the blue flag before they get to the apex is probably a little bit smarter. So yeah.
So just to go back to the 255 then, so it looks like for whatever reason he lost all pedals, all power and everything. So the whole it looked like it was stuck in gear at first, but the engine was still running. He then managed to slow it down, so the pedals must have been working to some degree because he got on the brakes and stopped the car, but it was stuck in fourth gear. Then it was revving out on its own, and then he flicked it down to first gear and got going again. So I'm not entirely sure. It's definitely some form of tech issue, but what tech issue I do not know.
Massive shame. It's very peculiar, didn't it? It was just sat there thinking, why on earth is the lead car sat on the straight just after Ascari, literally not moving.
He was very lucky. So it happened on the exit of Ascari. He trimmed the grass on the right. He then went quite a bit left, and it's lucky there was no other cars around because he would have just tagged them straight around. And then he managed to get it back over to the right somehow, and then stop the car. So he was lucky to not, 1, end up in a wall, 2, it not happen mid-corner, and 3, no one else around him. So really quite lucky from
very fortunate.
255. And there's a car off at the exit of Parabolica, actually, I've just noticed. I feel like that was one of the Jaguars, a white Jaguar.
Car number 62.
Car number 62,
Let's
yeah.
have a look. If we can find it. Let's have a look. So where's car number 62? So that's not a car that was doing too badly. If I can find it, I can't find it at the moment. Do let me know if you can find it. I'm having issues. Hopefully that's not another duplicate car. Or am I just being blind as a bat? No, it's here. That's right. So it's car number 62 in 46th position. So it's actually the rearmost car at the moment. But again, still going strong. 46 cars still going out of 50. Fair play. 4 hours 15 minutes in. Just into the last couple of hours now. And, yeah, he's 11 laps down off the lead. But fair play. Still going. Obviously had an issue there at Parabolic. There was, I reckon, probably got a little bit of a tank slapper and it's gripped up and gone left. And yeah, he's just tried to keep it out of the wall. Hopefully he has done. But yeah, still going strong. All saying that. Oh, he's having a bit of a nightmare. And that car, I think, the yellow and black car has tried to avoid him. Has either got a tap round from the car behind, or has when it's put his foot down after letting him through. There's a little bit of an incident.
Was that? Is it the 777 Grey Link? I feel like it's the 777. Yeah, it was. That was the car that ran into the stationary. It's off the road again at Lesmo 1 as well. That was the car that hit the stationary Aston that was tagged around by barrier just a little bit before as well.
So no penalties haven't come in yet, but yeah, I'm sure we might see a few more, coming in. So it hasn't been posted any for a few minutes, but I'm sure sooner rather than later we'll see some more penalties being handed out. But yeah, if any cars that are that so if the cars have been that dangerous, definitely try and report them, because the distributors have a lot to look at. So if a car is being genuinely that dangerous, then there is a chance they could be removed if they're causing collisions. They have had a few incidents reported against them recently. So yeah, as I said, just report them again if so. And yeah, hopefully they'll clean themselves up a bit. If not, they might have to be taken out. But hopefully they survive until the end. But yeah, didn't look great when we went on board. Didn't look like they were overly confident. As long as he's having his own mistakes and keeping out of everyone else's way, which, I mean, by the sound of things, isn't quite what's happening. But yeah, it's don't like to have to remove people mid-race for sure, but we'll keep an eye on him. You don't want to be letting drivers that are dangerous keep going. But yeah, we'll see. I'm not the one to judge there. They'll have a better view of that than I have sat here. So it's going to be Martin Pilkington up in 4th then. So they've got ahead of the Talladega Madhouse car that is sat in 5th. It's a fair way back, so yeah, Martin Pilkington driving a strong race. It's Fitzpatrick to hop in again for the last hour, I'm sure. Owen Wenlock in one of those Side Max Motorworks teams, back in 6th. How much further back? So yeah, not much at all actually. So yeah, 5th and 6th there on the same straight. Darren King driving superbly up into 7th now. So he's got into the top 10 despite his issues earlier on. There's Victor Galan, so a little bit further back, it's a fair bit further back. So that top 7 very much there's a fair bit gap from 7th to 8th. Sam Cairns actually not far behind him by the looks of things. So we've got, it does look like we lost the Charlie Crossland car, so that was Crossland and, forgotten his name, Australian.
Kian Butler.
Yes, Kian Butler, thank you. I think they've gone then, so there's no sign of them. Crossland, it says pit, but if I click on him, nothing happens. And that was 3 laps ago, 3 laps ago. Whether that's
I'm wondering
a connection
whether we lost
thing.
Another car as well, because I think the Ryan Meenan car's gone. Because Harry Spears is now 3rd. Aaron Martin Pilkington is 4th. Whitlock was
Wenlock.
6th, remember, in the Pro-Am
No, he's
car.
still here. No, he's still here.
Oh, okay, so the 94 then has dropped from 3rd to 6th.
Yeah, he's dropped a few positions. Now he's quite wet. I mean, it doesn't look too scathed, you have to say. Again, there's been quite a few. You've seen a few bits and bobs happening between the slightly slower cars and the quicker cars when they come round to them. Possibility that maybe they've got caught up in something like that. Saying that though, you wouldn't lose enough time to drop from they're down all the way down to 6th. But they're not far back from Whitlock. You can see Whitlock just coming through picture there. in the mostly white Lexus. So Wenlock, yeah, about 2.5 seconds back. I don't think they were involved in any incidents, not I can see on my screen. But I think, actually just having a look now into the incident review, I think they've looked at all the evidence for Barrier's collision. I think that's been deemed a racing incident in the end. So it might be that if the Black Dove car is effectively slammed on the brakes on the racing line like horrendously early and Barrier can't really do much about it, that might be one possibility. For example, they'll have watched that replay back several times, so they'll have a much better view of it than me, so I trust their judgment. So yes, luckily for Barrier, so he's not going to get a time penalty for that. So 9.3 seconds back from Chumley. Keep wanting to call him Chumwandley, but I will prevail. Keep calling him his correct surname. Chumley's still holding on to that lead. It's just under 9 seconds now, so that could come down a little bit further.
So one of the main battles now here is actually Wenlock that we're watching now. The Lexus is round. The Lexus, the 78 Lexus, it's round at this exit of Lesmo 2. He's going to have to wait to try and get it back going. He's spun it around on the grass, which is really good driving. That should be able to get it going off the racing line, which he does. And Betty's lost 2 places there, yeah. So I was just about to say, it was Wenlock catching Whitlock, and it was Darren King catching Wenlock as well. So those 2 have now gone through. Darren King is still going to be hunting down Wenlock in the Ferrari. I don't think the 78 is going to have any damage from that. It didn't look like he hit the wall or anything, but he has lost a few places. Still resumes in the Pro-Am lead.
Yeah, so apologies for not clicking on the replay system we do have in the broadcast tool. Just with all the custom liveries, it does take absolutely forever to enter it, so you literally miss out on. It takes like 10-15 seconds sometimes to load, and then when it comes out, it can do the same as well. So yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the butt, but yeah, we'll see if we can work something out better by next time. Or hopefully the game's had a couple of patches by then that might have maybe fixed that, but if not, might look at a different solution for replays. But yeah, very unlucky. So good drive from them so far. Back in 7th. So yeah, Wenlock and King getting past. Yeah, unlucky to imagine. I have not seen it's not gone overly well for you guys, unfortunately. So we saw Crossland. So Crossland, Key and Butler, I reckon they've had a disconnect. So are they on 0 laps then, or are they? I wonder what's happened there.
It does depend how they've joined and who in which way they've joined. But yeah, they potentially could be on 0 laps.
So I think Butler's because you need
12-hour race. Half an hour to go. We have 0 laps.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that at Bathurst, I believe.
Yeah,
caught that. Yeah, so if Cian Butler's in the car now and it was Crossland that started the race, then I suppose because what they needed there was Crossland to hop in the car, and clearly he can't. So I don't think there's a way for them to solve that now, unfortunately. Polisarin absolutely everywhere. So back in the race, fair play, but yeah, a bit gutting. As I said, that's the way that it goes sometimes. Well, Ron Whitlock actually has a 15-second time penalty as well, so I wonder what that was for. I wonder quite what they've done to deserve that. So we'll find out fairly shortly, I'm sure. But yeah, if you see actually on board Atkinson, car number 57 in the pits. So is that because he's got caught up in anything? I don't believe so. Oh, so I reckon they've got involved with. So they've got involved with car number 7, I believe, which I might actually be Aero Smudge's car. So that might be what he's suggesting. So yeah, 15-second time penalty for car number 78, which is Ryan Whitlock for causing a collision. Car number 7. Right. So yeah, so I think that might be why he went round. Maybe poor communication. So yeah, unfortunate, but yeah, hopefully they'll keep going. Yep.
So in this next hour and 40 minutes, then this is now a race to see if the 38 car we're watching now can not only break into the top 5 but potentially top 4. So obviously the car directly ahead of them here, there's bulk behind the back marker there. That is the 94 of Wenlock, the Sidemax Motorworks car, and then just up ahead of this, around 20 odd seconds ahead, is Aaron Martin Pilkington. I'll get there in a minute. I'm going to call him Mellish. 127 Mellish.
We'll just call him Aaron.
He's lapping. Just if you flick back off him and back on again, just so I can see the lap time.
Okay, go for it. Yeah.
So So a 48.966. We'll just see what this lap time is right now, because for reference, 6th place Darren King is lapping at the 48.0. So nearly a full second quicker last lap around. This lap, he's just done a 48.6 as Aaron. Let's just see what Dal does. I feel like he's probably going to come across the line soon.
Yeah, just coming down to Parabolica now. You can see it's getting a little bit darker. That's sheen off the track. It's a slightly cold track as well, 13-degree track temperature. So it's pretty nippy. So it should be well rubbered in now.
48.0, a 48.1, and now he does another 48.1. So he's catching them by either a half second or a second a lap, and he's now right on the back of the Wenlock Ferrari. He's got the headlights ablaze, as you'd expect at this time of night. It's dusk, it's 20 to 8 in-game time, and there's an hour and 40 minutes roughly left in the race, and this is to break into the top 5, which is a hell of an effort from himself and Mr. Van Omen as well, because they were down and out numerous times and have somehow managed to carve their way through the field reasonably unscathed for the most part. A couple of little issues here and there, but showed some brilliant pace, lapping similar to what the leading cars are doing with Barrier and Samuel Chumley at the front of the field. They've been right there, so this 94 car could potentially be 6th place in a minute after running 3rd for a long time, and what we thought was a comfortable 3rd as well. So whatever issue they did have, someone in the chat did say someone had an offer to Ascari, and I'm not sure if they were saying it was the 94 car or what we were actually talking about at that point, but they've cost themselves big at the moment. They could potentially have lost 3 places in the space of around half an hour.
Yeah, it's just coming to that the important part of the race is when you still need to be in the grid. We've got a great drive out there. Darren King is right behind Wenlock now. Is Wenlock going to go defensive? King going to go on the inside, throws him the dummy. Coming down to Parabolica. Make that move on the inside. He will get alongside. I think Wenlock knows that. And let's hope he's going to overshoot. And I think he does. Though. Yeah, he's does the cutback. And Darren King has to do it all over again. So just a little bit late on the brakes. Wenlock really smart though, so I'm just pulled away to the side and was like, I'm just going to make sure I nail this corner, and if you go, I'll let you make the mistake. I think maybe he sensed that was coming. Saying that, Darren going to look like he's going to get alongside on the inside coming down into turn number 1. He gets on the brakes nicely. He'll try not to make that same mistake again. It makes the apex at the entry and out the exit, and Wenlock very close in behind, but does lose a position. Now down to 6, so Darren King up into the top 5, so yeah, great drive considering the palaver he had in the first 20 minutes. I think first 10 minutes, as multiple things had happened to him and by and from him, but they're still operating well. So Whitlock now into the pits as well, serving that 15-second penalty on top. So will King be able to catch Martin Pilkinson though? That's the interesting thing. How far ahead is Pilkinson? So he's coming down to Sky, so it's a fair gap. But you never know. We're down. Still an hour and a half left. The lead gap only just under 6 seconds now. Barrier. So they've got a couple of back markers. Quick back markers though. That is so that will be Pimlo, I believe, and so Jerome Mormon.
The 66 car of Chasmo Crossland is actually in the chat now saying his PC crashed from PA.
Oh man,
he's had a complete failure of the system rather than
ACC,
like
can do that.
Internet disconnect.
No,
it's the PC letting him down. So feel really bad for you, mate. Hopefully you can just get to the end now. And did you actually lose all of your laps? Just quickly, if you are still in the chat, and just let us know if you did lose all laps or whether you've been able to resume where you were, because that'd be such a shame if you have. Yeah, laps count to 0. I've had the exact same. I know the feeling. It is tragic, but if you can just get to the end, we know you've done the laps. The stream knows you've done the laps. You couldn't drive as well. Did it lock your steering for a while?
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
And then so we have to get back really in the same order as well. Don't you have to get back in as driver 1? Has to get in, I think, back into the car first, no matter what. So that would have been Crossland, I think. It would have been yourself, wouldn't it, Chasmo? But yeah. No, that's gutting. I said it's part of sim racing, isn't it? The failures are of that nature rather than your brake failures and your punctures that you would get, in real life racing. Obviously, you can get some of those in game 2. but the faults you have are just slightly different. They're the same but different, effectively. But yeah, still good fight. You can see going home. Said he's had to get past those back markers, but aren't exactly slow. That was Mormon and Pimlo. See, they're only. Was that Mormon or is that? No, it's not. So that was. I'm pretty sure that's Pimlo though. Yeah. So that's Pimlo. That's the other MSL car. I wish they'd make that a slightly different colour, but no, it's that is still 11th position that they've got past there. So still trying to close that gap. Still just under 6 seconds back from the lead. So there's still. I think it looks like there could be a good fight on for that win. So it'll be interesting to see if they can make a good fist of it. Coming down to the last 90 minutes. There's just 92 minutes left to go now. No forecast rain for the next half an hour. So. Flag car indeed, Tink. Hello, you're back. Mr. Coombs, yes, does like when his car pops up on stream. We have had a couple of little scrapes according to the broadcast tool, but hopefully no one too terribly caught up in anything drastic. Number 11 car we saw earlier, number 23, I think it was Conor Garrett. So that's lapping. That's John Becker, I believe it is, in place in 39th position. So that is Mr. Aerosmudge's teammate, as we saw Daniel Smith in the chat, Twitch chat, just a little bit earlier. So not quite gone how they'd have liked, but yeah, still going. It's good to see John racing as well. He's been racing plenty of OTL things over the last couple of years. Not as that name, so I wasn't quite sure who he was, but it turns out, yeah, very familiar face. It's great to see him taking part. Conor Garrett, though, I've been happy with how they've gone so far. 24th. I think Webster probably to hop in, or Darryl Wright to hop in for that last hour stint when they changed drivers for the final time. We've gone board with, actually, let's go on board with, as has been screened for a little bit earlier in the stream, Mr. Andrew Pike. So up in 22nd in that number 57 Pro-Am BMW. Don't know how far back they are from Isaac Fairweather, though. You can see, let's see Fairweather. So yeah, they've just gone around the first corner of Fairweather, very much not so. So there's it's a decent sized gap there. Whether they'd be able to close that gap in the next 90 minutes, who knows? It depends. It might rely on a mistake. Willie so helpingly in the stream wishing for them to bin it, so that's a bit harsh. But yeah, Andrew Pike, one of the he's admins on many things OTL. He helps out in plenty of ways, and Willie as well is one of the co-admins effectively of the Xbox. So yeah, just sticking up for him, sticking up for his friend. Obviously we hope he doesn't bin it. We want Pike to keep it pointing in the right direction. So yeah, we'll try not to listen to Willie in chat there. Jan Krauter hit 18th in the Honda. The German driver. How far back is he from Zach Royal though? Zachary Royal in car number 96. So Kreuter still though in the lead AM car. And I think got quite a good lead over the next amateur driver, car in 20th, Remco Sawyer, DSRT, one of the DSRT outfits. But yeah, doing pretty well so far. So yeah, still a fair few battles to be had, isn't there? Still a few positions to be won and lost in this final 90 minutes.
Yeah, definitely plenty still to play for in every class, really. I mean, Whitlock looked really comfortable in the Pro-Am lead. He's now in 9th place after running in 6th after his spin earlier on and his penalty, 15-second penalty, and then he's had obviously a pit stop as well. So Sedgley and Murphy are looking to get back a bit closer to him if they can to close down that Pro-Am lead. And obviously these guys on screen now, the 65 Honda going well in the AM lead. Where is car 111? Someone is asking. I feel like car 111 is outside of the top 30, so we can't see where they are at the moment. But the 111 had its issues earlier on. Yeah, it's 41st place at the moment, and that is also the Honda as well. I think we did see that car backwards at one point on the run down to Ascari, just as it drops downhill.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Involved with another Honda. I think it was the 650 Honda, which is in 36th place, and the 111 does pit at the moment.
So they'd have been
so
put
they're going
out,
to have to
they?
pit probably at least twice more, actually, because this will be potentially for driver change or like a mandatory stint pit stop, and they obviously can't go to the end within an hour and 65 minute stint will only take them to within the last sort of 20 minutes of the race, so they're going to have to pit at least one more time after this one.
Yeah, no, I think obviously they've been put out of kilter a little bit with the. I think being caught up with the incidents earlier on. I think that's obviously pushed them into a different place in terms of their stint times. DH72662, very catchy. It's for the follow, lovely username. I would say I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. I don't think there's a way I can mispronounce that, but yeah. Cheers for the follow, much appreciate that. And, yeah, just under an hour and a half go, like you said. I mean, there's still plenty of time to go. I mean, Barry, I was just having a look at that time. That time has come down. It's come down by about 0.2 a sector at the moment. Chumley on the last lap, 49.1. Barrier 48.2. So he is closing in at a rate of knots. I feel that Chumley might be starting to struggle a little bit. Maybe the track temperature, because it's getting quite cold. 12 degrees Celsius track temp. Still dry, so no rain as of yet. Doesn't mean there won't be any. Hello, Ash. Go do it for the squirrel, indeed. Yeah. Hope your stint went well, man. Hope you went well. Looked like you did well. Joe still in 16th, where Ash, I think you spent most of your time, so held on to the positions nicely. And yeah, obviously the race leader, yeah, asking about the 1-1 car. Yeah, cheers for that. I hope you didn't. Hope you don't mind. We try to get it spread around the cars. Obviously, we're going to inevitably look at the cars slightly, further forward a bit more. But obviously, we want to give as many cars a bit of camera time as possible. But yeah, it's doing great, doing well. Top 20, as I said, top. What was it? 26 in qualifying within a second, and that's the guys who are qualifying in pole are very quick. So if you're a second back from that and you're 26th, 30 seconds was 1.2 seconds back. Shows you how competitive everyone can be on their hot laps. But yeah, when it's 50 cars all next to each other and then all spread out like they have been for the last, say, 4 hours now, it's a very different kettle of fish, and it takes quite a different skill set. But yeah, Barrier is keep an eye on him. He is closing that gap at a rate of knots.
Yeah, he's flying along at the moment. Barrier, he's managed to do a 48.5 last lap, probably in a little bit of traffic, but he's the gap, the live gap is around 3 seconds, and as you can see, there's only 2 cars in front of them. We've got the 46 place Jaguar in the way at the moment. We've just got out of the way for the blue Merc of Barrier, and Barrier is going to be handing over the car in probably, I want to say about 35 minutes, I would imagine, something like that. So we're about 50 minutes, 45 minutes left to go, and Jardier will take the car to the end. Well, that remains to be seen whether the 255 car will change drivers back to Karsten or not, or whether Samuel Chumley will stay behind the wheel or not.
So that lead is coming down pretty quickly. So I wouldn't be surprised if they want to challenge for the win. In Chumley, quick driver, clearly good pace. From what I've seen so far, Karsten, the quicker driver of the two. So it depends if they really want to go. Do you know what, we're going to have a go for this? Depends. I mean, they've clearly both done their stint times. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Karsten for that final hour. As you said, though, Valentin's probably not going to be handing the car over for another 40 minutes, maybe. If they stretch that out by another 65 minutes, 65-minute stint, yeah, you're going to be looking at 40 minutes to go, possibly. So yeah, there's a fair while to go yet until they do actually swap drivers. Whereas Chumley, I'm imagining, will come in a little bit sooner, which might help them. You get Karsten in the car, get him setting some rapid lap times. He will have to push, obviously, though that does make you a bit prone to a mistake. But yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. It's down to 3.1 now, so it's coming in further and further. Oh yeah, Smudge saying in chat twice, praying for a clean start. Twice the gods weren't listening. Yeah, though it's especially qualifying in that mid pack, it's always, especially around someone like Monza. Hopefully next event Smudge will be a bit more roomy. But yeah, we had to give Monza a try, see how it goes. Jigsaw, GT, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, really appreciate the Jigsaw. Good to see you. Thank you very much for that follow. So yeah, only an hour and 24 now. You can see it's getting darker. That nice gloomy light on circuit. See the parts where the track is lit, and then the headlights doing the job around the rest of it. Pretty well lit track, thankfully. Oh, look at that, Barrier is now down to only 1.9 seconds back. Let's go on board with him because we want to see how it looks from his point of view. So he is pushing. Karsten coming around. Sorry, not Karsten. Chumley coming around to the back of a lapped car as well, by the looks of things. So he's going to get held up again a little bit shortly. So there's still, you can see blue flags waving aplenty. Just parabolic at head round, and we'll see what that gap is as they come over the line. But that, that's coming down by a good couple of tenths of lap. Valentin's last lap of 48.264, 48.279, so really consistent. Chumley's 49.7. So he's either being held up, or he's, let's have a look actually. So is he being held up? Possibly a little bit, but I'd say that the car in front of him, if that's Jerome Mormont. Not really. Jerome is absolutely rapid. So as much as he's back in 10th, it's not very easy for him. Jerome doesn't, rightly so, wouldn't just hop out of the way right now, because Jerome is probably along. In terms of sheer pace, he's probably up with Barrier. I mean, he's not far off Fonzie, to be honest, which is pretty impressive from Mormont. As I said, he was new to me when he joined our race room leagues a couple of seasons ago. And then hopped in our ACC events, and I was like, oh, that's interesting, see how good he is. And it turns out really, really quick. So, yeah, it's not going to be one for Chumley to just hop past. But I think actually before that, by the looks of things, Barrier is probably going to have made a move. You can see they're both in the same shot. Closing in again, so we were here with them last lap. So we'll come back on board with them shortly. That is not too long until those two are fighting. How much of a fight will be, though, I do not know. So we'll go on board with Cairns now, so he should be just behind Gallan on track. I think Gallan's just got past a back marker. He has. You can see it's getting properly dark now as well. It's probably starting to get very dusky. No, dusk, dawn. Is it dawn or dusk? I always get those two wrong. It is dusk. I'm pretty sure it's right. 20
dusk,
cheers.
yeah.
Thanks, Aid. I knew you'd pipe in there for just help. Thank you. I googled that the other day. I was like, because I keep getting this wrong. It should be obvious, but not for me. Yeah, thank you very much for the 20 cheers. Safe Space Racing. Very much appreciated that. Thank you. I hope you've enjoyed the racing you've seen so far. So, oh, you're right there. Sounded like your hip just went. I don't know if anyone else heard that.
Keyboard, actually. I moved the keyboard. I think it made a weird noise.
Yeah, it's at the back going. No, it's all right. I just making sure you're still alive, so all good. Make sure your chair hadn't gone from under you, smacked your head on the desk or anything. But yeah, Gallan in 7th. Ken's just behind them, so it did look like he closed the gap a little bit more than this. So I think it's dropped a couple of tenths back. Whitlock 11.5 seconds back. Then we saw Mormont up into 10th now. He's getting past a few back markers himself. Just have a quick look again in the chat. Best team out there has to be Matt and Aid. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, what are they called? Lockers. I think those throat sweets. Yeah, I'm taking those more often with these streams, I think.
Lockers or
yep.
Lockets?
Well done.
You mean Lockets?
It's been a long afternoon, okay? We're 4 hours and 40 minutes in.
I think they're definitely called Lockets. That or Tunes.
What have they put? Yeah, what they
Tunes. That'd be more fitting for ACC.
What do they put in them?
Just gonna swallow some tunes.
Do they put something weird in them? Maybe go a bit more loopy than normal. I was doing. To be fair, with the way I was holding them, my finger was over the top of the T, so I just sort of guessed. I've never taken them before, thus I got the name wrong. So embarrassing me on stream. How dare you?
Tunes.
Yes. No, I do remember them being called that. So yeah, Lockets. Never had those before, but can recommend for what it's worth. If you're doing a 6-hour stream and you're commentating on it, yes, absolutely take those. So
I'm interested just to see as well
yep.
if Dal has been able to make any more inroads into.
Let's have a look.
Into Aaron's lead in the 1:27. So it was a 48.0 last for Darren. It's now a 47.8. He's absolutely flying in the BMW.
Yeah,
that is the same pace. Actually, no, that's a second quicker than what Valentin just did.
Yeah, it's only a tenth off the best lap from. So some of Barrier's best lap is 47.5. Darren's just set 47.8. So he's going good guns. He's pushing this. I mean, if they get on the podium, that's an astonishing drive. I mean, it's unlikely at the moment, but you wouldn't put it past them. Do like these dark liveries in the night time. Do look lovely. But yeah, so Martin Pilkington trying to get past number 227. So just going to have to wait his moment. Bit of patience. That car moves over. So fair play. Just waited for his turn. Hopefully that car will slow down enough. It will do. So nicely done. Very nicely done. So the gap from Darren King to Pilkington is 20 seconds, or 19.8 to be precise. It's it's going to be it's a long gap. It's a big gap, but the way he's driving at the moment, he's catching them by. So that was 1.4 seconds last lap. So he does that enough for the next 20 minutes. And we're going to notice that gap coming down fairly drastically. It's going to get smaller by the second. And then, might give something for Van Orman to chase. Van Orman is going to have to go good guns. for that last hour of the race. So yes, not too long to go now. We're getting, I was just saying that. Oh, dearie me, how has he saved that? I'm assuming you saw that, Aid. That's
I did. I don't know how he's managed to save that. I'm going to have a little look.
That will look good on his stream, I'll tell you that.
Go into the replay quickly and have a quick look at that. That was rather leery. Oh, I missed the start of it. I caught the end of it. So.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Go and have a little look. It was at the end of the lap into a Scari.
Let's go and ball with Chumley just to see how he's doing. Oh, that leads smaller. 1.1 seconds. Well, that red car getting out of the way. Does not want him to be involved with that. Fair enough. 1.4 seconds though, so Barry got held up a little bit on that last lap. You can see he just got past a back marker. Okay, next 10 minutes or so we start seeing some last dregs of the last pit stops. Ollie STR1, thank you very much for the update. Yeah, first driver, so Carsten, I'm sure you're assuming you're saying. So it says that Carsten, the first driver of 255's PC crashed and the other driver's been having hardware issues for the past hour. So yeah, that's going to be a challenge if they want to take the win. I mean, hopefully they can hold on to, still a podium, you would hope. I mean, they don't want it to go that badly wrong. So they are a two-man team. Are they a two-man team or a three-man team? No, they're just a two-man team, aren't they? So it's going to need to be possibly Chumley for the rest of the race. But yes, it's going to be interesting to see. Hopefully they don't have any more tech issues themselves. So Valentin's pushing hard here. He's not setting the quickest laps. I mean, Dalking he only set a 50.2 after that code brown moment on the last lap. But he's still pointing in the right direction, which is all that matters. Valentin, look how close he is though. Look at that, change cameras and on the same corner. So Valentin is going to make a move for this lead very shortly, I'm sure. So I'll go on board with him. See this lovely night time. It's getting into the properly dark last hour and a bit of the race. In apex nicely, so that track will be nicely rubbered in. Very cold, but nice and rubbered in. Yeah, of course, what Silky said in the chat, absolutely Amazon Prime. Yeah, if you've got an Amazon Prime sub, by all means, chuck it our way, we won't be offended. But yeah, not going to beg for money too much, but that's a lesson I'll learn eventually. But we'll like to focus on the racing. Gets into the first corner nicely. Oh, a little bit of
really late braking from the Mercedes there. It looks like it's working better in these cooler temperatures than what the Lamborghini is. 12-degree air and track temp now. So with the darkness falling, it's making the Mercedes an absolute dream to drive by the looks of it, and stop as well into turn one there. I don't know how he actually managed to get it stopped without running in the back of the Lamborghini ahead, but yeah, it's interesting to hear those issues that the 255's been having, and if Chumley's going to carry on to the end of the race and obviously go head to head against Jardier for that final hour pretty much, because they're pushing on both of them here. And I think this is probably going to be a done deal once the Mercedes gets a bit of a run, and the Lamborghini has a big twitch coming out of Lesmo too. So the Mercedes has got in the slipstream and got a really good run now. Is he going to challenge into a Scari, or does he wait for the Parabolica? The Lamborghini's kind of middle of the road. He hasn't really defended. The Mercedes is looking, and he doesn't send it on him there, but he's going to wait and try and get a good run through a Scari now. Try and not take too much curb here. Try and get a good clean exit, and he gets a bit loose on the exit actually. Trimming a bit of gravel does the Mercedes, but he's in the tow. You can see it edging closer and closer and closer. Is he going to wait for turn one? He is. He's not doing it into Parabolica. He's just going to try and hug the apex, get on the power nice and early. He stayed within a car length or so of the Lamborghini. Let's see what the grunt of that Lambo's got. Can he defend into turn one? Does he defend into turn one, or does he let him go? We'll see what happens down into turn one.
I don't think he's going to go. I think it's just a little bit too far back. I think the drive that Chumley got out of that last corner, Darren maybe wanted to show his nose that he is going to go from it. So he's going from a long way back, but he gets it move made. A little bit of a sausage curb hit there. Chumley's going to have to go the long way round. So a bit messy from both of them. I think Chumley had to get compromised a little bit. And yeah, a little bit of flash from Chumley. Maybe thinks that was a little bit of a dive bomb. It was a little bit, but yeah, I mean, he got stopped nicely for the apex. Just hit that sausage curb though. That unsettled him a bit. Then Chumley had to go the long way round, but clearly wasn't best pleased. But hey, that's up. It's now up to him to try and make a bit of a fight out of it. And
Yeah,
I think
if he didn't want the Mercedes to run down the inside, he should have defended really into the turn
Yeah,
one. I
I'm
know he was a bit far back, but having looked at the way that Mercedes stopped, closed right up to him the previous lap, he will have seen that happen in his mirror and seen how good the Mercedes was on the brakes. So he should have maybe thought possibly about defending, knowing that Valentin even would just literally send it up the inside of him, which is fine to do as long as there's no contact on either end, and there wasn't. I don't think it was more the Lamborghini seeing him coming, to be honest, but he must have been expecting a move sooner or later. So let's now see if Chumley can go with barrier and try and keep that lead down as much as possible before they have to peel into the pits. I feel like they're probably not going to pit for at least another 15-20 minutes, the Mercedes, and the Lamborghini might be pitting in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, it's going to be, I mean, like Sam, yes, it says it's doing very well in second. Sam Chumley is doing superbly as we're on board with Steele. But Carsten, if he gets up, it does hop back in the car for that final hour, that final stint. We do expect that they're possibly still in with a chance here. I mean, Chumley's hanging on nicely. So the track conditions are slightly different now. You know, it might suit one car better than the other. It might suit a setup better than the other. One car might actually become slightly stronger. Now it's got slightly darker, slightly colder track temperatures. It'll be set up a little bit differently and better suited to the track. But yeah, how the hell? It said Mike Williams just popped in the chat. Yeah, good afternoon. How the hell you guys have done? So what were you started last? You're now 13th. Don't know how you've done that. It's an unbelievable effort. Well done. We'll go on board with. We'll go back to Matt Muirhead. So there was an incident earlier on. I think a couple of cars might have taken each other out, and I think they might both have penalties. So Muirhead number 95, Chris Vott in 16th, the number 270. Let me just quickly have a catch up with the incident log, and let me see what has been put there, because I suspect there may have been an incident involving them. So it was at 95 and 270. No, 95. I think there might be. I can't see anything quite there yet, unfortunately. No, yeah, I do say. We'll notice as well. I mentioned it earlier. That car with number 62, who there was a few. They've been involved in a fair few things. Unfortunately, they have had to be disqualified. So never like to do that. But they were literally involved in so many incidents. Not through maliciousness or dirty driving or anything, but yeah, they were clearly struggling for control of that car at that point. So unfortunately, yeah, they were DQ'd. So yeah, so apologies to them. I think they might understand, but no one likes to do that, and would never like to do that. But they were, yeah, there's a few times we went on board with them. They did look like they were struggling pretty terribly, unfortunately, and yeah, it's a bit too dangerous once there's so many cars so intermingled. But yeah, a few time penalties being popped out to other cars as well. As you saw, 95 and 270, yeah, they were both given time penalties for slightly different incidents. But yeah, there's a few penalties going around, but not too many. So it's getting very close here. So Muirhead will hold on. The car trying to flash them through, but not happening. Well, you can see there in the background, a bit of an interesting overtake there. It's going to be an interesting point to try and get through, and he does somehow. So I was worried there that one was going to clip the curb just in the wrong way and flip it off into the grass, but luckily it's still going in the right direction. Let's quickly go back up on board though, have this lead. So 1.5 seconds now. Still think you're going to see Chumley come in fairly shortly, maybe as soon as they can, with Carsten sat in the pits and they know his pace. It depends how comfortable Chumley is feeling. As you said, though, barrier is probably another 10-15 minutes.
I would say at least 10-15 minutes, yeah, maybe
20.
more. Cause I've extended them stints for a few times. It's probably going to be around the 45-minute mark left that Jardier then jumps in. There is now a requested pit stop on Jardier's stream, so it means that they've sorted the pit stop out now, which they hadn't done before. So they're obviously thinking about pitting at some point soon. Obviously, they've got to give themselves that 65-minute stint to get to the end anyway, so they've got to do it in the last 65 minutes minimum to make sure that they get to the end with only the one stop from now to the end. So probably waiting for that. Interesting one. I've loaded up the 127 cars stream. and they are around 9 seconds behind Harry Spears in the 8 car. They have 19 minutes left of their stint, so they are gonna be well within that sort of 50-minute window left for their last stop. I feel like it's gonna be it'll be Fitzpatrick behind the wheel.
Indeed,
the
yeah.
127. Whether Harry Spears will give that car back to Jordan Burroughs for the end, potentially he will. And that then means I think it's probably going to be a straight fight between those two for third, unless Darren King can get himself in the act. I think he's got the gap down now to about 20 seconds, under 20 seconds, about 19 seconds to P4, and then about a 7-second gap to P3. So he's around 27 seconds off the podium, is Darren.
Just dropping in behind that Jaguar there. Going to hopefully... Oh, just a little bit of a squeeze. They got close. A little bit of a flash to say... I'll say thank you. Let's say it was thank you. Let's go with something nice and polite. Insert your own different word there if you don't think that's what you said. Wouldn't be surprised if it's maybe a slightly more endearing term. 4 letters. Maybe 7. You get the gist. But yeah, he's passed now. Still in 5th. But yeah, going good guns. There's Martin Pilkington. Whether they can... Yeah, 20 seconds the gap. So he's driving pretty superbly, setting some cracking lap times, but has dropped it back a bit now. That was a second slower than Martin Pilkington on the last lap. So most likely, as you said, with Spears and Martin Pilkington, is most likely to swap order if they close in. Martin Pilkington, I've said his name too many times in the last 15 seconds, but I've got it right every time, so I'll keep going. 6.5 seconds back now from Spears. So that has closed in.
That was around 9 seconds about 2 laps ago, so he is closing the gap to P4. And as I say, he's got a good 15 minutes or so left, and it is Fitzpatrick that'll be behind the car. I can see it's requested, so he's definitely in the car for the last, I want to say, around 50 minutes.
Yeah, they're going to, I mean, it depends how many people have stretched. Sorry, they've stretched out their pits. They've stretched out those full stint times. Whether some might actually, you know what, especially if they've got the quicker driver to hop back in, they might chuck them in as soon as they can, knowing that they can get to the end on a full tank, rather than just run this penultimate stint all the way to the end. It might be that actually they wait. They get the driver in as soon as possible, and which would be pretty soon. I mean, we might start seeing some pit stops next few minutes. Don't think there's many drivers in currently still going. I think Girardo has pitted slightly further back in 32nd. But most still out on circuit. Let's go back a little bit. Let's see how Andrew Pike is doing. 22nd behind. It's the 21st is Isaac Fairweather. So again, they finished. Sorry, they qualified in the top 10. So not the race that they quite wanted. But like you said in the chat, yeah, the drivers that have had incidents and the race hasn't gone their way. Had penalties and they took them with a good approach and understood that it's not personal. It's just you have to adjudicate on those incidents as they happen. That is just the way it goes. But getting to the end, that's what matters. It's the determination to get through. And then, hey, look, if you're taking part in enough endurance races, you get a good race come eventually. They're not easy to come by, especially if there's 6 hours. Getting round with all the blue flag situations you get and all the lapping, and especially at the start, there's so many cars so close to each other. If you get a nice, clean 6-hour race, that's a sight to behold. It's a luxury rather than the norm. So, yeah, unfortunately, you have to take the rough with the smooth, and it's a shame when it goes that way. But yeah, fingers crossed next time, especially yourself, Smudge. Yeah, fingers crossed next time it will go a bit better for you guys. But yeah, it didn't go well for you at the start, and yeah, onwards and upwards and all that. After evening as well, Rooster 2400 in the chat. Yeah, started 26, got punted first corner, got 1 minute 16 minute repair time, disconnected twice. Oof, that sucks, man. But I again hugely appreciate that you kept going. It's an amazing attitude. I love that. That's what it's all about, frankly. It's great to be quick. Most of us can't be Honzik or Darren King or any of the guys near the front. Abe can, but that's another story. I can't. But yeah, so it's awesome to have all those setbacks you've had and to keep going. You've got a huge amount of respect for me, so fair play. And yeah, I really appreciate you popping into the stream chat as well. Now let's go back further forward. See that gap, Darren King To Pilkington. Oh, was it Pilkington to Spears? Sorry, wasn't it? It was Pilkington to Spears. So it's still 7 seconds. So actually, it hasn't kept coming down. If anything, I think that Spears has pulled back about another half a second from Aaron. So Spears in third. So they're a bit further up the road, and it's still a 17-second gap.
So he's come down another 3
That's
seconds.
right.
Then.
Yeah. Darren
so,
can, so what was that? 21, 22 seconds. I think when we checked a little bit earlier.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
So he's closing that gap. He might have a chance of getting up to Pilkington before Pilkington gets to Spears. He's got to be careful there. I mean, that 7.5 second gap was 6. I think 6.1, 6.2. Not too much earlier on. I appreciate that, Joe, as well. Again, great effort. Mad respect from us for keeping going. We know it's not easy. Very easy to want to rage, but yeah, fair play. And it's our pleasure for you guys to stick it out, man. So cheers for that. Very much appreciated from all of us here. But yeah, Kings is bringing that gap down sector on sector. He's back into setting the good lap times. 47.9 on that last lap. Martin Pilkington starting to drop back a little bit though.
50.6 on the last lap for Martin Pilkington. He was around 2.6 seconds slower on the last lap. So, and he's also 1.3 down on his best at the moment as well. He's on for a 49.7 according to the graphic. So he's not lapping that brilliantly at the moment. He's struggling for pace. So that means he's going to be not only dropping back from Spears, but he's going to be falling into the lap of King soon. We'll see what happens though in the next. I'm guessing he's going to pit in the next 4 or 5 laps because he's got 12 minutes left on his stint. So it'll be around 4 or 5 laps. He's got 8 seconds to Spears ahead of him, and behind him he's got around 16, maybe even 15 seconds now to Darren King.
It'll be interesting to write that fight at the front as well. Chumley now about 5.5 seconds back, so it's going to be on Carsten. Saying that, they are in. So Chumley, will he swap over to Carsten? I'm imagining he will, and then Carsten will. Yeah, he'll have all the work to do, but they will get in first. You know, they're going to have 10-15 minutes of Carsten getting some rubber down and putting his foot to the floor and seeing if he can close that gap, and then it could get interesting because clearly Carsten is no mug in the sight. You can see more cars pitting as well now. We've got Sam Cairns in 7th. He's already in the pits. Chris Farr and Royal 15th and 16th. Still want to call him Royale, but I don't think that might be putting a bit too much of a twang on his surname. Zachary in 16th. Niels van der Kerkel hops in the car, so he is a go for the final hour of the race now. So 5 hours in. Thoroughly enjoyed it so far. It's been a pleasure thus far. Hopefully we can say the same in an hour. But Chumley. Where is he? Chumley just coming down the pit lane now. So he'll have... will he have lost many spots? Let's have a look. So Darren King is... It's dark. I can't see anything. He is, I think, going through Ascari. Yep, there we go. So some way back. Martin Pilkington Spears might just about get them. So they might have a little bit of fighting to do. So I think that is their car just ahead. So yeah, actually, Harry Spears might briefly pop it up into second. It's going to have the momentum coming down into turn number 1. But no, I think... Has Chumley stayed in the car? Let's have a look. Is it Carsten? No, it is Carsten. Of course it is. So yeah, that changes on the left-hand side once they go through a sector. Like a what do you call it? Sector timer. Go through a timing line. That's the one. Yeah, they'll go through that shortly. You'll see it change on the left. So yeah, interesting to see if they can close that gap towards the end. Evening thunder. I can say evening now because it is nearly 8 PM here. Yeah, hope you're doing well. Yeah, hour left of this 6 hours. So thoroughly enjoyed it. Oh, hello, a little bit wide there. And Harry Spears going to keep him honest behind. So we will see a few others popping into pits soon. We are under that hour left mark now though, and you can see how it's got properly dark. Just out of curiosity, let's see what it looks like from the driver's point of view. So this is from the bonnet. We'll just have a quick look actually at the cockpit cam. So properly driver's perspective. So you can see they've got their endurance lights on. You get that nice blue glow in the cockpit. I know some that don't really like that and find that a little bit off-putting or a little bit scribbly there, but still going strong. So yeah, he's got this it's not quite as dark maybe on track as it is on camera for the rest of us. They can see enough, which is frankly the most important thing. So as long as they can see where they're going, you can deal with it. Yeah, as long as we can see, obviously, what they're doing there in the last part of this race. Harry Spears, Carsten Spears will still have to come in shortly though, so he'll have to drop back a little bit. Still some cracking driving from him. So we know he's a Team Forza driver, so he's no mug. You don't go onto that team without being fast. But Carsten and Barrier, I think, will be the two fighting out for the win. Valentin still setting some solid lap times. 1:48.0 on their last lap. Still setting some cracking times. Ash, yes, there's a cold beer and I thought about this, a pre-cooked dinner. So don't worry. Once this is gone, once this is like done, I'm gone because I'm starving. But yeah, beer will be had, so don't you worry. Yes, but I'm thoroughly enjoyed it. I wouldn't change anything. It's been awesome fun. Hopefully enough of the drivers think it has been too. I'm sure some will be a bit less happy with how their afternoon went, but hopefully they will understand. Sometimes that's just how it goes. So a little bit of a flash to the number 13 car number 13 car. That is is that car number 47 in 13th? Yep, it is. I always get those lights the wrong way around. Dominiak in 13th. So dropped back a little bit, but again I think that might be out of position due to pit stops. So he'll let the guys. He's going to let them through there. I thought he was maybe looking like he was trying to let them through there. It's a difficult one because he's no slouch, but he looks like he lets them through nicely. So I think Spears will come through as well. Take a bit of curb at Ascari. Oh, and fair play to Dominiak. Just to get on the brake because he doesn't want to spear the car alongside him.
He doesn't want to Spears.
Yeah. It's,
spear him off into the wall.
Yeah, he doesn't want the name to become reality.
That's my one name joke for the day.
Yeah. Let's please keep it at that. Yeah.
Keep the puns to a minimum.
Yes. If we can keep them to a minimum, ideally 0. No, it's no. Yeah, you tried, and we appreciate that. It was awful, but you gave it a shot, and that's what we appreciate. And it's. Hey, look, I'm not going to say any puns because my tactic, if I say none, they can't be worse. So if I'm going to keep quiet. But no, did want to be a bit careful, just coming around that few corners coming through a Ascari, just wanted to make sure. So yeah, he kept it nice and clean. So Barrier, well within the pit window now if he wanted to. 56 minutes to go. To see if he comes in this time. We'll stand board with him coming through. They do not. So yeah, another time round. Darren King is into the pits though. 2 angry headlights and some LEDs. A lovely looking thing in the evening. So it's pretty properly dark now. 8:23 in-game time. So in the evening. Oh, nice. Apparently Joe was let Ash get on the beers early by doing the final stint. Very kind of him. What an understanding gentleman. And there's some good times we had. Whitlock in the pits as well. And we see him just coming as well. Yeah, there we go. In 7th, David had a really good race so far. Had a penalty obviously to serve earlier. Quite a few cars have essentially joining them in the pits. So yeah, starting to hop in now. Starting to see those final pit stops being had. Jerome Moorman, he'll be going good guns, trying to set some cracking lap times. 48.8 on the last lap. So he's doing similar lap times to Carsten in second. Only driver quicker on track is Barrier, who set a 48.0 on the previous lap, which is pretty unbelievably good going. But Joe LaCour in 14th. If they can finish there, himself and Ash will be, I think, pretty beside themselves, to be honest. I think they'll be over the moon. It's going to be a great drive for him so far. The car behind not really fancying taking that second strain. Had a looking for it, sod it. And easily done it this time of night. Easy to make those mistakes. Another challenge of the conditions. Just 54 and a bit minutes to go now. And we're into the very final part of the race. Harry Spears into the pits 2. So we'll see now these final order sort itself out after they've all chucked the car in through the pit stops. Wenlock as well.
So the 127's obviously taken 3rd place now. He's got 4 minutes and 50 left on his stint timer. So probably a lap or 2 more from the 127 of Aaron. And we'll see if he can close that gap down to Wenlock in the 94. And obviously Darren King has now handed the car over now to Van Omen for the final hour. Well, just under the final hour, and he's going to be charging hard now to try and see if they can turn a top 5 into potentially a top 3 or possibly even top 4 if they can, because the pace is looking to favour the BMW at the moment. The lower temperatures will obviously help the turbo, of the BMW,
So
but Barrier is in the pit lane now, so we're going to have to see again where Karsten is. Is it going to be roles reversed, where the Mercedes gets out ahead of the Lamborghini, or will it be the Lamborghini that goes sailing past into turn 1 again as they exit pit lane? So keep an eye at the top left of your timing screen for the P to disappear. That means pit. When they reach the end of the pit lane, obviously they turn the pit limiter off and the exit pits, that will disappear, which is not very far of a run really for the Mercedes. The Mercedes is already nearly there, and Karsten's coming round the final corner, the Parabolica. He's coming down the start finish now. I feel like the Mercedes is already gone and out of the pits, but he's got to get up to speed, remember, so it's going to be a few seconds. You can just see Karsten in the very background.
Yeah, very good lead.
Yeah, really good lead going into the final 52 minutes, 53 minutes left, basically. And you can just see in the back of shot now, there's the Lamborghini just turning its way through turn 1 and 2. As the 127 car also pits now, so interesting to see again where he comes out in relation to the 8 car, the 94 and the 38.
Yeah, very dark now, you see. So we've got to go back on board just that cockpit cam, see what they see. So they can see a bit more. Obviously, they've got the joy of their own lights, but we don't quite get that on stream. So yeah, 7.5 seconds. So they kept that lead. Karsten's little mini stint didn't really favour him much in the end. But you have to say, it'll be interesting to see if Karsten will push now. 7.5 second lead. See if that starts coming down. He's got 52 minutes. There's no need to rush anything. Can take his time. But you would ideally, if you were him, going to want to see that lead coming down just a little bit, just show some good signs of pace. But you also obviously don't want to take too much out of the tyres in that little sector. Oh, saying that, we've had a crash at the Ascari, so just didn't quite catch who that was. The Lexus had a bit of a nightmare in front, trying to avoid it as well, but they've got through cleanly. So didn't quite catch what car that was. But yeah, Hontic up into the lead. Lead has come down though, 6.8 seconds. So the last lap it did come down by a little bit. That might just be though Yaroslav getting up to speed. 1:48.3 for Karsten, so pretty solid time. Not far off what the sort of times we were seeing from Valentin Barrier. But we last few cars making their pit stops. I think Murphy in the pits at the moment. Collie serving a stop go. And but not sure who we saw, unfortunately, who had that issue earlier on, have that spin at Ascari. It's a bit hard to catch. It was a bit hard to catch in the daytime. Got no chance now. Can just about see the outlines of the cars. Yeah, it's a bit dark. Hopefully you guys on stream can see enough. Not long to go now. Only 50 minutes now remaining of the 6 hours. And 6.2 seconds. So that is coming down. Karsten is pushing this. So it'll be interesting to see the sort of lap times Hontica sets on the next couple of laps. And went back up to third, so they're looking pretty comfortable for a podium spot, which they'll be more than happy with. Himself and Killian Ryan Moonen. Top 3 will be a hell of an achievement. Jordan Burrows, a fair bit further back. He's about 10 seconds or so ahead of Fitzpatrick, I think we just caught a glimpse of. So he's just coming down through Sky, so not quite. That was another car in between them. So 11 seconds of gap. King 8 seconds back behind Fitzpatrick. So as Darren King stayed in the car then. So Van Ommen's gone to get in the car and he's kicked him back out and gone, no you don't. And he's going to drive that final 50 minutes. I'm pretty sure he's streamed. Pretty sure he's pitted.
Yes, he has. Yeah.
So he stayed in the car.
He changed it last minute. He stayed in the car, and Fitzpatrick, based on the earlier pace, I don't think Fitzpatrick will have much of an answer to Darren King's pace, especially at this stage of the race with the BMW's turbos loving the cooler air temperatures. So it's around 11.5 seconds from 5th to 4th, and around 7 seconds from 5th to 6th. So obviously Wenlock in the 94 is yet to pit as well. So that's the Wenlock and Killian Ryan Meenan car. So they're potentially going to drop behind 4th, 5th and 6th at the moment and down into 6th place. Because I'm sure they have to pit again. If I remember rightly, they came in with about an hour and a half, an hour and 25 left, so they won't make it on stint time. So they'll have to come in at least one more time, whether it be a short stop or not. But unfortunate for them to sort of be out of this sequence now with the pit stops cycling through as they were. But just quickly, there's a stop go 10 penalty for the car 47, the 9th place 47 Ferrari. So that's the not so fast racing car, and they've now. So I'm sure they just had a 15-second penalty as well.
Yep.
Before that, and now they've got a stop go 10.
I think it was upgraded from the 15. I believe it was upgraded from the 15 to the stop go. They were for 2 incidents. An incident log, actually, the last 2 are both from that car. So yeah, they've got time of penalty for avoidable contact and then repeated collisions. They've got a stop go 10 seconds. Yeah, both are avoidable, and they unfortunately gave severe damage to the car that they were in incident with. So unfortunately, yeah, that's the way the cookie crumbles, and yeah, they'll have to serve that shortly. See, actually, as well, Andrew Pike in the pits, so they obviously were stretching those pit stops out a little bit. So Pike coming out for their final stint. So not sure what position they will be in. We've got Josh Webster as well in 24th. Back in that JDC Racing Honda. Car number 23. Currently in 24th. But we'll move up some positions with Pike and Hall in the pit lane. But yeah, they've had a fairly solid race.
Tom Hunt has been able to get back up into 25th place as well in the 27 car with Dan Camish and Will Neal as well. They've been able to get themselves back up from around, I think they were around 35th at one point.
They were,
a couple of hours in, so they've clawed back up into the top 25.
Is that
See
on?
if they can get any more.
Are they on? Have they had their pit? I mean, they must have had their last pit, I'm assuming. I'm just wondering whether that dropped them back. If they have done, then that's a superb drive. We'll have to keep an eye on the next like 5-6 minutes or so. I think there might be a couple of cars that have really pushed it to the max of the stint time, so we might see the odd lap, pit stop still. But yeah, if they got up to 24th from the issues I had earlier, then that's great going, to be fair, and fair play to them if so. You can see still a few battles to be had, still a few positions being swapped further back, so a few mistakes still being made. So it's a fairly tricky track conditions. Doesn't look like we're going to get rain, certainly not in the next half an hour, so only the last 15 minutes is at all possible. But let's be honest, let's hope not. In this darkness, that would not make for a very easy driving. It end up being a little bit of a death trap. So fingers crossed they can. Fingers crossed it'll stay dry, I think. And everyone on track at the moment can bring it home nice and cleanly. And there aren't too many more incidents reported for the end. So is that? Let's get aboard with Tony Corsaro. I haven't seen them much today. Car number 412 Madhouse Racing, car in 25th. They've got Bas Tolsma right behind them. You can see here. There we go. Slightly better camera shot. So Bas Tolsma in the Ferrari. We've got 28th in pits as well. Van Bellingen. And they will drop down a few spots. Tobias Kexel, who we saw, as I said earlier, superb in qualifying that Old Spice Bentley number 394. Where did they qualify? They qualified. Let's have a look. They qualified in. I still can't find. So what was that car number 394? They qualified in 9th. So they were in that Super Bowl shootout last week. We're right towards the end of that Super Bowl. Looked pretty strong. Didn't quite nail a lap in that Super Bowl shootout itself. But yeah, clearly the race has not gone their way. There's a few from that top 10 who haven't quite had the race they were hoping for, which is just how it goes sometimes. It's the joy of racing. It's a bit unfortunate, and fair play to them for keeping going, and hopefully they'll get a strong finish this last 45 minutes or so.
So the 38 car then now is right on the back. Darren King is right on the back of Fitzpatrick. He's really, really close to him. He's going to have a run. He's been lapping around a second and a half quicker the past couple of laps, maybe a second quicker in most cases. So it's looking like the 38 might well claim 4th place away from Desmond Fitzpatrick here, and he looks like he's gone a bit wide actually in the parabolic, and that's going to allow the BMW to sneak through on the inside. There's narrowly avoiding contact, but it looks like the BMW is going to have the grunt, is it? Yes, he's pulling ahead. He's going to have the inside unless Desmond can throw him a dummy, which I don't think he's going to do. He's having a little loot actually down the inside. Don't think he's going to send it from that far back. The BMW's just got superior run out of that final turn there and was able to just drag his way past. So Darren King and Mr. Van Omen up into 38th place. 4th place from way down the order in the car 38 even.
Yeah, so great driving from Darren King. Whether he'll be able to get any more positions in the next 43 minutes, that would be a surprise. It'd be good going if he could manage that.
He's around 16.5 behind Burrows now, who's P3 for the last step on the podium. So, I mean, it's not by any means not doable. He can do that as long as he's lapping pretty well. I mean, his last lap was a 47.9. If he can just flick to Burrows, we can have a look what his last lap was as well.
Burrows, there we go. So yeah,
48.2. So only around 0.3 quicker. And obviously on this lap, he's had to make the pass into turn 1, so he lost a couple of tenths here or there. Did Darren King. So you've got 16 seconds to make up in the next 43 minutes, which with back markers and incidents and whatever else, yeah, I feel like it's definitely doable still. With the sister sort of 138 car, the Dalkin Community car, that is in 11th now from the very, very back of the grid, and the 47's now dropping down the order because they're in pit lane, I think, serving a penalty.
Yeah, no, they are. You see, Crowder in 15th as well, so they must have gone really long on their pits, really pulled out those stops, unless they've had an incident. Hopefully not. Only 42.5 minutes to go. Yeah, we'll have to see how this last part of the race goes. Anyways,
so Whitlock has been in the pit lane as well, dropped behind these guys then, like we thought. 94. He's now back in 6th, behind Fitzpatrick. I'm not sure how far behind, but he's definitely down in 6th, and I reckon he's got a good buffer now over the 99 Lexus of Van der Kokel. I think that's probably going to be where they're going to finish, barring any calamities for any of the guys further up. So actually, to be fair, he's not that far from behind Fitzpatrick then, by the looks of it. Is that Fitzpatrick there? No. So Fitzpatrick's probably just gone through turn into Lesmo 1 now, probably, is he? In the middle of the Lesmos, yeah. So he's probably only around 10 or 15 behind then. So again, it's not completely unassailable, especially with Wenlock's pace it from earlier on. Could well see him catching up.
It's 12-second gap at the moment, 12.029 at the last timing line. So they're pushing, they're getting closer. But yeah, whether they'll... it's got a hell of an arse in 40 minutes to be able to close a gap like that. But it's dark. We're getting towards the end of a 6-hour event, so there might be a little bit of fatigue. Unlikely with those drivers. They've done this sort of thing many times before. So yeah, we'll see how they fare. See if those times come down over the next 10-15 minutes or so. I'm sure it's quite easy to make a mistake in these sort of track conditions. I'm sure quite a few people running wide and having their own issues. Hopefully not too many people getting connected with too many other cars. Just going back to the chat in the stream. Yeah, unfortunately, it was like, as I said, if he obviously only reported instantly got a drive through earlier, so he would have been. Oh, that's weird. Right, just seen in the stream. Yeah, hasn't got endurance lights, so that's a bit weird. Odd if it's a server issue. That should definitely. I don't know if that's an odd bug this game has, but yeah, clearly you found one, so that's a bit unlucky. But yeah, King would have served the penalty that was given to him. I mean, you can see that we've not been particularly lenient on incidents. So yeah, hopefully it's the. I mean, if he'd have got a large penalty, it might have affected his position a tiny bit, but still driven pretty well, you would have to say. Apart from the start, had a bit of a nightmare at the beginning, did Darren King, but is pushing on. 15 seconds back from Burrows. So still not too far back there. Car number 8, where is that on track? So yeah, they're a bit further up the road. But you never know. It depends how hard Darren wants to push now this last part of the race. Same with Alexander Carsten. In second spot, are they going to chase down? Or as Burrows makes a mistake? Like I said, so easily done. And you can see people in that sort of... it's a tad dark. You can see it in this sort of conditions. So easy to go off in the gravel somewhere like there, somewhere like a Scari. And if you just get unlucky, that car could end up in the wall one side or the other, probably on the other side of the track quite quickly. We saw someone have that issue earlier on. So you do have to keep your wits about you. Still 40 minutes to go. Still plenty of racing to be had, but you don't want to ditch it now and ruin what could be a good end to your race.
No, definitely not. After driving for 5 hours and 20 minutes just over, don't want to be throwing anything away now, especially in these darker conditions. as I was saying earlier, your braking points and everything change, so you've got to be aware of other drivers around you a bit more as well, because if they're changing their braking points, it's definitely something that can throw you off, and you could end up in the back of one of them, of your rival, no problem. And you can see here the 16th place Aston Martin moving out of the way of the leading Mercedes.
Just going to have a look at a few more of the teams further down, like I said earlier. I think the closest battle further back is, I think, he's Matteo Bicassi in the car, which should be car number 10, but it's car number 11 now for some reason. Must have joined in a duplicate car, so somehow they've not had any issues with that, but hell of an effort if they've managed that. But yeah, going strongly so far. Yeah, it does log the life, yeah. It does feel that way a little bit. Yeah, that would be a bit harsh though. Don't need to be getting disqualified for that kind of thing. But, yeah, so we have had to DQ at one car in this from this race. Don't like to do it, but when absolutely necessary. Bicassi getting past. So was that 4 position it was. So moves up ahead of Solly. Goes for a bit of a late move coming into the Parabolica. Moves up into 31st. So these two pretty close on circuit. We've got a few cars slightly further ahead of them. Shahabi and Tolsma, not too much distance between them. You see Tolsma here. So he's just behind Corsaro in 25th. And we've got Shahabi only 1.5 further back himself, just behind a couple of back markers. In the 61, Jaguar. Oh, a little bit squirrely off the curb there. So, as I said, so easy to make a mistake like that in the final portion of this race. It's still need to keep focused. It's not easy to do. So if this is the second hour of a 2-hour stint, it can so very quickly go wrong. But just quick go up front again. Carsten still 8 seconds back, so still struggling to latch on to Honzik. I think Honzik is looking pretty comfortable here. 36 minutes to go, and he's 8 seconds, just over 8 seconds clear at the moment. So it's his to lose currently for sure.
Yeah, definitely looking pretty comfortable now at the moment. We thought it was going to be a lot closer finish than this. We thought it was going to be the Mercedes hunting down the Lamborghini, but after those issues where the Lamborghini's had to pull to the side of the road and reboot and whatever else it had to do with its equipment, for Chumley, I think he was behind the wheel at that point. Whatever issues they came a crop or two, they've had to resolve. So that could have played out completely differently, because there, I reckon they must have lost a good 10 or 15 seconds at least, because they were stopped for an awful long time, and it's a very fast part of the track as well. It's literally a straight, so you're losing the most time at that point by just sitting there at the side of the road. So the story might go a little bit differently if they'd not had them issues, but the 39 car, you have to say, has driven a pretty flawless race, other than that bit of contact that Valentin had with a couple of back markers, I think it was at chicane 2, where he ran into the rear of one of them, checked up a little bit before in front of him, and there's a car off actually in front of Darren King just a second ago. I just had a glance over. In the exit of Parabolica, it was a purple Lamborghini, so I feel like that might have been the commentator's curse Lamborghini, maybe.
179.
179
Let's have a look.
Is backwards.
So where are they? They are the car in. I do know what fine. So that's Zamfir Redu. So they're getting going again. Yep, that looks poorly.
No, purple Ferrari. My mistake.
Oh,
I thought it was purple Lamborghini.
Keep them going. Thought they might pop into the pits there, but clearly didn't do too much damage. Just getting underway again.
They just looped it round, possibly maybe with a bit of help, possibly, or maybe just pushing a little bit too hard. Last lap was a 2:28 because of it, so they've definitely lost quite a bit of time. So I've got one final. He's gone straight on at turn 1 as well. He obviously doesn't have to negotiate the boards because they aren't there anymore, so he can just drive straight through, but does stay off the racing line. But we've got Tom Hunt in the pit lane, probably for their final stop then. So they hadn't stopped, they weren't in sequence. So let's see if they do lose many places, because they're on 24th at the moment. Josh Webster as well in the 22nd, so these guys are not going to be happy that Josh Webster's ahead of them, and obviously
no.
With them being real life experience, they're going head to head in this, and They've got Pike in between them in the BMW as well. So for the hard and long motorsport, which I still think is
you say that you're just saying that every chance you get, aren't you?
Brilliant, yeah. 57 hard and long. Like,
all right,
that is just
all right.
amazing.
Calm down.
He's now blinking
bad.
the lights at the purple Ferrari that was off.
Yeah,
just a little bit earlier on.
Fair enough.
Going past the yellow Ferrari there as well. Scott in the chat saying, "What a team!"
I know. Well, us or you? I mean, both. Let's be honest. No. It's enjoyed it. Yeah, the stream's gone well so far. Thoroughly enjoyed it. It was easy when we could see more of the track. It's quite dark now, but other than that, no, it looks pretty mega, to be honest. I think the game looks great. But yes, stream's going good. I hope the race has gone well for you guys. Said the where it is. Pike said, yeah, 23rd, looking fairly solid. We've been on board for about half a lap or so now. Got a bit wide around Parabolica, but we'll stay within the track limits. So that car we saw going off earlier, just behind them. So when we chase down Josh Webster, so yeah, Webster and Camish very familiar to each other, done plenty of sim racing with each other, I think. So it's a little bit of a rivalry there, but yeah, Webster doing well so far. 22nd. That's him with Darrell Wright and Connor Garrett up in 22nd. I think they'll be pretty happy with how their afternoon has gone for the whole. Let's go slightly further forward again. So that lead has come out. So yeah, Honzik is pulling away now. I think that skill really is telling. 9.5 seconds. He's pulled away. 1:47.673 on their last lap. Nearly as fast as their quickest lap. Within a tenth also of their fastest lap of the race, which is pretty astonishing when you consider. I mean, I know it's rubbered in, but the track's 11 degrees Celsius and it is pitch black. So that's a hell of an effort. So well done to him. But I do fear for Carsten then that might just be having to settle for a second place, which again still be an amazing achievement. It's been a great drive from all of them. Let's go back to the fight. We saw that earlier on. So I think Ryan Walker, he's very comfortable, so he's okay. He's got plenty of room between himself and the cars in front and behind. Literally no one. I don't think anyone really anywhere near him. Simon Murphy. So that Downton community team, that again, may I remind you every time I watch them, started in 50th. They were at the very back. They didn't get to qualify as they jumped into available spot for a team that had popped out and had to withdraw after last week's qualifying. And yeah, up to 10th already from 50th. That is an unbelievable drive. They've kept their nose very, very clean. Don't think they've had any penalties. Not really involved in anything.
I can just update you on something.
Yeah, please do.
The sister car, the 38, has just had contact exiting the first chicane. They've just got the gap down to Burrows of about 12 seconds, and then they've just had contact exiting turn 1, and it's cost them about 2.5 seconds and maybe a bit of damage as well. It was just coming out of the first chicane. There was a green Ferrari, I'm not sure who it was, who was kind of alongside, well, they were just on the exit. I'm just going to try and figure out which one it was. The Ferrari went deep. The number 12 Ferrari it was, went deep. Darren nudged the back of them, and then they've kind of got stuck together a little bit. Bit of bumping and barging, but both sort of got away with it, to be honest with you. But he's lost time, and he was catching Jordan Burrows quite quickly. It'd be interesting to see what lap times he's been doing recently, because his last lap, he's pumping in low 48s, high 47s is Darren. But I'm not sure what Jordan Burrows is putting in lap on lap, but it seems to be that he's been reeling him in.
Well, thank you very much for that follow, Monkey. Much appreciated. Also, Drope GTX, or Drop it, yeah, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that. Apologies. Thank you for the follow. I know I'm sure I've missed a fair few follows this afternoon as well. They've been coming in their droves. We do really appreciate that. So thank you ever so much for following. Hopefully you enjoyed the racing being able to give you this afternoon, this evening. Monza's always going to be a fairly eventful affair. Never going to be very dull, but yeah, we'll probably be a bit. I think it might be a little while before we revisit this track for an endurance. It's always going to be keep the stewards on their toes. Yeah, and I'm sure we'll go for somewhere hopefully a little bit quieter next time. So not Bathurst in the rain, unless we're really sick and twisted by the time we decide that. Thank you very much for the sub as well. Prime sub as well from It's a Sync. Cheers, man. Much appreciated. Yeah, hopefully your race has gone okay. Wenlock in the pits now, so yeah, they were out of kilter as well, as you said. I think Webster in the pits too, so maybe a few cars that have had to come in earlier due to incidents or whatnot are maybe taking the opportunity to hop in now and take their last stop. Hopefully nothing due to any any damage caused recently. I've had nothing come up on my the broadcast also. I think even the Darren King thing you mentioned earlier, I don't think they've really, it hasn't registered his impact weirdly enough, so it might have been more netcode than anything else possibly. If not, it doesn't look like they would have got too much damage, maybe just lost time on circuit. Was that the one at the chicane earlier, I'm assuming, Monkey Ick? If so, because that's the only one I can remember with Valentin, yeah. But racing it, yeah, I believe it was a racing incident. I haven't seen it from any other angle. So the stewards would have had a good look at that, where the car in front was braking, and you know, was Valentin reasonably going to be able to avoid hitting the car and this, that and the other? But yeah, I'm not sure. So yeah, but I'm pretty certain it was a racing incident. Didn't get any time penalty for sure. So yes, 10.1 seconds now the lead for Honzik over Carsten. So that lead not coming down in the slightest. So I think Carsten might now just have to settle for second. Just try and keep his nose clean for the rest of the race. Just under half an hour to go now, just under 28 minutes. And fair few decent gaps at the moment. Oh, someone going straight on, not fancying taking the corner, and probably wisely so if they thought they weren't going to get around there without impacting another car. Doesn't get out of the way nicely. What that road is there for, after all. And then Wenlock, so where did Wenlock hop back out? So is he still in 6th? He might be. Still on the standings at the very least. But, I mean, they've had a solid race themselves, and the other side max car just behind them. So actually top. So if I get myself right, yeah, top 7 to side max motorworks. Other way round, side max motorworks. Yeah, as I said, it's been a long afternoon. Getting to the end of 6 hours, going slightly doolally. I think the cost weeks have got to my head. Yeah, Wenlock still on for a good result. I'm sure they won't mind this too much. But they have got the leader about to try and come around and lap them. So that is Honzik right in behind. And yeah, you can see, I think he knows. Does not fancy making a meal of that. Lets him through. See, nice and early. That's how you want it done, really. Let go early on in the straight. You get a chance to let them pass, and then just slot back in and concentrate on your own race again. So you don't have to worry too much about the other car and how you might affect them. But yeah, no real tight gaps near the front at the moment. I mean, considering it's been going 6 hours, there's a fair few gaps which are just 3 or 4 seconds. Van der Kerkel down in 7th. So they're not too far back. So they're only 3.7 backs from Wenlock. Moorman himself, is that Fitzpatrick?
It is, yeah.
So yeah, so Fitzpatrick is so there you can see the gap between 5th and 6th is a lap. So the top 5. Yeah, so there's quite big gaps between even a few of these cars higher up. Yeah, so Van der Kerkel, Van der Kerkel, Moorman, still pretty close. So there's still some positions to be gained here. Still some racing to be had. Final 25 minutes. So you can see still influx of cars. Yeah, let's have a look.
Escape road actually at turn 1. Yeah, he got it wrong on the braking into turn 1.
So maybe just starting to struggle towards the end. So that car's been going for nearly 6 hours. So nearly most of the drivers still with us as well. I think we've got 45 or 46 cars out of the 50 still with us, which is a great effort. I think, yeah, cheering on Mr. Pullen. Let's go on board. Actually, I haven't watched the number 812 for a little while yet. He's only 1.4 back as well from a top 10 spot. So there we go. That car up ahead. First one might be a back marker, but 1.4 back from the Dalkin community team, who, as I said, from the back to 10th, will be gagging for the top 10 spot if they can keep it. But they'll be pretty happy if they can, even if they get 11th. If Pullen can catch them, I'm sure they'll take that at the end. Not saying that. Let's go on board with is it Van der Kerkel and Wenlock. You see here, there we go again. So those two cars were pretty wedded to each other early on in the race, and yet again somehow they found their way back to each other. Very, very tight between the two of them. As they come down to the end of another lap, car in front going slightly wide. So it'll be interesting to see if they battle, the two teammates. I would doubt that they would. I think they'll probably be quite smart about this. If one looks like it's getting past, the other one will be understanding about it. But hey, I might be wrong on that. So coming down to turn number 1, is he going to have a look? I think he might have a look up the inside. He's going to get alongside the Lexus Van der Kerkel. He's going to make a move. Coming into turn 1, gets ahead though. Wenlock drops back into 7th. Takes a fair bit of curb there, but they get through. So Van der Kerkel up to 6th. And yeah, solid driver. And I've seen him in a few other community races as well. We know how quick he is. And yeah, solid drive. Looking, I don't think he'll be able to get anywhere near the top 5. I said that's just too far ahead. But yeah, I'll be pretty happy with his race.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like he's probably had one of the most uneventful races, really. Other than that, where they had to come in the pits again, the 99 Lexus has had a fairly, from what we've seen, uneventful race. But still 23 minutes left, so anything can happen still at this point. But Wenlock now dropping behind them is very interesting indeed, because we'll see if he can get that position back. The 6th place, from the 6th place Van der Kerkel anyway, because they're a lap down roughly on Fitzpatrick anyway. But who would you say your driver of the day is? I feel like we've got to have a bit of a driver of the day.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Obviously we're not over yet, but we're nearly there, and there's definitely a few people watching. So I feel like you guys in the chat should definitely get involved with this one and
100%.
Nominate your drivers of the day. We can have a little flick through and see who's where, and sort of review what they've actually done. That race, obviously there's a few drivers we have spoke more about because they've been involved in others, i.e. Dal, as Chasmo has pointed out. But he's drove brilliantly to come back to 4th place, him and Van Omen definitely. And obviously you've got there was the Ferrari as well that was on the comeback charge, and then there's now sort of dropped right off the back of the top 23 as we can see at the moment. But there's been some outstanding drives from a lot of people. Some obviously struggling more than others, but that's racing most of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be honest, can't really look past the Dalkin community team at the moment. Every time I talked about them, 50th was their starting place, up in 10th at the moment, 1.2 seconds ahead of 11th, so they might drop down a position. So they're doing superbly well, really, really superbly. I mean, Mormon at the moment in this MSL racing, Ferrari, he's going good guns. I mean, look, he's right on the back now. I think is that Wenlock in front of him? Is that no? That's Marcel Fuzies. How far back is he from Wenlock? Is it 1.1 seconds? I think the next car up ahead is 4th position.
Yes, it is. I think
so Mormon's pushing on well. I mean, as I said, we knew beforehand. I've seen the pace of him recently, and he's quick. He qualified the car in 3rd, so we know just how fast he is. And yeah, he's done well to get up there.
We've had a change for 4th place. Fitzpatrick's ahead of Dal. Not sure what's happened to Darren King there.
So how badly hurt?
He's been backwards. He's been backwards at Ascari, I think.
Oh dear, dear.
Hang on, let me find.
Yep, go have a look.
Or is it Delesmos? It is Ascari. I'll just have a quick look through. He gave it away when Chasmo said Dal King has mega damage. I didn't know what from.
It's been in about 17 crashes, so I assumed it was from one earlier, if I'm honest. But
so he's hit the curb on the exit of so pushing to catch up with Burrows. He's hit the curb on the final part of the Ascari chicane. Took too much curb. It's bit him hard. He spat himself off into the right hand wall, and he's got mega front damage, as Chasmo said in the chat. He's had to wait for an age for people to go past before he could rejoin. He's had to get it in reverse, try and get it back on the road, and he has eventually, but that's why he's down in 5th place. But he's got mega damage to go to the end with now, so all on his own, pushing in the final stages. Track temperature's obviously a bit lower, worn tyres as well, so that's the reason behind his spin there, as well as taking a bit too much curb. But it's been one hell of an eventful day for Dal King. I feel like he's normally a lot more clean than this. It's a rarity to see this kind of driving from Dal. It's normally fairly uneventful and just a good solid result in most cases. So to see this kind of incident upon incident throughout a whole 6 hours has been a bit of an eye-opener, really.
Yeah, and that's a shame from him. He was doing well to really grab a load of positions, so he's driven well in between, but it's just there's been a couple of too many mistakes, maybe ruffled from what we saw go earlier on. So I've, like yourself, I've watched a lot of Darren, spoke to Darren many a time. Lovely chap, and yeah, really superb driver, and yeah, not a malicious driving bone in his body for sure. So yeah, just unfortunate he's got caught up in a few incidents today where they've not quite gone his way, and yeah, he's got damage. He's clearly not going to pit. Only 20 minutes to go now. He'll keep going.
I mean, I can see on his stream his lights are flashing, braking zones put it this way, he's just exited Lesmo 2 and he's nearly 4 seconds down on his best lap. He's lapping, his last was a 155. This lap's probably going to be a 152 or 3, maybe even a 54 at this rate, because he's so slow on the straights, not even getting up into 6th gear on the straights. So it'll be massive damage if he does pit to repair it, but be interesting now to see if the 99 Van der Kokel car can catch him and pass. So they've got 1 minute of damage. That's with, I don't know if that's with changing tyres as well, or whether it's just 59 seconds worth of damage, and that's it.
No, that's going to be an interesting end to the race. It's all involved. You start having to make those decisions. Do you pit in to repair the damage? So you've only got 20 minutes to go. If you're losing that much time, he is going to it's dropping in. Yeah, doesn't fancy finishing with the car finish. He's got plenty of time. I think the gap between himself and the next car was pretty. It does see if we can get the gap up.
But is it large enough? Because you've got the time of down pit lane, which is around 20 seconds, plus the minute of repairs. So it's nearly a lap they're going to lose.
So car number 61 is a vote for the driver of the day from Mr. Joe Pinder. Is that from your own team? Oh, we'll get quite a lot of drivers voting for their own team, which is fair enough. Yeah, so it's Alex Shahabi, up into 24th. That's a very good shout. So we've got quite a few cars that are really pushed on and are finishing a good chunk ahead of where they started. Again, keeping their own race clean, trying to take advantage of whatever happens to everyone else. They can't do anything about that. All you can do is knuckle down, get your head down and concentrate, and concentrate on your own form.
So here, I think Van der Kokel is going to get P5, you know. They're still in pit lane. I think that's going to be job done. They're going to get a top 5. And unfortunately, car 38 is going to drop out of that top 5 after fighting for potentially a spot on the podium. They're now going to be coming home at least 6th, possibly even further down than that. Where's Morton now? Mormon, sorry, in the 482. He's already gone through as well, so that's probably going to be 8th place now. And Wenlock also through, so it's going to be 8th in the end instead of P4, maybe P3 if they could have caught Burrows. Yeah,
no, it's cutting. So it's not been a boring race for him. For sure, that stream would have been fairly eventful for all his viewers. I'm sure he'd rather it been a bit more successful, but I'm sure there's plenty of. It's easy to forget there's plenty of drivers and teams here that would have absolutely took a 7th spot. They would have bitten your hand off for that at the start. So yeah, it still will be not a bad finish, just not what you'd expect. We've got a whole cluster of cars here.
What's going on here?
All of a sudden,
BMW, Jaguar, and Ferrari as well.
5 hours and 44 minutes, and we're left with this absolute cluster of headlights coming down into turn number 1.
In the background there as well. Yes, there is.
Let's see if they can all get through there cleanly. Not going to be easy. Couple of little taps on the back, but nothing too bad. You can see the car in 11th spot. So we've got a few of the cars. Not where is it? So Jack Pullen, 111. Sorry, 812 in 11th. He's in that part of that cluster of cars. A little bit of a flash for him, trying to make sure that car in front can get out of the way. I don't think it has done so yet. So he wants that. He will want that out of the way, nice and sharpish. And you have to be careful as well. There have been penalties handed out during this race for not adhering to the blue flags. So they don't mind if you're not doing it immediately, but if it just gets a bit stubborn for the sake of it, then they might not overly be too best pleased. I think that is the car in 24. So I think this is actually Andrew Pike. So he's going to try and let them go at the time that works for them. But they're on for a good battle themselves. Those cars. It's a difficult thing where he's going to have to try and let that car go. I think he's done so here. So he's done quite well there. He's trying to let that car go, but he knows the cars behind him are the cars that Pike is battling with. So he needs to let them through.
A tag around.
That looks like Coombs.
From the 17th place.
So who was that?
I feel like that was the 17th place Honda, the 65. The leading AMCLAP car has just turned around the Pike car.
So what's that car
the 57 BMW. That could be a penalty coming the AM class leader's way, because I don't think he was fully alongside at that point, and the BMW's, he can take his line no problem, and he's been turned around head on into the wall, and the Honda carried on relatively unscathed, but that could definitely be a penalty for the AM car coming along, even if it's a post-race penalty, because I feel like the 57 was in a battle, as you said, with the cars around it. So I think that's one to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to get right, especially when you're So this late on in the race, everyone's got their own race to try and finish and try and gain as many spots as they can, finish as high as they can. But you want it to be done cleanly. So yeah, not sure. It's hard to tell from that camera shot quite what caused it. I wouldn't want to try and put judgment out here and now, because as we said, we only saw it once and we only saw it in real time the one time. So yeah, we'll have to see later on. That might be a penalty. I'm sure it's going to be reported if they feel they need to. Webster wanting to get past the guy in front. So is that Pike? It is. So maybe letting him flash, letting him know, because they'll know that they've got damage as well, because that car will be going backwards at a rate of knots. A bit like Darren King's car, who we saw earlier. So where is Darren King? Let's quickly go back on board. So he's in 8th. And actually, yeah, Ryan Walker, that car's closing in pretty quickly. So they might, Darren King's going to do well to hold on to 8th spot, by the looks of things. Might drop down to 9th. So it was very, very costly crash for him. So close to the end as well. Absolutely gutting. Oh, I'm glad to hear that drive-by. Yeah, look, trying our best. We won't be perfect. We'll always make mistakes. Even in incidents, we might make misjudgments, but you can obviously only go on your call at the time. You have to go on your instincts, and yeah, hopefully we've done it justice. I'm sure Sharpie's done an absolutely sterling job, as he always does. I said he's the reason this event gets put on, and he's done all the legwork to get this working. So yeah, all the thanks should go to Sharpie. So do make sure to say thank you to him in the Discord afterwards. So he's the reason we're even able to do this and to do this to this standard. So yeah, thank you very much to him. But yeah, Walker, I think he'll be looking. It's 6 seconds now. Darren King not far up the road. So the gaps between 6th back to 9th, they're not very big. They're only like 4 or 5 seconds apart, maybe a bit more than that. But they're not half a lap. They're not 3 or 4 corners. There's only 12 minutes to go. But yeah, still late on in the race. If there's any mistakes, the positions could quite easily change.
Yeah, he's still within touching distance, is Darren King, ahead of... so Walker was only about 3 seconds behind Darren when he came back out of the pits after that damage, but he's still only... I mean, he's 10 seconds back now, I think, from 7th place, and another couple of seconds for 6th place as well, so it's probably an 8th place for the 38th car, I think, anyway. He is on... I saw him get another track limit warning, 3rd track limit warning of the race, so one more and he gets a drive-through, so that would then definitely hand the position to Ryan Walker, as well as maybe the community Dalking team.
It can't be doing that.
It could potentially do that. We can't be having that.
Can't be beating your own. Can't be beating the official drivers. Yeah, you can't be. He's going very wide though. He's not that gravel, but
the 138 is trying to go to Imola already.
Yeah.
Before it's even released. So
yeah,
nice
looking forward to that.
Simon there.
Yeah,
but yeah, I think these guys, for me, I think I'm in the same boat. These guys have had a flawless race. The pace has been there to get this top 10. Obviously, hopefully they can hang on to that. And they've got Pullen behind them though, 4 position. This is the last spot in the top 10, which could potentially go down to the wire. So they've got to have to make sure they can get this signed, sealed, and delivered across the line, the 138 car, because Pullen is looking racy, in the Team Italian job car. These guys have been going along fairly quietly as well. We haven't really them throughout the whole race, like not involved in many incidents or anything like that. So these guys have had a solid race as well. And yeah, I'm just glad to Team Italian job. Woo! Yeah, I think these guys are up there with for like at least a podium spot within driver of the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Drivers of the day, car of the day, as one of the Astons goes wide there. Yeah, I think they've definitely put on a bit of a show, and they could well claim top 10 yet. So I think this is probably the closest meaningful battle for a really good position, being a top 10. As you can see, Simon Murphy lighting up the flashing lights for to tell the back markers to get out of the way, because that is the battle for the top 10.
Let's quickly go on the ball with Morman here. He's closed that gap on Van der Kerker. That's down to 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, so this is another key battle left to play out in this last 9 minutes, because I feel like the top 5 positions are pretty much done and dusted. It's probably these two and the 10th and 11th cars that are going to go at it for the last 9 minutes. Isaac about to get top 10, 20, so there's also fair weather in the Mercedes, must be quite close to getting Pronk as well in the 31, is it? Let's have a see. So
Yeah, 2 seconds.
let's see where he is. I feel like he's quite pretty close. He's not far away. So and there's a drive-through for 65. There you go. So there's the penalty we were talking about. They were straight into the pits to serve it. So I think that might be a change for the class lead, maybe, possibly, because
Crazy.
that's the AM leader, the AM class leader, in the pit lane for a drive-through because of that
Yeah.
that issue. And we've got someone saying Murphy lost the rear on Parabolica, so we missed that. Pullen has got the top 10 spot because Murphy's lost the rear. Simon Murphy is behind the 812 of Pullen.
Yeah, it's kept it the right way round though, so at least it gives him a chance to maybe fight that back. It's so easy if you lose it there, as we saw from, well, as Aid saw, unfortunately we didn't see with Darren earlier. So easy to lose it big time at Parabolica, and if you do that, there's walls either side. You can go and give either of them a quick cuddle, and yeah, it goes wrong very quickly. So you do have to be careful. It can still go pretty wrong pretty fast.
So quickly as well, I think Wenlock might have made a mistake because he's only 4. Actually, no, he probably hasn't made a mistake. He's just a bit further back.
Yeah,
so
he's dropped back
only 5 ahead of Darren King now, and it's Moorman on the back of the 99. This thing is going to go right down to the wire for a lot of drivers here. So we've got the battle between Pullen and Murphy, and we've got the battle between Van der Kokel and Moorman as well to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it's been. I mean, you know that car had pace, like I said earlier. I think Moorman's always been the fastest driver in that team. He's got some unbelievable pace, and they've probably been wise. They've given him the last 2 hours, I think, and yeah, you can see he's made amazing headway. And it's going to be an unbelievable effort if Van der Kerkhout can keep Moorman behind him. Frankly, it's what I've seen of Moorman these past few weeks from the GT3 league we have on Thursdays. He is going to be nearly impossible to keep behind. Van der Kerkhout is a rapid driver himself, obviously. We've seen him in other series, but yeah, if he can keep Jerome behind, then frankly all the praise should go to him, because that's going to be a very, very difficult job. Only 6.5 minutes to go now though, so we are right towards the end of this event. And it's been great. We've still got a few battles going on, still nice and close between the few cars on track. It's probably the furthest forward fight. Saying that, Simon Murphy still having a battle with Pullen there. He's about half a second back to Pullen, still keeping that gap. Does have back markers in front to deal with though. And that's car in 23rd, just in front of him. So give him a little flash, trying to get through. Another car that's had a good race, Joe LaCour. So in that Hold My Squash racing, so they qualified. Let's have a look. They qualified in 25th. So 13th will show, yeah, be a great show from them. They'll be very, very happy with that. Crazy Mugwell 49. Thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. I think Lego trying and bribe people and say we'll give them penalties if they don't donate. That's a bit harsh. No, we don't don't quite work like that. If I was going to do that, Lego, I'd have started doing that about 5 hours 40 minutes ago, just to give them more time. But we'll remember that for the next event. I'm sure we'll put that in the memory bank. We'll put that one to the side as a possibility. Cheeky, terrible, probably illegal to be honest. But yeah, so yeah, Joe LaCour again, great battle. They've moved up a good hatful of positions. And if they can keep it clean for this, just the final 5 minutes, going to be on to take a superb victory. Let's see what the gap is at the top. We haven't actually checked on that lead car for a while. So Jaroslav Homzik doing what he does best, setting 1:49.0 on the last lap. So not as fast as some of the drivers behind him, but still 13.2 seconds clear. So it's that kind of time where, as long as neither of those cars make mistakes, you won't see a change. But as long as they you know, 13 seconds is enough that if the car in front was to make a mistake, if Homzik does make a mistake, Carsten is still close enough to take advantage of it. But you don't see Giorgio make those type of errors very often. So I'd be surprised if we were to see it in this final, what would you see, final 3 laps. That would be a bit of a surprise. But yeah, it's still great to see them that close and still see so much battling just behind them.
Yeah, definitely. I was just about to say, I think Moorman is all over the back of Van der Kokel into turn 1. He's going to try the outside line, maybe try and get a shallower entry and get a tighter exit here, get on the power early to try and get a run down to chicane number 2. through Curva Grande. They're going to go side by side nearly. They're going to be nose to tail. Here is the Ferrari going to get the run on the Lexus. I feel like he is. The Lexus should defend this on the inside. The Ferrari goes to the outside. Is he going to try it down the outside? No, he isn't. The Lexus is probably going to miss the apex a little bit. No, he doesn't. He manages to get it stopped. Great bit of driving there from the Lexus to keep himself ahead. But there's this battle raging, and also there is the battle of Darren King and Wenlock. He has caught up to the back of him. 5 seconds is the gap. So I want to see how this one plays out first, and then flick back to the 7th and 8th battle, because I'm so surprised that there's still battles raging with 3 minutes to go for 5th and 6th and 7th and 8th as well, and still for pretty much 11th and 10th. I'm pretty sure are still pretty close together as well, but we should pretty much ride this one out and see if Mormon can make that Lexus move out of his way and get ahead of him before the checker flag. Going to probably have 2 or 3 laps to go. The Ferrari runs a bit wide though there.
No, it's a tough one. I mean, he's going to be pushing, but Van der Kerkhout is the car with the track position. He's the one, that can get his elbows out. The driver behind's got to make the overtake. The car in front has already got the position, so it's always harder to take it from the car in front. And he's drifted a bit further back there, coming around Parabolica. Just a couple of laps to go.
Jump back to Darren King and Wenlock, because I feel like Darren King's going to have the run down in turn to the Parabolica. I'm pretty certain. Or has he got the job done already?
The boys, yeah, well, he's got him part. Yeah, so there we go. So I think Wenlock. So there's Wenlock. Yes, Wenlock's behind him there. Yeah, you can see that. So Darren King here.
So he's already got the job done then. So he's up into 7th place again. Is Darren King. So let's go back to Mormon then and see if he can get that job done on the Lexus. He's blinking his way past the BMW with 2 minutes left on the clock after 6 hours of racing. We are nearly at the checker flag, but not quite yet. The racing's not done. The Ferrari goes a little bit deep, takes a bit of sausage curb and a bit of gravel as well, and we're going to see, so the 17 car has had to come into the pit lane with only 2 minutes to go.
Got in.
Someone just
so Isaac Fairweather.
So that's their top 20th spot. Well, charge for the top 20 gone out the window.
There we go. So the AMG BVRE to the SimSport team, car number 17. So good drive, unfortunately, just not quite gone their way tonight. It's just the way the race has gone for them. It's a shame because they showed great pace in qualifying last week. But I'm sure next time we hold our next endurance event, I'm sure they'll be hopefully taking part. And fingers crossed they'll get a slightly better luck at that time. So there's quite a few drivers here that would be fingers crossed for a bit more fortune coming their way. It's not quite gone their way, but as you said earlier, that is racing. Sometimes that's kind of sort of how these things happen. There's not much you can do about it. There's a little bit of a flash again for the trying to come through. Mormon wants that 5th. So there we go. Leader, final lap. Hondic comes around to start the final lap. Lap 195 or lap 196. Yeah, lap 195 is already taken. So it's been a long old afternoon into the early evening, starting in the mid-afternoon in game time, ending in the darkness. Most of them handled it pretty well, you do have to say. 13 seconds clear of Carston for second spot, so he still needs to keep concentrating for that final lap. But Mormon really does want that top 5. He's at half a second back, has not been able to really make any inroads at the moment. Van der Kerkhout has made his car as wide as he could, and he's doing a great job of it, you do have to say. Darren King, as he hopped back up into 7th, looks like he's got a clear 7th now. Wenlock dropping a little bit further back, so they maybe have settled for those positions. Simon Murphy, quickly we'll go on board with him. Just a half second back from Pullen. He wants that top 10. That would be an unbelievable finish from the back of the very, very back of the grid. They're just coming around to start their final lap. So we'll go on board to see Jaroslav Honzik. Car off in the background, or slightly dodgy rejoin. That might get them in a little bit of retrospective trouble if that gets reported. But superb drive from Honzik and Valentin Barriere as he comes round through Scurry for the final time. It's been a long old afternoon. They've had their fair share of having to get out of trouble, incidents in their way. It did look like they might be on a bit of a battle for that top spot for a while, but in the end, so it come down to the final corner for the final time. I think they're going to take home the fully deserved victory. So they come around Parabolica for the last time here, and a superb drive from Hondik. He brings that car home in one piece. Very, very nicely done. Gets away with, gets around all of the back markers, no drama, and he takes the win. Superb from Hondik. Well done to them, Carsten. second position. A couple of back markers just ahead, but they will be coming down to the line now, so they'll all be finishing too as they've been lapped. So well done, all involved there. So Carsten coming over the line, they'll take second. Jordan Burrows. So a fair bit further back. So we've still got some racing to go here. The unlapped, the cars that weren't lapped. So actually Moorman and Van der Kerkhout were lapped. So actually they've already finished 5th and 6th. Van der Kerkhout just holding on to that top 5 spot. Looks like Burrows is going to get that final step on the podium though. But look how much for a lap he's still got to go. So it's just where all the cars happen to be situated. So I think Ryan Walker in 9th as well. They'll be very happy. Top Pro-Am car. Well done there to that Talladega Madhouse team. Car number 78. Very, very well driven by all of them. And fair play, Escar. Yeah, you were back on the grid early on. So yeah, you did well. Unlucky you had to pit late on as well. So that's unfortunately affected your race. So Fitzpatrick finishes. So Burrows now just a bit of a lonely drive down to the finish to bring it home on the podium. Superb drive from them. Quickly on board with Pullen and Murphy. So Murphy does not catch, and then Pullen does get the final top 10 spot. Murphy, again, superb drive, gains 39 spots from his start position. Finishes in 11th, starting in 50th. Johan Peterson coming out towards the end of their race as well. Joe LaCour in 13th, just behind them. I think it's just behind him, or has he got in ahead? Oh, he's got ahead. So Joe LaCour is going to come home in 12th by the looks of things. Yeah, I think Joe LaCour was nabbed 12th on the final lap, so they'll be absolutely ecstatic about that. Oh, very kind donation as well, by the way. It's succinct. Thank you, very kind of you. For the £5. We'll have to see which one that was. I don't know if it comes up in dollars or pounds. I'll have to work that one out afterwards. And there we go. I think that is everyone at the end. And crikey, what an eventful 6 hours that was. Plenty to happen. We knew it was Monza, so it was always going to have a few incidents here or there as the fireworks go blaring off in the background. So let's have a look at the final standings then. So the full race at 360 minutes, 55 seconds, 13 seconds. The margin of victory there for Jaroslav Honzik and Valentin Barriere. Alexander Carsten and Samuel Chamley in second. Great drive from them, just couldn't quite live with that pace up top. Jordan Burrows and Harry Spears taking third. You can see that though, look, 92 seconds back, only the top 3 cars on the lead lap. Go on board with someone else who's doing some bits and bobs on track. Yes, Fitzpatrick in 4th. They'll be very happy with that. Martin Pilkington and Sean Arnold, his co-drivers. Niels van der Kerkhout holding on to 5th, just ahead of Geraint Moorman. Darren King does hold on to that 7th after a fairly eventful Saturday for him. Owen Wemelot holding on to 8th. We've got Ryan Walker in 9th, so the Pro-Am winner, so well done to them. Pullen just about grabbing that top 10 spot. We then had Simon Murphy from the back of the grid. Very well earned 11th spot. Joe LaCour 12th as well. Again, I think 12 or 13 positions gained for them. And we have Peterson as well in the 4th Pro-Am car, coming home in 13th spot. But yeah, there's a whole lot of drivers. I won't go through all of them because we would be here all day. As you see, a couple of 52 cars, so it should be 50. So there were a couple of cars with that number issue at the start. But well, yeah, how close was that? That was not the easiest race. You can see that Pro-Am here. We'll look and see how they fared. So yeah, Ryan Walker holding on to that from Murphy. Joe LaCour getting 3rd in class. They'll be ecstatic with that. So will Ash, I'm sure. Peterson and Sesley in 4th in the Pro-Ams. Colley in 5th spot. Again, it's all good drive from all of them. So there were penalties being thrown about left, right and centre as well. I'm sure most drivers got one here or there. And the AM winner in the end was Krauter in that Honda, the number 65 car, by 50 seconds as well. So a nice clean margin of victory for that car in its class. Pronk in 2nd. In the Ferrari, good drive from them. Shahabi, Thorpe and Hallam in 3rd in the Jaguar. Just over a minute behind. You can see they just beat Webster, Garrett and Darrell Wright to the podium in their class. But yeah, good driving from all of the drivers. It's not the easiest race. We know what Monza's like. And I think we're going to have some a fair few donuts on circuit now. So yeah, who would you say then? Gone in, Aid, you said earlier. We'll go on board with some. We're going to see a few the donuts and the pits is in the new thing apparently. Who do you think your driver of the day is?
Yeah, I think it's got to be the car starting at the back of the grid. No qualifying. It's got to be the 138 car. I think, just for having a nice clean run at it basically, and managing to stay out of trouble where it mattered. Obviously, they were involved in a couple of little tags here or there, but they managed to do it. Simon Murphy, Mike Williams, and Marinowski in the M6 for me, I think.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with that, really. I would like to be different. I'd like just to be, to be controversial. But I mean, there's some good drives. Mormon did very well towards the end. He's obviously made up a fair few spots to get fairly competitive, and he was trying to nick a spot right towards the end, but just wasn't able to make that work in the end. But Murphy, you do have to say that team, how they've gained that many spots and driven that well. You do have to say hats off to them, so well done to all. And but it was eventful, like it's always going to be. It's Monza for 6 hours. It's going to be back markers. It's going to be people making mistakes. So there were plenty of penalties given out, but hopefully everyone understood. As I said, nothing personal. It's just you got to do those things. It will always be the way. It's evenly distributed towards everyone as well. But great win. Well done to Honzik and Barrier. They made good on that pole position. And brought it home for the win. Fairly comfortable in the end. Looked like they might be on for a little bit of a fight, but they didn't worry about it too much. And pole position and the win. So superb driving from those guys. But it was a good racing all round. And hopefully you all enjoyed it. My throat's just about held up for the entire 6 hours, and I'm going to have to shoot off pretty quickly now that the race is finished, unfortunately. But I've had a wonderful time. Really enjoyed this afternoon. Aid, it's been a pleasure commentating with you this afternoon. Thank you so much for joining me, and I hope you enjoyed yourself.
Yeah, definitely did. Yeah, thanks for having me. I think it was definitely worth me coming along just to one, give your voice a bit of a rest, and two, have a second set of eyes on it, because there was that much action. I don't think.
Oh, not a chance.
No disrespect. I don't think you would have been able to keep up with everything that was happening. Because there was times where you were watching something and I was watching something completely different, and
it's good. Absolutely.
Just that much. It's bound to happen. It's a short track for 50 cars to be on. There's got to be action kicking off here, there, and everywhere. But after the mint job from Valentin and Jardier, as you'd expect, class act from them. So congratulations to them, and all the class winners as well. Congratulations to you guys. The 65 car did manage to hang on to the AM class win, even with the drive through at the end for that incident at Ascari. So GG's everyone, and we'll see you in the next one, basically, and you might see me on track in the next one as well. Yeah,
fingers crossed. I've said if you can't, then by all means hop it back in there with me. It's been a lot of fun, and I do appreciate you giving me a chance to rest my throat just here and there. Otherwise I'd have had absolutely no hope of getting, whether it was lockers or lockets or whatever the hell they were called, just about got me through. So really appreciate that. I said it's been great fun. Saw some great racing, some close results considering it's 6 hours at Monza. We saw a lot of 2 or 3 second gaps right at the end in that top 15. So fair play to all involved. So on that note, we will love and leave you. But thank you ever so much for watching. Cheers to everybody who's become a new follower during the day. I really appreciate it. It's been a lot of you come in, so thank you all very kindly. Cheers for the new resubs with Prime. Cheers for the donations as well, and the cheers from earlier on. All very much appreciated. But more than anything else, I appreciate your eyes and ears all afternoon, just chatting in the chat and having a fun time with everyone else. That's what this is most importantly for. Is this fun? And hopefully, obviously, if you're in a car that's had a few nightmares then this afternoon, you might be a bit miffed, but ultimately we're doing this for fun, not for work or anything. So hopefully you guys have all had a good time chatting with each other in the chat, and it's been my pleasure to help bring it to you this afternoon and into this evening. So cheers everybody. Thank you ever so kindly for watching. I am actually back on Monday with our next stream, which is Automobilista 2, the sprint race, and then Tuesday a bit of Xbox Project Cars 2. Still, that's some cracking racing. A fair few more cars than we see tonight. You just get the 10, but they're very, very, very close, so it is well worth a watch. And then back on Thursday for the GT3 League, the ACC GT3 League. That's round number 3. And then the first round of our Race Room BMW 235i League next Friday. So on that note, I will love and leave you. Thank you all again for watching all day today. Really, really appreciate it. Well done to all the drivers, especially if you're watching in chat at the moment. Really appreciate what you did today, and so many of you getting to the end. Well done all. I will catch you again on Monday, but until then, stay safe, take care. Hope you have a lovely Saturday evening, a nice Sunday as well. And I will see you all next time. So see you all soon. Take care and goodbye.